First. First.
Hello everybody and welcome to another day of VCT EMEA coming to you live as always from Messe Berlin. I am your host Yingsu. I'm very excited to be back today and to be joined by Cougar and Lothar. Cougar, welcome to the playoffs.
Oh, I've been watching from the backstage, but I'm very excited. Also, we got the news that there is going to be some changes on Pearl, so it's a very exciting day.
Did you enjoy yesterday's matches?
No, I didn't. so here's the thing. Not only Giants was out and was not able to qualify, also I came here at like, what, 3 p.m. and I was just sitting in the green room being like, yeah, it's fine. I'll work from here.
Hey, I'm back.
Just
I'm back. Don't worry.
Another bad decision,
I can promise no delays today, guys. I can promise you that. No delays in the first match, at least, until the Pansy and Hypot get here a little bit later. But with everything that happened yesterday, we can finally secure and announce to you every single team from EMEA that will be attending Masters Tokyo. Of course, there's one slot left, and that will be determined, I believe, between C9 and NRG. But in the beginning of the season, you guys, I was all behind FUT, and I'm so glad that they actually made it, Lothar. We get a full Turkish team for the first time in a while at a Masters tournament.
I know that you're happy because they're, coming from the Turkish region. I'm more happy than that the fact that they're actually presenting a clean Valorant, something that I like. I like watching FUT play because it's joy to my eye.
None of us needed to know that, but what about you?
Don't do this to me.
It's a saucy
no,
day today.
I agree. I think for them it's also the experience of qualifying themselves to an international event. We know that we saw them at lock-in, but it's not the same to actually, get it through your own achievements. So
yeah.
I'm very proud of them. And some usual suspects. So I'm also sus, yeah, just like you today. But I think this reinforces the idea that having a strong core in the long run helps a lot to other teams, because we've seen Fnatic, okay, Liquid could be like the exception, but they also have some very heavy hitters that have been together for a very long time. Same goes for NAVI.
Yeah, well, this is not just over yet. They will be attending Masters Tokyo, but the job is not done because we still need to crown someone the winner and give them that shiny trophy. And for me, at least, Lothar and Cougar, I expected this top 4. I'm quite happy with this.
You expected Team Liquid to be in top 4?
Liquid and Navi swapped, but I expected them to be
okay,
top
that's
4.
more plausible, because Navi definitely struggled, and they've seen, let's say, better days when it comes to the performance, and it was very messy, but in a way that you expect kind of Navi to play, but at the same time, you would expect them to clean it up for the playoffs, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we saw a period of testing for Navi, and it looked like it wasn't over just before playoffs, and probably is the reason that they struggled so much against Liquid, just because they don't have the reps to go back into and actually rely on the preparation that they have for the maps. But they're still made it, and they still can get a pretty good slot, because 2 of these teams will be skipping the group stage in Tokyo.
Well, this is not a controversial take, I feel like, this bracket, but Cougar, I know you went on a mission and you asked the teams what they thought. Does that seem anything like what they said?
It's funny because during week 1, I went and asked every single team who they thought was going to make it, what are the top, the 4 teams that were going to make it to Tokyo, and also if they thought there was a dark horse, someone that was going to give a surprise. Well, 10 out of 10 teams said that Fnatic and Navi would both make it. Surprisingly, they also thought that Koi and Vitality were going to make it. At the top, at the right, you can see that FUT only had 1 vote to make it. they gave them to themselves. Funny enough,
Smart.
BBL was the one considered them the dark horse. They knew that they were going to be the surprise. Also, look at Team Liquid. Only they voted for themselves, making it to Tokyo. Not only that, you see that they have 2 votes as a dark horse. Well, both them and Giants on different days gave me the same answer as to why they thought they would be the dark horse, and it's just because the Team Liquid logo
Looks like a horse.
It's a horse. So yeah, of course.
I have a question.
That's great.
Tell me.
Did KC vote for themselves?
Yes. And they voted for themselves, and they also voted for themselves as the dark horse.
Yes. I thought
I allow them
thought
to do that.
The Koi thing doesn't surprise me in the beginning of the season. I can understand why they did that, but you know, I mean, a lot of them maybe they need to.
We always show our predictions. It's time to, you know.
Yeah,
spotlight
they
on
need
them.
to refund that lottery ticket as well. Unfortunately, Koi, they will not be playing today, but we do have 4 other teams that will be playing. Fnatic will be going up against Liquid, and FUT will be going up against NAVI. And surely, guys, NAVI, they need to redeem themselves a little bit and actually are able to beat FUT today.
I think a good frontier to look at is FUT, because I think that is a team that will push them a lot, and we need to see some clean Valorant coming from NAVI. I think that yesterday it was a good win. We saw the players actually shine individually, but there are some things that we still expect from them.
I'm just super hyped to watch FUT defeat NAVI today.
Well, our players here are doing the best in order to win that trophy, but you guys at home, you know, you can also improve your game as well, especially through the VCT EMEA bootcamp. All you need to do is scan your QR code here. They will take some of your information from in-game and match you to a professional player from our league. I did this earlier, and I got matched with a one and only Alpha here, and I spoke to Alpha a little bit about this. Thank you very much. And he was like, "You're a Killjoy player. It makes sense. You know, you need to watch some of my gameplays to get better," which I will be doing right after today's games. But it is not about me. It is more about our teams here in the upper bracket, because we're going to be bringing you Fnatic versus Team Liquid right after this.
Okay.
Face your fear!
What is happening? Unbelievable!
Well, Team Liquid versus Fnatic is a very seasoned matchup here at VCT EMEA. In the past, we spoke about how this is going to be the reunion of the Gambit boys, Redguard versus Boaster, a lot of storylines. But there's one thing that we have missed, and that is Durka and Yompi, in fact, went to the same, not just school, but elementary school and middle school. So 3 different schools they both went to. They've enjoyed that Finnish education. And I want to put you 2 to the test, Cougar and Lothar.
Okay.
Are you smarter than Durka and Yompi?
No.
Do you think? Okay, well, I'm going to be asking you guys a few questions. I've asked Durka and Yompi the exact same questions, and we're going to compare and see how you do. So let's start. In just a short moment, I'm going to give you guys 30 seconds.
Are they related to the game?
Well, see.
Okay.
In just 30 seconds, we're going to be giving you a timer. And in that 30 seconds, I want you 2 to name as many professional Finnish players as you can that have a Wikipedia page. If they don't have a Wikipedia page, I am now counting them. Are you ready? All right, run the timer. Go. Name as many Finnish players as you can.
Hyber. Durka Yampe.
Is that it?
Is Bonko's Finnish?
Yeah, Bonko's finished.
Yeah. You're making me...
It's embarrassing.
I mean, there's another one that plays in our league. There is one more Finnish player in our league. There's a lot that don't play in our league.
He's gonna kill us.
3, 2, 1. Well, you failed spectacular on that question. Hoodie.
Oh
you know,
my God!
you know him? You met him before? You know? Yeah, Hoodie. Well, that question...
I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, I don't think you did very well. Second question is, what is the combined season ACS of Durka and Yompi? Add them together, what do you get?
How much?
The average?
Yeah. So
How much can we whip?
I would say that if you can get closer than Durka and Yumpy, you get the point.
Combined.
Yes, combined.
Okay.
So how many ACS do you think Durka got?
270 something?
Plus Yumpy's? It's a simple math question.
240, 2...
I'm gonna say 491.
491. Oh my god. It's 492.8.
Oh my god, great!
I actually think you might have won on that one, but we'll see, we'll see. And last question, how many agents have Durka and Yumpy both played?
I know that Durka has played 2, Yumpy has played 6.
No, in their career.
In their career?
Both played. So for example, if one of them hasn't played it, it doesn't count. They both have to have played it.
Oh, so they
so
shared.
yes,
It's a
yes,
shared
one,
agent
yes.
pool.
Jet for
Shared
sure.
agent pool. How many agents?
I can remember Yumpy playing Raze a single time.
You can't remember that?
I can.
You can't remember that, Lothar? Are
I
you
think
serious?
I cut it out of my mind.
All right, carry on, carry on. All right, how many do you think? Put your brains together.
I would say 3.
Kakuka?
I'm saying 2.
You guys are both horrendously wrong because
can't
I'll let
remember.
Yumpy and Durka tell you. Let's roll the tape and see how they did. I'm joined by Durka from Fnatic and Yumpy from Team Liquid. Now, for those of you that don't know at home, you guys actually went to the same school. So very quickly, talk me through, how did you realize that you went to the same school? Did you always know each other?
I think he has better story than me.
Yeah, so end of 2018 we played a LAN match against each other, and on the handshake I basically just realized that I have seen Derka somewhere, or like it's like familiar face from somewhere. And yeah, actually we also went to the same elementary school, so we were like in 2 same schools, so we still like
I
live.
think 3.
Yeah.
3
Yeah.
schools.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, this
Yeah,
is where we're going to try and prove and see how good your education have been, because you guys went to the same
So the
school.
whole school reputation is on the line right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I have 3 questions for you. The first question is, you're going to get 30 seconds to do this together, okay? You're a team. I want you to name as many Finnish professional Valorant players as you can that have a Wikipedia page. So that's how I'm judging it. They have to be pro on Wikipedia. You can work together. Your 30 seconds starts now.
Okay. Jumpy, Derke,
Kaspe,
Synsi,
Vulpit, Nixon,
yeah, Nixon,
Polvi,
Polvi, Shed,
Hoodie, Bone Cold,
yeah, Bone Cold. Come on.
Uh,
Did you say Hyber?
Figun, Hyber, yeah.
Egon, then I don't know. There's not
15 more seconds.
Kundi, does he count?
Kundi.
Does not count. Kundi does not count. Not a pro player. He's a coach.
He used to be a player. I used to coach.
Pietola.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, you've got 3 more seconds. Any more? Any more?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, I mean, for the record, I think you've done better than most people,
Yes.
for sure. Second question is, both of your ACS this season, if you add them together, what is that number? Your average
You
ACS.
have higher.
So do you know roughly what you
I
have?
have 280.
I have like 220, around 215, 210. I will say 210 maybe,
Okay.
220, 210.
All right, add
so,
them together.
How much did you have? 280?
280.
So like, I would say 490.
492.8. You guys are very,
Congrats.
very good on that question. It's 280.9 and 211.9. So very,
so I
very
was
close.
close, yeah.
And last question, both of you, if you combine agents that you've both played, how many agents are there? Bonus point if you
Like I
can.
count yours. I know, but
Well, no, as in you've both played them. So
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
so-
play something he hasn't, doesn't count.
Like ever.
Yes. in
so
your-
what we have both played.
Yes.
Oh,
So for
played a
example,
lot.
he's played, I think you played Phoenix, Durka hasn't, so that doesn't count.
I haven't played Phoenix either, so.
Oh, well, there's an example.
Okay, go do it.
It's just on VLR, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
When does it start?
Yeah, no,
Ah.
you don't have a time. You can
Okay.
just work it out. Just work it
I
out.
have played Brim in one map.
Same. I have played Omen. I think I have played all smokes except Viper and Harbor.
Same.
I played Sky. I played
So wait, let's count.
Jet Race,
Yeah. Sky.
Sky. I haven't played KO.
Same.
I don't know. Wait.
So wait,
Omen.
was it the question that what we both have
Yes,
played?
both played. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Wait. What? Like.
So if
we
you both play
played.
Jet, that counts as one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 1.
Jet we have played. Race we have
Sky.
played. Sky we have
Race.
played. Sova.
Sova I have played.
Yeah, 5.
4.
And Brim you said.
Brim, yeah, 5.
Have you played Killjoy?
No. Then. Did you play Omen?
Yeah, man.
All right, I'm going to give you 10 more seconds to work this out.
played Omen, then
Have you played Neon?
no.
All right, 5 more seconds.
Chamber.
Chamber, yeah, of course.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right, give me a number
7.
then. How many?
7.
7.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. Education is fantastic. Yeah, thank you very much for joining me, guys. Your school reputation stays intact.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, the Finnish education is better than Spain and Poland put together. Who would have thought?
I mean, that's no news.
Well, Dirk and Yompi, they didn't just go to the same school together. In their Valorant career, they have played against each other a bunch of times. And Lothar, I mean, just first of all, the champions was in Istanbul. It was a bit of a correction I can give there. But Lothar, this is a very seasoned matchup. They know each other well.
You can say that they know each other well, but it's like, yes, you know Fnatic very well because they have a solid game plan. They play consistently every time, and then you have Liquid, who are just throwing the plans out of the window every time. Yampi plays on something else every single time. So they got to know each other to some degree.
I think it's also crazy the fact that if you take a look at this, you think that, oh my God, they fight each other all the time. Only the top 2 were between this year and last year. Last year they only fought against each other once, and this year they're on the same track. Well, at least we're going to get 2, just counting today. The rest was 2021, so they know they're all
VCT.
friends.
And they also played once against each other doing a Red Bull.
Yeah, I mean, they went to the same school, I feel like, but at this point, they're going to not be able to get rid of each other. But for Team Liquid as well, they are currently running the gauntlet in playoffs by trying to beat every team that's defeated them at regular season. Vitality, NAVI, and Fnatic, they've taken down Vitality and NAVI already. Cougar, do you think Redgar can complete this gauntlet today?
I love it. I think that also Redgar has been the pivotal point. He's taking this matches really, really seriously. And I think that Fnatic is going to be next. I think that it will destroy the expectations and actually bring us the Team Liquid that so many people expected when they were announced last year.
Yeah, and as you guys can see in this clip, Redgar's getting his redemption, Lothar, from last year when Defo 0.0 to Defuse kind of sent them completely out of playoff contention.
Yeah, that was crazy situation over here. In general, I feel like there's a lot of clutches. We had yesterday just a 0.6, 160 milliseconds clutch as well. Those situations are just unreal. The emotions are always through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if Redgar can take down Fnatic today, I think he's getting every single redemption story he deserves. And for Fnatic, they have dropped a map here at playoffs. And if we take a look, this is what Boaster had to say after they lost that first map, Kakuka, against FUT.
Shut up.
Shut.
Shut the
I'm not
door.
certain I understand this tweet. It's
funny because there's a Fnatic posted on finally dropping a map, but they did drop a map against BBL as well, right?
Yeah, I think it's
Also
after like
against
2 months. Yeah. Very strong words there from Boaster. Hopefully they don't do that again for today. But if we're going to talk about maps, we have to take a look at Team Liquid's map pool as well. It's not as strong as Fnatic. So what do you think about this, Lothar?
This is going to be, for me at least, the most interesting aspect of this matchup, because between Liquid and Fnatic, we have seen this matchup already when Icebox was in the map pool, and Liquid banned Icebox because it was the strongest map for Fnatic, right? Right now, there's going to be that option open for Liquid, and I wouldn't mind that Liquid would ban Lotus, because it's, in my eyes now, the strongest map for Fnatic. They already had a really good showing against Team Liquid, but then it opens other options, because the last time they also played it, they also second banned Ascent, and I feel like that's a map that actually doesn't benefit Fnatic right now in this current meta.
I think it has to do with what you want to prepare looking towards Tokyo and how do you want your map pool to look. If you think the Haven is something that you have visited, because we need to remember this is the Liquid that has Redgar. Redgar does not know how to play that map. He's never known. I mean, he can play the arena, but that's it. I think you need to revisit that idea. You are lucky that Icebox is now out, so against an opponent like Fnatic, you don't need to ban it. The most logical thing would be to take it back to the Gambit days and just have Haven as that permaban from now on, but maybe they surprise us. Maybe Lotus is something that they don't want to visit anymore. We saw them also swapping the compositions, so it kind of depends on them on what they want to put those hours and work in.
I mean, let's just see what they're up against, because if we take a look at Fnatic's map
it looks
pool,
good, I'm
it
sure.
looks very, very, very good. And they've just lost 2 maps, and Lothar both times were against Turkish teams.
Yeah, it's kind of funny when you think about it. We also learned a lot from that Bind game that they lost against FUT, because it gives a lot of, let's say, pointers to the opponents that will play on Bind against Fnatic. So that might be a gap in the armor when it comes to the map pool, but in general, it's pretty tough to play against Fnatic. They never played also on Fracture. So how do you prepare a map pool right now as a Team Liquid when you would like to ban Haven, you would like to ban Lotus, you probably would like to ban Fracture as well. Like, you have too many options.
Yeah, I think if I'm Fnatic, I don't think that we expect them to ban anything other than Pearl, but I would like to see them actually picking up on that bind, and I think the Team Liquid is a good opponent to do it against, because they were saying that yesterday they were not kind of ready for what they were doing. Well, how about an Omen on bind? I would love to see that.
I would not want to see.
No,
I
thank
would
you.
rather
Not the Omen,
die
but actually
than
them
see that.
against it.
But of course, this is an EMEA classic. It is Fnatic versus Team Liquid. You guys know how it goes. It's time to bring the players onto stage.
Team Liquid.
Well, the last time Fnatic faced Team Liquid, it was not a great game for Liquid. Icebox is no longer in the map pool, so they do have a chance today maybe to get their revenge. Do you guys really feel like that they have to ban Lotus, like Lothar said? If they didn't ban Lotus, how much does that decrease their chances?
I think that they learned a lot from that Lotus game. As I said, they changed the compositions. We saw a different phase of them the next time that they played that map against Giants. They changed a lot of their protocols, and actually facing up against Fnatic in a map like Lotus, if you want to perfection it, if you want to try that comp, if you want to see how far you can take it, this is the opponent that you want to play up against.
Well, hopefully they made a plan for Lotus if they don't ban it this match. But in general, I feel like there's just too many options for Liquid to be confident.
Where's the
in
apple?
this.
I have no idea, but let's have a look and see what they are going to ban. Fnatic taking away the Pearl, of course they do. What a surprise, never would have expected that. And Liquid, they take away the Haven.
Look at Rekar, he's smiling.
So surely Fnatic are gonna, well, they go for
they're picking for the Lotus, and that is no surprise.
They
It's
have
the
to,
best
right?
map.
Yeah, and Liquid going bind here wouldn't be too bad, I feel like.
Okay.
There we go. They do
Yeah.
go for the bind.
They learned a lot from
Are we going to see
FUT
the
map,
Omen?
so
Is the
definitely he's
question
going to be
there.
doing.
I think they're doing Fnatic a favor here by picking the bind. I think that the more reps that Fnatic can get on that map, the better for them.
Split is being banned by Fnatic. Okay, that's a little bit surprising to me because I feel like actually the game plan, the game plan that Fnatic has on Split is pretty decent.
I think
Liquid.
I think it's not it's forcing Liquid not to play maps they're more comfortable on. Of course, Fnatic, they can play Split, Ascent, or Fracture, whereas I feel like for Liquid, those options are a little bit more limited, and they've opted to go Ascent here last.
Yeah. I'm not mad at it. Let's see if we even get to that decider. I would definitely like to see it. I want to see a Fnatic maybe having a weak point.
Whoa. Fnatic chose to start on defense on bind. They picked defense on bind. Are they okay?
Well, they didn't have a good showing yesterday. Maybe that's
They
because.
won one round on defense on bind.
That's what I mean. They won the rest.
they won- yeah, that's literally-
The same that they did, picking starting an attack on Ascent.
I think
It's the thing that they did last time.
Well,
so.
attack on Ascent, I understand, but starting on defense on bind Lothar after the performance they had, I think they're trolling.
But no, I don't think that's trolling because they also pay attention to how Liquid plays on this map. Because as we said, the red guys on Omen, they don't have a Brimstone there, so the attack is way less pacing, it's just slower, way slower than the other teams that they face on Blind so far.
I don't know. I'm not. I mean, if you win one round on defense against FUT, I feel like maybe you wouldn't want to go there, but we'll see. But Lotus will be the first map, so let's talk about that a little bit more as we head into Agent Select. You guys want to see Liquid come with another game plan. Surely for Fnatic though, they don't have to change much.
No, I think that they have been testing a lot, not with the compositions, but actually inside of this map. We have seen different executes coming from on their side. As we said, they played on this map last time that they played against each other, but Liquid had the changing compositions that maybe will be enough as it interpreting the map on a different way.
Well, let's see if they're going to keep with that, the change that they had, bringing in something a little bit more different than the Neon that they were running before. And
oh my God,
that's different again.
Yes, of course. Is Jumpy not going on the breach? He decides to go on the Killjoy. Now the question is going to be, Nuts is going to go on that Viper.
They have no breach.
So no breach.
That is so interesting because last time Fnatic played against the Liquid on Lotus, they actually let go of area on the A main on attack, so they didn't attack it almost at all. That would make actually kind of sense to not play the breach anymore if Fnatic is gonna stick to that plan, because they don't need so many stunts now to control that area early game. But one thing that I would like to, one thing that I would like the viewers to pay attention to is how Fnatic plays attack on this map by going onto B from the Hobbit doors in the second cycle of the round. So first they typically attack into C, don't take areas on A, and then they reposition based on what's happening during the round in the mid game.
I almost feel like it's quite comical that Liquid ran the Killjoy. I know it was unsafe when they played against Koi during that troll comp, that Giga troll comp, but perhaps playing that troll Lotus game actually gave them something that they want to do, that they're actually switching the Killjoy in now.
I think that we see Jumpy at the beginning of the season playing one Killjoy, and it's actually one of the points of critique that we had towards Team Liquid, the fact that Nats is always stuck on that Cypher, but I'm really looking forward to this because Killjoy Operator is my favorite.
Well, it's the rematch on the same map. Last time we saw them play against each other. Let's see if it's going to be the same outcome as well. Over to your casters for this first game. It is Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Oh, I'm excited to kick this one off. Somewhat of a grudge match, looking at the regular season, looking at Champs 22. But yeah, no Reyna. It's always a disappointment to us, to Lothar.
No Nats fade either. You know, I'm really disappointed in this going on. But honestly, I wouldn't have minded if they ran something a little bit more troll, just because I do feel like this game is going to be a rough one. This Lotus especially, like Fnatic have looked like the best Lotus team we have within the region. And Liquid have looked maybe one of the worst. They've had a really rough time. I think the only time they've won it is actually with that kind of weird comp. Yeah. So I'm not feeling overly confident. Obviously, I think going into the latter maps in this series, they have much more of an opportunity, but let's see what they've been cooking up for this one. Maybe they've got something ready to try and beat Fnatic on this map.
Yeah, I think it's telling. Last time we saw Liquid play this map against Fnatic, it was Liquid's pick, and this time it's Fnatic's with Liquid changing their comp up to look, like you said before we got into this, a lot like what Fnatic were running when they destroyed them. So if you can't beat them, join them. And we're going to be joining these teams down on the server as the barriers go up on Lotus. The first map in this BO3, Team Liquid on the defensive side, and they are stacked up. Look at the C side, 2 players there, one with a Paranoia ready and roaring to go, but Fnatic haven't gone there early. I saw the spike outside of it and thought they could fall in the trap.
It's actually interesting, because a lot of teams on this map in particular will pick to start on that attacking side. So I wonder if there is some sort of plan here for Liquid, because even, as you said, this is no longer their map choice. They have picked to start on that defensive side of this map and allowing Fnatic what is by far their better side.
Well, they started with their defaults, holding the map control. Now they look to take some of their own. It's the A site that their eyes are focused on. Wall up. We've got some info coming, courtesy of Solkis, the Prowler, excuse me, finding out one as they seek control of this A site. Prowler in towards the tree, fully cleared, nade back site. That's a ton of control, and I think Liquid wise to be playing offside on this one. They had to run for the retake. They'll have plenty of bodies coming. As well, you've lost all your control for Fnatic of your backlines with your Killjoy, the turret's being removed. So there is a gap here for Yumpy. Just depends if Boaster's still going to be watching it when he gets around that corner.
It did take Fnatic quite a lot of time to sort of pick their spot of where they're going to be planting. So a lot of these players from Liquid have been given the opportunity to rotate. Chronicle up close, ready and waiting, paranoid up, and actually, he's going to be cleared. Good start from Rengar, but the trades are immediate. an instant double drop from the side of Liquid, and now getting onto this plant is going to be so difficult. An easy cleanup from Durka in the end, and after what was the first kill going the way of Liquid, from then on, it was just, well, destruction.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 4 players alive for Fnatic, but you have to say that could have went either way. The HP super low in a lot of these guys, and you even had Nats left out for a late lurk in the connector. He was spotted and taken down. I think that just comes down to Fnatic having enough bodies to cover all the angles at that point. A good try, but it's Fnatic that come ahead in the end. Last time we saw these teams play, it was 13-6 on both maps. Bind up next, and sure, Liquid picked that. They've got something prepared, but Fnatic have always been a solid Bind team.
Yeah, I guess it's also a map that it's been very good for Liquid, and it's one that we've also seen Fnatic lose. So I think it was definitely one of the best choices they could have had. For now, though, it's just going to be that early start once again. Some minor investments coming through on the defensive side. In fact, actually, you know, a few Sheriffs, some well, Ghosts alongside them. So they put a bit of cash into this. They're going to hope to at least do an extra little bit of damage, maybe deny some orb control as well, because that's something that's going to be so deadly for them going forward, especially considering that Durka is the one that's sort of high up on the orb count at the moment. You don't want them getting a showstopper.
This bite definitely has some teeth to it. And there's the first bite for Solkas. Already dropping one. Alpha Yair down. They're still moving towards this A site, though. They're going to take the control back and look to fight them. I don't know if they're aware of quite how many players are waiting here for this play. Nat snuck up close, but he's caught off guard by Chronicle's spot. Now following up should be difficult. 2 solid kills. Damage done, 31 and 50 HP. I would say Liquid now have the advantage. The only thing that goes well for Fnatic is they still have the spike.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, time ticking though as well. And this could be a major problem. Look at the rotation that's already come through from Yumpy. He's waiting well within that C site, expecting a full rotation to come through, especially with the weaponry on offer. You don't really expect Fnatic to walk into the B side, but I guess that's the bluff that's being called as they will head in.
Damage done is already fantastic for this defensive side, but a serious chance to close this out. I mean, even just look at Safe. All he needs to do is hit that body shot on either of these players, and they are down. Now the positioning, very important. We're seeing Fnatic. Obviously, there is a turret, but there's nobody to man that turret to keep it active, so they're flanked wide open. And Durka's already down. Boaster left in a tough position. There's players in front of him, but he doesn't know about the late flank coming through. 50 HP, has to check that it's not being diffused once it's tapped, and that's when Safe will strike. Beautiful coordination from Team Liquid. They will walk away with the second round. Just a few pistols, and that's enough.
Yeah, I think, again, someone that we've been highlighting all the way through the season, the headshot accuracy of this guy. Solkas is ridiculous. It's just instant double headshot. The second one, okay, the body shot came through. He missed a headshot. It was 3 out of 4. It's not bad. But I don't know how he's so consistent with just that headshot accuracy. I don't know if he just, well, plays that DM more than anybody else on the planet, but it is just an absurd round for Fnatic to lose, sorry, right off the bat. And now going into what is technically a Logitech G power-up round, but you look at what's on that Fnatic side, the only thing to really write home about is the 2 guns, and, well, one of them is also holding a showstopper.
Fnatic certainly feeling powered down in this round, but there's opportunities, especially on the attack side. These are the buys that can work. As you said, Tom, the showstopper in play could be a bit of a factor for them. A lot of preference towards this A side. Always moving towards Solkas. Nade gonna go through as well here. Alpha Yair's in a lot of trouble. Those paint shells are coming and they're gonna take him down. Boaster, the last man standing here. Very little to be done in this round. 1 shot onto Redgar, but 3 more victims to find. Safe is the first blast pack through. He swings, and there was a trade coming in from Yumpy. Either way, Team Liquid with another solid round, gaining control of this map early on.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, even from just the last time we saw these 2 teams play, Liquid have been slowly getting better and better, leveling up. And it does seem as well the true scary prospect of this team is when the pressure, for the most part, is off. That's where they are truly one of those terrifying teams. I will say an interesting tidbit is with how we normally have a Masters format, winning this event could make a difference. We genuinely don't know. We've seen it before where the top seed skips groups, and with a potential champion spot for 3 of the 4 teams that managed to finish higher, it could be huge for whichever team managed to do it, but for now at least. Liquid starting off strong. Of course, this is where the rifles come back in for Fnatic, where we see these sort of slower default plays, very good at controlling the pace on their attacker side and denying a lot of aggression. For now, though, other than a slight push forward from Safe, it's relatively passive.
Yeah, I mean, they're not keen to take it down into their spawn. And I mean, with the Viper wall in play over towards this A site from the defenders, they have a good chance to keep these players sectioned out. So I guess it makes sense that they don't want to get too aggressive there in the first couple of rounds. I do expect to see Redgar crossing over with some shrouded steps, though, later on in this game, and causing an annoyance for them. Maybe it's even conditioning early round, early half, that you want them to think and burn up a lot of utility because they think there's a player there. And eventually, you do put someone there when they stop thinking about it. Already, you can see that they've cleared the wall close, and they're starting to gain the space. Preference is most definitely towards this site. The wall up allowed an isolated duel, but it hasn't been won. Now the A site is under serious threat. The showstopper fired up top, and it'll get Solkas.
Yeah, huge first pick as well. It makes that retake a little bit less deadly. Post-plant seeming inevitable, but they're trying to hold on to a lot of space on this Liquid side, and this flank coming through once again. Yumpy finding a big kill initially, starting to pincer in on the remainder, but Boaster shuts him out. That second layer to the lurk. And now this retake looking pretty rough. Redgar trying a few TikTok plays here and there, and it has garnered a little bit of extra space through. A second even coming up here.
This is winnable now. They've actually got the cover. Look, you can try to spam him off it, but if you walk through that smoke, Redgar's gonna be there. Never mind. Being taken out of this one. They know that's not being diffused. Final players spraying away. Good kill for Safe. Nade as well. This is so winnable. He taps it. Boaster's got to swing and check him. He's still diffusing, but he'll win the duel. Even with a showstopper in his back pocket, but didn't want to burn it up just there. And probably didn't have the time to get back to the spike if he did.
That was the main thing. He needed to win that firefight almost immediately. Again, though, from some very good early battles for Fnatic, and a freebie off the back of the showstopper, and then it ending up in a 2 versus 4. It still comes down to the 1 versus 1. It's been a brawly first couple of rounds, even with their sort of site executes the norm, and I definitely like the look of this sort of composition a little better. Like, it was mentioned by Lothar on the desk, the addition of that Killjoy, maybe allowing them to just be that little bit more passive rather than the breach, which is almost just set up to push forward. And I think that's something Fnatic have mastered. If you try and aggress on them on this map, well, yeah, a lot of the time they're going to have an Odin waiting for you.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah, the defense have one this time.
Good
Slightly different point.
Look at him.
It's great for plant denial. That's the one thing I'll give it credit for. The plant denial on that C site with everything being made of paper definitely helps quite a bit.
It definitely is good for that, Tom, but there's 3 players on C. That's definitely not the usual way you'll play it. And Killjoy utility, you know? Typically, I'm expecting to see that Odin be far, far back. But instead, it is very much on the site, playing with the team, grabbing the information. They expected to see push out of this round. And with the amount of A hits that have come through, I don't think that they're wrong for making that assumption. But late on, it's going to be just Nats here. Jump spotting, and he's seen one. Time to fall back. And this is where, again, I expect him to play in the spawn and look for the spams when they make it through, but he's on the rotate to B. This is going to have to be a retake.
I think he's just going round.
No.
Taking his time. Trying to destroy some of the utility. They failed to do so, at least initially, but they will manage to bypass it. Now he can still, that's the thing, he can still play that denial from a little bit further forward, and instead Yumpy's using his utility to just push up behind them. Hasn't been spotted at all. Waits to make sure that he can get a couple, and even the aggression forward has failed. Yumpy has just taken over this round completely, and while Chronicle is far too far away.
10 seconds left.
That is just amazing. Redgar should clean this one up. What an unusual position for him to be in. That is gorgeous, because you see on the way into that site, Fnatic they're trying to add up all the numbers. They're trying to see what is the idea here from Liquid? How are they defending it? And they know that there's some piece of utility or an Odin or something like that that's being held. They go up, and their sole focus is on tapping the spike and reacting to whatever happens. Unfortunately, you can't react to a guy behind you putting 2 in your head.
Yeah.
That's going to leave you dead.
I like the fact that he's utilizing Nats' poison orb as well. Like, just using that to find a low angle. He can avoid any utility that's used. There's not going to be any information there. Prowler not going to catch him. And because of that, he finds that extra little bit of space.
All right, Nats. He's using the fake smoke, their fake smoke, sitting inside it, and then just holding the angle in the open afterwards. That's not a bad idea. This is where things can get nasty, though. The spray through the wall, a little bit late. They've already started to shift
Wait,
away.
I've seen you do that one from Mound. Why is he not doing that?
Yeah, so
Does
when
it
you're
leave
on Mound, you might be a little open. You see,
a little open?
My teammate wasn't covering for me like Redgar. If I had
okay.
Redgar, I'd be on Mound spraying. But, you know, that wasn't the case when I had a Sheriff.
No.
And you shot me in the side of the head.
Yeah,
Appreciate
no,
that, Tom. I don't like playing play test with you.
Well, Boaster.
Or Poster, yeah, that's goddamn right. Alpha down right away in this round. Fnatic losing one, but that's okay. They can still steam forward to the A site. Boaster might even get a fight here in mid, but Yumpy too quick with it.
He's looking good today. Looking comfortable on the Killjoy. Not playing the operator like he used to, which makes me at least that little bit happier. And for now, Defender Lockdown is going to almost force them forward in towards this A site. Spike dropped. Both players have just run off without it. Still on the ground behind them. I guess just trying to do as much damage as humanly possible. Redgar is just waiting on the corner. It's almost like he could sense the Chronicle was there, but not the same for Durka, and the smoke is going to shroud just enough time for them to get this plant.
That's just perfect. Okay, the spray does a little bit of damage, forces the reposition as well, buying time for Nats to get ever closer.
Spike planted.
A lot of these walls here are paper thin as well, and you can see that already. Nats is trying to take advantage of that, spraying through 82 left on Durka, and he's gone. A wall bang headshot from Nats to close out that round, and we go 4-2.
It's been a great start to the game for Yumpy especially. 7-2 on the scoreboard. Nats maybe that little bit further behind. Mitch will be happy. The one kill he got was with an Odin, so
hell yeah.
That's going to be great for him, but you can just see the sheer confidence that we're playing with. Still, in terms of the round in general for Fnatic, not a bad one. Didn't have much into this round, managed to bring it down to just a couple of players, still make it costly and get a plant, so not going to be too unhappy with that one, but again, mention the fact that a lot of the time Fnatic have looked impeccable on their attack side. So far, they've won the pistol, and other than that, a single round.
Well, if they're going to win a round past that, I think this is probably where they want to do it.
Why so? Why this one in particular?
They got a few ultimates
Just
online there, Tom. Yeah, I think about 5.
Oh,
so
okay.
Things are looking good, but at the same time, on the other side, you've got a Nightmare that could be coming to take you in the form of the Nightfall. And a showstopper for Say. Certainly no.
They got 4 ults now.
No Cosmic Divide. Not anymore. Nice shot, Durka. A brave challenge onto Redgar. It's worked out here. Traded it back.
And one thing at least has stuck over from the old Liquid roster, and that's an Omen operator. Did find them the open. The thing that's worrying here is the fact that Soulcast is alone. Now, he can delay with that Nightfall. He could even just counter if he wanted to, or just fall back out of the site. They have been very comfortable just looking for the retakes. The problem is, you're talking about a Viper's Pit and a lockdown available for Fnatic. They have unbelievable amounts of delay potential, and sure, a Nightfall of their own could be fairly impactful here. They may not even need it. Doug, up close, has a showstopper as well. He could end this round on his own.
Oh, this is just for control. You're not even seeing that Viper's Pit touch the spike. Literally just locking out their opponents. And look, Durka, he should have a chance here. Halfway already done on that. He's got to fire eventually. That's too shallow. Not even damage, but it's bought the time, and that's what it's all about. Crowd control, and they've been kept back. Now the 3 players looking to steam back through, but the time already waning. They need some kills right here and now, and the kills are going Fnatic's way. You might think about saving, but that's not an option anymore. Safe's down below, he's on the site, and the Viper's Pit is dropped to give them vision. Well handled by Fnatic. 1 player lost, and the rest taking the 3rd.
Yeah, I think Durka's ult usage actually couldn't have been any better. Like, you talk about the fact that in many cases not going to get killed could be a problem, but in this case, he actually just ruins their own Nightfall. Like, they throw in the Nightfall, they go, okay, now we know where everyone is. They're all deafened, they're all low HP. Oh, he's holding it with a bazooka. Like, you can't push that anymore. You can't make that move because Durka's holding an angle where the second he sees you, he's shooting it straight into the wall. So it really does just completely deny all of their retake ults. And then he comes out with 3 kills as well. That bit was just Durka.
That's the difference,
not the
man.
normal thing.
Some raises will need that showstopper to get the kill. You know, grab the easy one, pump up the stat. He's comfortable. Even if he doesn't end up landing it on someone, he just needs to run down that clock. And, well, he's sitting 12 kills and 5 deaths right now. I think it's fair to say he's pretty confident when it comes to taking those duels at the moment. Seeing him heat up throughout this map so far. 7 rounds down, and we're getting a pause out. Timeout from Fnatic, and right after they win a round as well. I wonder what they've seen there. But obviously this is another round where they don't have that same punch to it. And Leo Chronicle
We
Durka
got a
burning up their
G
ultis.
fighting sign. This made it all the way from India. That's awesome. I love how many signs we actually have in the audience at the moment. I feel like it's going to take me a while to read through every single one of them. Guys, wait, Pampok will be in the building at any time now. I'll have loads of time.
Yeah, we'll
to
have
read
some
that
tech
one.
pauses. Don't worry. I think they just pulled up, so we're overdue a tech pause, if anything. 8th round about to kick off here. Fnatic just called that timeout to discuss how they want to handle it, and their ideas seem to be centered around B. A lot of players here, no control over C, and a turret left to watch A long push. Yeah, player there as well, Alpha. Almost wants to catch the pushing, like they'll see the turret, they'll think they've got the space, and then he'll punish. This is where Team Liquid push up, take A main control. Solkis now on the wall, and he's got one, but where's the fadeaway? How does he cross back? He'll be spotted on the way, and he'll take a second. He's done more than enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. You talk about the fadeaway, but the 2 kills, 1 death. He's allowed for rotations to come in from his teammates. He's done an impeccable job of just holding down this side of the map. They've also got the broken door locked down as well. There's not really many places for Fnatic to go without having to eliminate someone along their path. The A site is somewhat open for business, but you can see that Redgar's already set up with the operator. A misstep here could be another man advantage.
Well, that plan's coming through either way, and Team Liquid sit ready, as you said, to convert over those advantages with Fnatic. Not really having a safe place to play from, maybe tree, but they need something else, a corner of their own, and they'll get it. Nats is down. Oh no, Yuffie! He's gone running in with a shorty. You can't expect that kind of play. A kill from Redgar leaves just 1 man, and he's so far away.
He's too far.
He can never stop this defuse, and with a bullet in his head, that's assured. Team Liquid back on the scoreboard.
I feel like Yuffie's just having a great time today, but the Omen operator is actually just exactly what they needed. I think, again, it just seems to be swing moments in the round. Like, Fnatic did an impeccable job of turning it into a 3v2 scenario after the heroics of Soulcast, and then just Durka like, okay, I'm going to deny them the space with an nade, just gets obliterated, and then you have these 2 operator kills. And even then, that, I feel like, just comes off a bit of timing. They peek them together. That's an easy win for Fnatic. Instead, though, Redgar isolates them, and, well, 5 rounds already. As said, like, I expected a big attacking half from Fnatic. Right now, well, the most they can get is 7.
There's a good start to this one. Safe down already, player close though. This is gonna come down to timing. What corner's gonna be checked? The shot's missed! Down to the shorty, and Redgar wins it!
No way.
That is a strange fight, to say the least. You might be wondering why Boaster's spraying the floor, worried about Killjoy utility, but it's on B this round. They've got their control, but this is where Nats would have the opportunity to make that spray play. Unfortunately, he's back down to a Phantom.
Oh, that's been heard by Alpha. Bear in mind, Redgar is down to a slither of HP. He can get rid of it, well, an easy kill in the end. And that removes 1 prong to this 3-man retake. The rest all coming from the same angle. It's going to be much more problematic.
We had a good smoke down a moment ago to keep them back, allow the plant. But now it's all about denying that defuse. They've got the angle, 2 players on mound as well. Durka up close. He's just an annoyance for this squad. Nano off. And so too are the players of Team Liquid off the site and out of here, running to the spawn to save these weapons. That's Fnatic bouncing right back and looking very good doing it as well. 4 players alive at the end of this round.
Yeah, it does feel if they're allowed to get into their post plants, it almost seems like they're unstoppable. Like, there's been moments in some of the retakes where it's like, okay, maybe a 2v2, but if it's earlier in the round and they have all the utility they need, they can watch onto that flank, it becomes so much more difficult for Liquid to get back in. Now up to 4 rounds and, well, some decent timing. And he actually, like, physically shook. Didn't realize that anybody could be that close. I also think that Redgar might have been watching, well, either some Twisten or maybe even some something from over in Pacific. That man uses the shorty way too often. Like, it's actually disgusting.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is just, even in the EMEA now, it's starting to infect the scene.
Where are you?
I would blame Twisten for that. I think you play against him once or twice. I know, just once. You play against him once and you're like, wow, this weapon is way better than I thought it was. A lot of players here outside C. Orb already picked up, noise heard. Nats is on the rotate, even getting safe, starting to move over into position. And that means there's a ton of stopping utility on this Liquid side ready to greet the Fnatic players, but they haven't just boxed themselves in. They haven't left themselves with only one option. Turrets watching mid will be destroyed. And the A site was being watched for the A push. So they still have the chance to take it back somewhere else. And they are going to be.
Yeah, that's the thing.
There's a
All the
spike on?
information is going to be there, though. Like, you've got the A push already, C push as well. You can just see the rotation coming through from the side of Liquid, stacking up this B site almost completely. But now, again, something Fnatic are masters of in the late round, they're going to start moving their way back, having those Prowlers to just clear some of these more aggressive positions, some of the spots that Liquid could have taken while that spot was vacant. However, they will still have some defensive capabilities, and they'll be decimated by a showstopper.
Yeah, that fake smoke on B really baited them in. Boaster using his utility well just to buy those extra couple of seconds. Nice position from Durka. It's not expected. Solkis, he spotted him though, and will win the fight on a sliver of health. Traded out afterwards, but that is more than I thought he was getting. Fnatic still have the man advantage though. And with the spike planted, time ticking away, it's not in a great spot for them to defend from Mound, but at the end of the day, they've got the bodies to throw at this one. Team Liquid need to go huge on an individual level. Only 2 rifles making their way through as well. Safe's already burned up his nade. Now lose Redgar right away. Man that was doing all the damage last time on Lotus. Nats tries to fill his boost. There's 2, but a snake bite behind him will catch him off guard. Just 2 health left, and that was more than enough. With Safe falling, we're neck and neck.
Yeah, good round from Fnatic, but again, I feel like we're still seeing some incredibly close rounds, even when there's weaker weaponry. I do think this is where Fnatic really earn their money, though, when it comes to this attacking side, is just how they're able to push and pull their opponents. It seems like when they get going on this attack, they're very good, as you mentioned, like using the fake smoke, claiming the orbs, moving around the map, and then one of the things that has really made Fade popular on this map in particular is those late clears, like making sure that no one has managed to get into the positions. You could just see, if you watch the rotations in this round in particular, Liquid are going all over the map. They're trying to work out, they're trying to gamble. Of course they are, they've got weak weapons, it's the right thing to do. But then they walk into a side with one player, and that's what Fnatic are so good at, is just making you believe they're going somewhere else.
Yeah, it's the push and pull, and they understand it better than most teams on an international circuit.
I'd say better than anyone, honestly.
Probably. I just figure someone's going to have a team that can maybe match them, and we're going to have to wait months to see it actually happen. The reality is, though, this squad right now, they're showing us their strengths, but they need to continue that. As we said, you know, you were expecting a strong attacking half.
Do you remember how many rounds they got last time versus Liquid on the attack?
Not on the attack. I remember it was 13-6 both maps.
They got 11.
Attack. Oh, that's not a bad number
It was
of
that
rounds.
game where it was almost the 12-0 half. That was the one. We genuinely thought they were going to 13-0 them last time.
To be fair, I think if they came in here and they even managed to eclipse that performance, that says more negatively about Team Liquid than it does positively about Fnatic. You cannot get 11-1.
But that was also where the 6, well, obviously 5 of those then come in on the other side. So it is much better start again. We see this aggressive push from Redgar. He has had a lot of success with this operator. Taking down Durka, he has easily been the best player so far in this half. And for now, at least, Fnatic are going to have to try and work with that. And they do have a Viper's Pit, as does Nats, but maybe not the weapon you want in a Viper's Pit. I don't even think you can argue that one.
I can actually. Rate of fire is pretty high. You just spray a line across it if they're already in there. Yeah, tracers are not great. That's maybe put a silencer on it first. Already trades in for Yumpy. B-side under threat. There's the Viper's Pit. Waiting for that to come through. The plant should be safe. Now here's the thing. Fighting through a pit with this, not actually that bad. He's going to use his own. A counter pit in play. Safe actually needs to stay alive here, section these players off. It's his position that they're most likely to be in. It's where the Viper's Pit doesn't intersect, but the spike is covered. They're able to get on it. Snake bites fired through, a little shallow actually, almost blocking them in. They don't want to run through and get vulnerable. Leo there, good to get the kill. You know, he's just being sat up close, tanking those shots through, and he'll survive even still. Again, a sliver of health. He just needs the one, and there it is from Nats. Oh, and he's got another! The Odin dropping the pit and getting the round for this squad.
Too often.
Nats can get it. The time is close. I think he has it just about.
No, he hasn't. It's from the grave. Chronicle finding 2. We looked at him there with util in hand, and most of the time you'd go, what a fool. What an idiot, being caught out with a snake bite, but he fires it just before his death, and that is enough to win Fnatic the round. Brilliant stuff from Chronicle, playing with literal milliseconds. I'd also love to just get, if we could somehow find the POVs of just when Leo walked across where the Odin is firing on 1 HP and just somehow managed to dodge every single bullet. That is absurd from Chronicle that he manages to take that over the line.
Of course, it takes a second for the pit to fall as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just ridiculous. A round 1 from the grave, and 6 now on the board for Fnatic. Team Liquid in a scrap to find this final, but Solkis was pushed back by every piece of utility they have in their arsenal. Now a nade online as well. It's going to make it around the corner, and it is on that lockdown. Out of the round. Canceling out every play they try to make here. A Nightfall in play, and look who's close. Taking advantage of it, but he doesn't even get the kill. It was Leo further back assisting. 2 guns trained on that angle, and I think both players Red to be on this flank at this point. Definitely now with Redgar finding that. Time to fade back and play the 4v2.
They brought Chronicle low, but, well, Safe would have to basically toggle on an aimbot if he's going to have any chance of taking home this round. A huge resurgence towards the end of this half. I remember saying at a point the best they can get is 7. Well, 7 is what they get. A few close clutch rounds once again, but we know Fnatic always good for pulling things out in the late game. And for Liquid, they're probably going to feel a little bit hard done by. Now, all in all, not a bad half. But when you come into that 5-2 scoreline, you then lose yourself a load of rounds in a row. It's then going to be, oh, I think it was 6-3, but even still, it's going to be one of those scenarios where you're just going to be a little bit frustrated that you could have taken that much further over the line.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think at this point, though, you have to be honest with yourself. Like, the way that this played out kind of makes sense. Last time Fnatic were better, Team Liquid have patched up some of their problems, but Fnatic heated up towards the end of the half, and they got back in their stride that they'd hit before. It sets a good precedent for this series. I think Team Liquid, obviously they've changed a lot since they were picking this map into Fnatic last time, but it's certainly an improvement. The question is their attack side going to suffer with these changes? They looked decent last time, but they have to look pretty good here. And the pistol as well could send them flying. It's always Redgar on this map as well. Last time around, you know, they lost 13-6. I think he had 18 kills. And no one else was even close to him. He's good for his ones. That Omen Op, certainly something to look out for.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be an exciting half. I do agree, like, the loss of the breach, I think will... Obviously, on the defensive side, if you had those sort of set executions, there was a lot you could sort of play with there, but I think the fallback to a more sort of passive hold definitely worked for them. It also gives them slightly more in terms of flank control. Like, that's going to be one of the major things is a lot of teams on this map do like to push up, do like to try and battle for that control. Yumpy's going to be able to sort of play those sort of later lurks if necessary, but also make sure that they can sort of telegraph a lot more of those pushes. So I don't mind the compositional change whatsoever, and now going into this second half, we get to see really what they have on the line. But again, I think we need to like sort of call out a few focal players. I think Safe is definitely going to be one of them. And one of the major problems I've seen on this map in the past is that Nats, he's always going to try and lurk. We know that. But when they played versus Vitality, he got obliterated. Every single time trying to lurk through the same position on A, he got destroyed. This is something that I'm sure they've gone back with Emil, gone back to the drawing board and looked at and gone, okay, we can't be losing our Viper that early in every single round. But it's definitely something I want to note on. Is Fnatic going to try and pressure him and try and clear him as well as Vitality did? Or is he going to be able to step up and dominate, as we definitely know he can?
It definitely feels like when you look at the Fnatic squad coming into this half, they're not going to be caught off guard by Nats' looks. You're not going to be that underprepared. But how you deal with them, yeah, it's a completely different question. I think Boaster's been very willing on this Astra to be the last man in, to be watching the back a lot of the time. He's also willing to be the first man in, but when it comes to playing against someone like Nats, I think he, alongside that utility from Alpha, are going to play a huge role in just keeping him boxed in. For now, Nats hasn't been thrown out as a satellite. Instead, he's with the squad, looking to move their way towards this A site. A deep orb thrown through. This will block off all vision for Durka. Prowler actually, I don't think, caught them there. The wall was blocking vision anyway, so they know that these players are coming either way, though. That information found, and Durka straight through the orb. It's not a wall. He can walk right through it and take the kills. 2 already, and he's faded back. Nade online, ready to go. And these players still need to pick that spike up and get it back on the ground and activate it. Swarm Grenade might buy them time. There's a gap. there's a little gap.
Yeah, we've seen statistically Fnatic have been fantastic in pistols, and I do think that having Durka has definitely helped out with that. See if there's going to be the ability to find any sort of response. Yumpy's stuck in the mud at the back of the site. And, well, they're running out of time now to sort of find anything, get that plant through. Durka feeling confident and just clears them out. A 4K, a 3K in the previous pistol. It's safe to say that those rounds are almost given for free when you have Durka on your side.
Well, yeah, look, the guy can hit some shots, I'll say that. 20 kills on the board right now. I mean, we talked about him earlier as someone that was certainly heating up and feeling confident, looking confident. It's impossible not to be when you're playing like that. Halfway towards a showstopper as well. What a way to open up this half. And for Team Liquid, definitely not the ideal scenario, but as we've said many times, you see that second round one up by the other team. In fact, in this map, we already saw it. So Team Liquid won't be down and out of it just yet. And as we said in the previous time we saw a very similar buy, there are some teeth to this purchase. Not something Fnatic can disrespect.
Yeah, I do think if they manage to take the second round off Fnatic twice, I'll be very impressed. Like, I think maybe another match is okay. Again, it's just the ghosts. Is that something we've been underrating? Because we always talk about the shorty, but a chance for almost getting both kills. Yeah, he collats him. Unfortunately, the Marshall not quite as strong as the operator, and well, maybe gets a little bit greedy himself. He's now fallen.
Still, you'll take it. As long as they don't lose anybody else in this round, they can still be relatively happy.
I think they've already lost time. They've already lost a Bulldog.
They have, but they could recover that. It should be brought to them later on. Never mind. Nice shot. Leo down, and so is Chronicle. Not again. It's all left on in the IGL. Boaster leading by example in this. And a stinger in hand. He might have an upgrade somewhere that he can grab. They've picked up a Bulldog on Nats. Yeah. There's bodies everywhere, though.
Left.
On his way back through.
Planted.
Going through the wall, tanking the decay. The one advantage here, they don't know where he is, but the second that information falls into Liquid's hands, they should have this locked down. They've got the numbers for it. Nats and Sulkas tagged up. It makes it a little easier on that swing in towards the tree, but then you've got to deal with safe later and the time ticking away as well. The win conditions stacking up for Boaster. He'll tap it at first to bait them out into the open. There they are! He'll get two, but like we said, Safe was there to close it out in the end. And a follow-up from the pistol loss sees Liquid take the win 2 times in this
That's the
map.
thing. We talk about the percentage of sort of winning these rounds, normally like 80% plus. Once you win the pistol, you win the second round.
Yep.
Now the same sort of advantage then falls in. If you manage to win that second round, it's going to be such a huge boost to the economy. Like, they're going to not only have been able to retrieve a rifle or two along the way, well, a rifle, because Safe was the only one standing, but on the other side of things, completely in the mud economically. So the start to both halves for Liquid is about as good as you can get. The fact is, though, even when they win these conversion rounds, they're still only going to be even with Fnatic.
That's it. I mean, for Fnatic right now, as we said before, the control seemed to be in their favor. This is a map that they look good on. But I'm curious, Team Liquid's attack, if they can do that with pistols, doing it on the defense, you know, you can get lucky with stacks. They can be caught in the cascade of utility, and you can catch them off guard. Hell, we saw that. Even Yumpy doing it to Fnatic over on the C site in one of the early rounds. The reality is, making those rounds work when you're on the attack, sure, you can coagulate with your numbers, but up against this comp from Fnatic, they should just be shutting you out and sectioning you off. Chipping away as you make your way in. But they made it work. And long-range fights with Ghosts as well, like, just unreal scenes.
The funny thing is basically you have to headshot, body shot, or you just have to go 2 headshots back to back. But somehow that seems to be something Liquid are able to do without really breaking too much of a sweat. And again, they're sort of playing this slow game around the map. Fnatic, they've gambled on C. 4 players here, the other on B. A site completely open, and okay, they're going to be given the sound cue, the huge display on the map of the revolving door, giving things away, but getting into a spot where they can do anything about it, well, it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, there's 12 seconds left, but that plant is coming in. I don't think there's any way to deny it. Never mind, they've denied it for at least a second, pulled him off the site. 4 seconds left. Did they kill him with that nade? If it had have landed, it could have, but Salvier's left alone. Finds a bit of damage, but that is all there is to write about it. Look, They stopped the plant, 7 seconds on the clock. He goes back, couple seconds left, and a nade came through. It was more winnable than it looked.
Yeah. I also was just waiting, like watching Alfia, just like he always has a round that never should happen. I don't think he's had it yet. So I'm sort of waiting, especially on this map. He's done some things that are truly disgusting. Now we do have coming in towards the first proper buy for either side, 2 ultimates coming online. One of them, Soulcast. You've also got the showstopper close for safe and online for Durga. Really does show how much he's sort of fragging in this map, and he is pushing up. He is looking to battle and brawl, takes control pretty much on his lonesome. But on the other side, Nightfall showstopper could be a terrifying combination if they throw it in to one of the sides.
The benefit here is huge. So Leo already got an orb, managed to sneak up close. Now he's making a lot of noise. He's jumping around, jump spotting it, grabbing the information. The idea is that if they see him there, they shouldn't expect Durka to be up close. But now there's no contact. They've waited their 30 seconds, they've seen nothing, and no, Durka's gone! The showstopper doesn't get let loose. The Seas is kept safe back. He can't claim the space he wants, but he might be on for a kill. No. A little too shallow. Leo stuck around. This is a very brave move, ambitious. He needs to get a lot done from this spot, and he'll get absolutely nothing. Team Liquid can take this wherever they want now. 5 versus 3.
There was a world where you see Leo getting a free kill or 2 there, and he maybe turns the round on his head. Utility going to be mostly destroyed by the nanoswarms, but it still buys that little bit of extra time. Alpha on side, only able to get the one. Safe sacrifices himself so the team can get the space in the trade. And although there's going to be a little bit of damage off the utility, you now have to call into question, okay, is this worth risking? Or do you want to just hold on to the weaponry?
No, this is a save. I find it hard to believe they go for anything else, and just look at that body language. We're already seeing these players make that call. Another round for Team Liquid, and you know, after losing that pistol, I did start to worry a little bit that Fnatic might run away with things, but the response was there immediately, and Liquid are fighting pound for pound up against Fnatic. They're not falling into these pitfalls. Their XX are looking good, and even the way they're pushing and pulling the map is looking fantastic. This is a much stronger squad than the last time they faced, and Boaster, well, he's got some protection.
Yeah, that's the thing you have to bear in mind with this map in general is it has been lost 4 times this season, 1 twice by Liquid, once against Giants, the other versus Koi when they were using Reyna. So the fact that they are looking so good on a map where you're talking about a 6-0 record for Fnatic right now. No one has even come particularly close. In fact, do you know what? I'll give you one guess, Mitch. Of the 6 teams that have played Fnatic on this map, who do you think got the closest, if you're going to name someone this season?
I would say, thinking about the squads, I don't know if they played it. Did
FUT,
FUT play
NAVI,
it?
KC,
FUT,
Koi,
yeah.
FUT, and
FUT
Team
would be my
Liquid.
call.
It was Carmine call.
Right.
10 rounds. The only team to get to double digits.
So what do we,
Liquid
what
might
do
be
we
the
conclude
second.
from that?
Zacia's a god.
There you go. Hey, I'm all right with that conclusion. Backside, tough to play here. Utility falls on you a lot of the time, and there's the paranoia. There goes the C's up behind, forced into the open, and he is down and out of the round. Chronicle was there to support him, but now he's falling back. A nade right on his feet, and the shells will get him. Boaster, the next line of defense. Odin in hand, good for 1. The spray's coming through, but he swung on, and Nats will punish. The smoke not down in time. It would have helped the defenders in that moment, but almost timing it perfectly as that player falls. Fnatic now left in a 2v4. Odin picked up by Durka. He's trying to deny the plant. But again, once the smoke fades, this becomes very difficult to get done. That almost got him. That was so damn close. A haircut for Nats. He's 16 HP down in the water. Nobody wants to be the first one to step on site. Look at that delay power. But it starts to look like maybe they're faking, maybe they're going somewhere else. Good plant spot. Nade coming through, predicting that they'll go there. I'll get some damage maybe. Oh, maybe not. It didn't even hit him. The box protected him entirely. Unlucky.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If they get a kill, Nightfall, maybe there's an opportunity, but now again, it just falls into a save. Liquid are going to be taking the lead. They're looking incredibly good on this attack so far, and Fnatic, it seems almost like a bit of a flash in the pan, a slow start once again, but the thing that is always just there, it's like the pit in my stomach just thinking, at any moment, this team can turn up. Any moment, Durka can have a round, so you can see how controlled things are looking right now for Liquid. They are waiting down that clock, making sure that spike is going off, and then they're going to go hunting.
I don't think they'll make it. quite far enough to catch these players. My bet would be both of those rifles carried through to the next round, and for Fnatic, that'll give them some hope. But a timeout is called, and I think it's the right idea. This is where you want to take a step back. The lead has just been taken by a team that was decently far behind. You've lost both follow-ups to the pistols, which is as good as losing the pistols a lot of the time. It never gets old, man. It never gets old. Yumpy barking away. Safe's been doing the same. He's been emulating them. You love it.
I thought you'd be a little bit scared of that, considering that you're the only guy I know who's meowed on a broadcast.
Listen, we'll have to have a... I don't even know what that's called. A noise off.
Yeah, a noise off doesn't quite. I mean, maybe.
See what noises we can make. What other animals? What other animals can you do, Yumpy? Let me know. We'll find out later. But look, 9-8. Team Liquid are in a good spot. Their economy's thriving. Their ults aren't online yet, but you could have a pit and a lockdown coming into this round. And on the Fnatic side, they do have a lockdown. They do have a Nightfall. And they could have Cosmic Divide. Something to work around, but it's more so their economy that I'm interested in. And I think this timeout, you know, the first few seconds will be deciding how they want to invest. And then the follow-up's going to be what they want to do with it.
This is sort of the value of constantly playing those low shields, is they can consistently sort of gamble a little bit more with their economy. Of course, it does also mean they've been punished a few times with the pistols they've been up against. It's made those ghosts that little bit more effective when they've fought up against them, but for now at least, not going to be too much of a detriment. They've also got incredible retake ults. I think that's actually why we're seeing them stack up on that A side of the map, looking like they're going to properly battle for this a little bit earlier on. But in the meantime, Liquid are currently leading their way straight towards the C side. Now, this might just be for some early orb control. Potentially going to look to get the Viper's Pit, maybe the lockdown of their own. But instead, they're actually just playing contact. Looking to walk through. They know there's been an Odin here. And instead, they're just going to put the pressure. Boaster just has to retreat.
Yeah, he's not too upset about that, but losing Chronicle, that's going to put a bit of a dampener on this situation. He is seized up, spraying back and getting Redgar. A good kill for Boaster, but he won't be able to deny that plant. The nade has sectioned him off completely. That means Team Liquid get to set up outside of the site. The key thing being Yumpy still has that lockdown. It's not easy to use here. Not easy to use.
He can use it as a counter, though. That's the thing.
Exactly.
If Alpha now tries to use his, throw it in, they can do the same on the other side by exactly the same amount of time.
Good spot.
And Fnatic almost have to just push in here. They have to start moving forward. Now, they've cleared safe. That was the sort of danger man within the site. And now they're just trying to destroy that lockdown. I don't know if it's going to work out. So they have to retreat all the way back, buying a lot of time, but also removing a lot of the danger of that Cosmic Divide, which will now look to fade as they get slowly picked apart. Alpha can only do so much, and Yumpy with the shorty once again is there to close it. Double digits, as said, only one team has made double digits versus Fnatic on this map. Liquid join an exclusive club.
Exclusive club with Carmine Core. I'm sure they're delighted. That was the goal for this season, and now they've met it. Eamon can go home happy. But look, for Fnatic, at this point, you've got to be upset with how that went down. Look at this guy. He ran through with a shorty, ran through the Cosmic Divide. I believe he popped the reload, right? And then he comes around the corner again. Just insane. 10-8 right now. Team Liquid upsetting my pick'ems, that's for damn sure.
Oh, mine are messed up.
Yeah, they're already. It's in the bin. You might as well get someone else through to the final for it. But it's a good sign, seeing the rest of EMEA catch up on Fnatic as well. There was a time where that wasn't possible, when this man, Alpha Yair, would just tear your team apart. But he only gets one this time. And up close, Boaster. Oh, he doesn't, I mean, why would you expect it? Look at that position from Redgar.
No.
Okay, there won't be a punish on the back of it. Could have been an awkward duel. Instead, they're just going to group up and push Boaster on the side.
Again, just farming those orbs early in the round. Something Fnatic themselves have done quite regularly. And once again, building into the seaside. The execution on this side of the map has been sublime. Constantly forcing Fnatic to play a sort of retake setup, not really being able to hold any level of control because of all the utility that's been going through. Really nice shot from Boaster. The spam through the wall does a fair bit of damage, and they're actually going to hightail it. Yumpy has taken so much control.
30 seconds left.
They're aware they gave it up, but a split-second mistake from Chronicle. He's too late to turn around when he makes it round the corner. I like the attempt to wall bang through. But the plan does come in inside the Viper's Pit, and this will be very difficult to fight back into. They've only dropped one. The spray is good on the box. Boaster getting tagged up a little more. Durka on one. Nats is fallen. Pit is down. And Yumpy, they can't do it.
Oh my God.
Somehow, they have walked away with a victory in this round. And once that pit went up, I thought it was over.
I feel like Leo, like, sometimes he'll have like a quieter game, and then he's like that guy in your matchmaking who just seems to toggle and just pull out a round from absolutely nowhere. A wallbang kill and a headshot straight into a Viper's pit, just predicting where his opponent was. And the thing is, they forced, I think it was Nats, out of the Viper's pit and spot him. And then from then onwards, it just makes it so much easier, especially because he uses his Nightfall across the pit, so there wasn't really anywhere for Nats to go. It was just a wonderful round from them. Again, at any moment, Fnatic players can just turn up on this sort of level. Round difference now, just one once again, and spam through almost a taste of their own medicine here.
Oh, it was a little. Durka ended up tagged pretty heavily. Safe's gonna fire, he's gone! The showstopper helped him evade the paint shells. He'll get a kill for his trouble, but the return is instantaneous from Fnatic. Their advantage will be held for now.
I think he was waiting to see if anyone would run through the door.
Yeah, of course. He's trying to spray it quickly because that should be their point of contact if they were going to kill him. It makes sense, it just looks quite funny. But yeah, with Safe tagged up and left down on 12 HP, Fnatic, man advantage, Viper's pit to recover.
As well.
Yeah, and great information. This does seem like maybe they get a plant, but the post plant will be an incredibly tough battle for this squad.
Just waiting to see what Alpha does. Because a lot of the time, the things that this guy will do, the risks that he will take.
Spike planted.
Not this time. Waiting for the rotation to come through for the rest of the team. They're also flanking in. Nats has at least spotted that, holding now that that turret is offline. Unfortunately, he's not going to win that fight.
Now cut out in the open. An easy kill. Safe though, might be able to catch them off guard. A side angle for one, stops the defuse for now. One away from grabbing a nade as well. And with 12 HP, that's probably his best bet here. Again, it's going to be tapped.
Player standing.
Again, it's going to be tapped. And now Safe knows he had to go through that smoke. He had to take that kill. And there were going to be two guns ready for him to do just that. Saving is the only option, and he will be safe outside of A. So, 10-10, we've ended up neck and neck yet again.
Yeah. They're never out. That's the thing with Fnatic. They're never out of a game until it's officially over, until the scoreline hits 13 or sometimes even more. And a big couple of rounds coming through for them. It now starts to be called into question how much depth is going to be there from the side of Liquid on this attack side. They're being tested. And straight away, it looks like Chronicle is just going to throw up a Viper's pit.
Pit's up right away on C. Funny that they still have the backup, right? You're still leaving Alpha here with his utility. Again, maybe expecting that hit to come through, but it's also covering your back. Which is pretty important up against this squad. Boaster, you are making me a very happy man. I hope you know that. He's so close to getting safe as well. He looks to the corner. Oh, it's just to the left and he doesn't know.
That does remind me of yours, actually. It got 0 damage.
All right, Tom, that was uncalled for. There was no need for that.
Chronicles got down. I don't know if that was just a raw spam into the smoke that came out. That was Yumpy from B. That was Yumpy from B that got that. That's such a weird. I need to see that on a replay. I don't know how he's just managed to take out Chronicle, but whatever he did, definitely problematic. Not quite onto the plant either. And while the push through from Safe is going to drop Boaster, I think, again, this might just have to be a position where they save him. Redgar might not even allow them to. Already pushing all the way up.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, that save is definitely the idea for the end of this round over on Fnatic. But it's not even Redgar. Look at Nats as well. Never mind. You can't look at Nats. He is dead.
You can look at his body.
Yeah, we could. What a wonderful view that would be. I think for Fnatic, they're going to have to just save over towards the tree now, tuck themselves in, because you're going to want to take that op out of their hands. You know that for sure.
Sorry, what?
What? No, because they're saving. They're saving the weapons of tree, Tom.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you did.
You don't understand that?
Yeah, you didn't say something sus.
No, it's okay. Yeah, they're getting away with it. Both going to be saved through the next.
I don't know if the kill that Yumpy got is as ridiculous.
It must be the door
I
open,
think it is,
right? And he
yeah,
sprayed
I think they open the door, and from there he spammed through.
It's still stupid. He killed him in the pit, like. You know what I mean? It's not. It's still kind of ridiculous. The pit was up, he sprayed wildly and got the kill.
It's completely ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. Like, the door was opened by a teammate. He just spams through, kills a Viper's pit player, and just completely ruins the round for Fnatic. I don't know why that was something that happened, but it did.
Oh, up top, hello! What an attempt, and he's shot down! Safe out of this round, the showstopper. I'm not sure that's how they intended to use it, but that'll work. It's actually quite rare to even get the kill on the guy up there. Like, so often it's gonna go past him and hit the wall behind, but that was pinpoint accurate.
Daka doesn't miss.
No, he doesn't.
Daka
He doesn't. Heat seek and missile, dude.
He's the anti-Rosa. Here we go, though. An advantage for Fnatic once again. Solcast still with his Nightfall online as they do look to move towards this A site. But look at the Fnatic rotation. Already 3 players starting to circle this site. But with pressure being thrown in towards the broken door, it starts to call maybe into question if they've got to rotate a player back. You can see Alpha firmly dedicated in his turret, yet to have any contact. So because of that, Fnatic can't afford to just leave their players within this site.
Not a ton of utility to be thrown out by Liquid either when they make this push through. It won't be too uncomfortable to defend against. Jumpy lobbing over some of those nanos to try and cause problems, push players out of position, but Fnatic had this on lockdown. 2 players on site, 2 watching the other avenue. Seems like for Team Liquid, turning tails the only solution, but there's 15 seconds left. They've got to go. It's now or never. And they're running right into Boaster, ripping them to shreds with that Odin. Good night and sweet dreams to this round for Team Liquid. Fnatic coming out. They only lose Chronicle. Very clean round to bring us back to even territory.
Yeah, especially with how this round started out. It looked like there was going to be an easy kill for Safe to start this one off, and instead it's a showstopper straight in the chest. It's just an almost instant reaction. And while just buying that extra time, having a solid read on where Liquid wanted to go, you're going to see a tactical pause taken from them. I do think that their early pressure into the C site is something that was so successful. I would like to see them attempt that again. I don't think that's something that's really been figured out yet by Fnatic on this defense. They tried a Viper's Pit, which got insta-headshotted. They tried sort of delaying on the time using the Odin to stop the plants. That almost worked, but even still didn't. I wouldn't mind seeing them go back in that direction again. I think the A site hold from Fnatic in this last few rounds has been impeccable. So maybe put that initial pressure there as they did in the past, play with those rotations a little bit. I think that's where Liquid have really shown their strength so far in this half.
Well, there's 2 left to play for here. And this timeout for Team Liquid, I think that's going to be the last one, right? We're out of them now for the home stretch, pushing into OT potentially.
Well, we could have another one in 2 rounds.
I don't know. I don't know if that's going to come through. We got 15 seconds left before the barriers go up. Lockdown in play for the defenders. Certainly not for the attacking side. Only the Nightfall to work around on the ult side. And the operator in the hands of Durka. 25 and 13 right now. And he hasn't even needed this weapon. He's just been taking duel after duel with the rifles. Now the big boy's in his hands. We'll see what he gets done. He's going ambitious. Out through the door, looking for the peak. He's swinging in with an operator, and they never expected it.
And as quickly as he's in, he's out. Already gone. And again, it's just allowing for some earlier rotations. Chronicle bringing his util, but that pressure is being thrown in. The spike a little bit further behind, and you can see, once again, they're set up ready to try and deny any form of post-plant. Soulcast is looking to almost fight for this. And actually, they're going to try and take towards the spawn, I reckon. He's got his Nightfall ready to go.
It might be the right play here. Try and deny some of that space, try and get these players out of position. The Odin spraying away for damage. The trades coming in from Alpha. They were so focused on taking him down, they forgot about the other angle. 12 rounds on the board for Fnatic. And despite a hard-fought battle from Liquid, this map could slip out of their control again. This time, a little bit more of a heartbreaking manner. So close.
Well, that's the thing. The silver lining, they've already done the best anyone has ever done against Fnatic on this map. Will they care about that?
No.
No. Will it feel worse? Probably.
Yes. Definitely. Definitely. You lose 13-6, you say, hey, they were better. We messed up. We know why we lost. You lose 13-11? you're losing sleep tonight, as well as the map. Boaster, smoked off, but he gets the info. The jump spot is solid. He knows these players are closing in the distance. It's going to be fighting for that orb control again. I imagine we're not going to see them follow. Actually, the A and B players are shifting over. The spike's being picked up. Maybe they are going to blitz C.
As I said, it's definitely looked like their biggest strength so far is their fights towards the C site, or even if that fails, falling back to B. I think their A site takes have been a little rough. Double operator for the defensive side as well. You can see Alpha pushed up, and it means that, again, they can start gambling those rotations back over to the C site already. Leo hightailing it in that direction. They've got so much map control. You can understand why they're going to start taking these risks, expecting players to be towards that connector, but they've got to deal with Boaster. Planting without him dying is a problem, and the spam through, maybe a bigger one. Leo's managed to find a kill straight back, but the aggression this time works out. They're going to take that man advantage, and, well, no one can stop the plant for now.
Oh, that should have been a free kill, but good movement. Close to the doorway at least. Durka survives, but now he's going to thrive. 1v4, Odin in play. Already grabs the first. He's up on site in an instant. He could spam through the very tippity top of the mound maybe, but the advantages aren't massive. He's going to have some of the best shots of his life here. All three players lining up now in a firing squad. One behind the mound, one behind the wall, and it's off Soulcast's contact when he's too far out to get back around the corner. Really well handled. We're going to an overtime, and I think this is a deserved one for sure. Team Liquid have fought hard for it.
Yeah, this has been an El Clasico level match. Liquid at the start of the season, not having the greatest of results, facing Fnatic, being demolished, grinding all the way through, making it to Japan, and now they're back to try and, well, kick the king off his throne, I guess.
You know, certainly a grudge match from the regular season where they were embarrassed 13-6 on both maps, but go further back to champions. This is the squad that eliminated them. They're going to want to take these guys down, and I guess as well, you enter this matchup, unlike the other two, with no pressure. And not as much, certainly. Already secured your spot. Not knowing the format of Japan will certainly put some questions in their minds, though, right? This could literally be the game to send them to champs, depending on how that format plays out.
Yeah, we don't know. Maybe it'll be the two EMEA teams have two of the spots in the
It could be
the playoffs stage.
It could
already.
be just making finals. It could be winning finals. You never know. We have 4 slots, so it's
got to play to the whistle. That's what I've always been told.
That's exactly it. You got to play to the whistle. I love that. Well, for Fnatic, they're making their way to B, and this might not be the best play. Killjoy set up here. They had players ready to go. They still do. And mainly what I'm thinking about is Solkas. He's got to see he's ready whenever they're going for these pushes. A lot of the time, his utility has been well timed, but he's moved out now towards the A site. Instead, it's going to be back up from Nats, who's already tagged low. So is Durka, but he's just flying in. Doesn't give a damn. Has a nade, could lob it in. No, instead, he's just going himself. This guy's insane. 11 HP, and they're not even going to look his way. Little more awkward than it should have been, but it's okay.
He eventually goes down, but it's an easy trade for Alpha. Putting this round firmly in the hands of Fnatic. They're going to need some heroics on that Liquid side. Whoa, that's a decent start from Redgar. Takes down one. Soulcast looking for that fight, but, well, he's found it and given the information over to the other side. 15 seconds left, still no plant. Will eventually come through, though. Soulcast maybe expecting that to be more of a bait, and, well, for Redgar, there's just no space to be found.
Gone for the glass cannon on this, and he'll be the last man standing trying to convert this round. 3 players to take down, and they get him through the smoke. Fnatic again with a chance to close out this map, 13-12, and they'll be swapping over. Now mounting their defense to close it out.
Yeah. Again, fighting valiantly, tooth and nail, but it's just this man. It's this man here. He has been the difference maker in so many rounds. You could it's almost just a panic from Safe, just realizing he's been caught, but that's the thing. It always feels in this series that Durka is inevitable. Well, 29 kills, nobody particularly close, 8 behind is Safe. He's still respectable 21, but that has been the difference, the slight difference, and that margin might just be enough to grant Fnatic their first map. Still, they've got to do it on this defensive side, and while both teams have proven to just be that little bit stronger over on the attack.
Yeah, most definitely. It's what's going to give first for Team Liquid's attack, taking it very slowly. This is much more of a default than I think we've seen them play in the majority of rounds. Maybe expecting Fnatic to have some ideas that they want to push through on. But nothing will be found. With a minute left on the clock, they have no map control past what they get at the start of the round and rubble, but it's not really worth much, especially when you're looking at C-Site having both a Viper and a Killjoy in play. I think they're going to fake A here. I mean, there's a lot of noise being made. They're burning a ton of utility, and we've seen it from Fnatic on their attack side and how they love to push and pull, how they love to fake it out, give presence, show just how many players are here, and then get the kill elsewhere. Redgar onto Chronicle. That opens up C a little bit, but as we said, you still have Alpha over that side of the map.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, now the time becomes a huge issue for the side of Liquid. 25 seconds. Durka is using their own smoke against it. Now they are going to actually use the snakebite and now try and split back. The thing is though, Leo was waiting, watching for them to try and make this move. Durka finally taken down by Timmy, but now Yumpy's all that left. 10 seconds to try and make this work, and you can see Alpha's gone. But he will get the plant. He's managed to grab the spike and escape in the last second. Boaster, does he take a risk here? No, he's going to have to wait this one out, and with the lockdown, he can buy a little bit of extra time.
Oh my god, this is winnable somehow for Yumpy. After all this and tagged up on Boaster, it's the Alpha trade that you're worried about, and that's why it comes through in the end. Lockdown destroyed, and Team Liquid in much the same state. That map is done. 14-12, the biggest challenge for Fnatic so far this season when it comes to Lotus.
Oh yeah.
But in the end, it's the same result.
No, it really impressive from Liquid. This has been a map for them that I think has been very shaky throughout the season. It was one that Fnatic came into it picking, knowing this is our map, we will win it. And that's the thing, any map that Fnatic has taken a team to this season has been pretty much dominant for them. So the fact that that was so incredibly tight is a great sign for Liquid going forward in this series. Bind up next has been one that, well, it's been proven that Fnatic can bleed. They lost it literally just the other day. So I think that Liquid are going to be feeling fairly confident going into map number 2. The only thing is you're so damn close to taking that one over the line. It's not quite enough though.
No, it really isn't. And as we always say, those are the hardest losses to take, the close ones. You know, 13-6 when Team Liquid picked this map up against Fnatic. Fnatic pick it now.
11-1/2.
OT, 11-1/2. What can you do about that? All in all, though, this is a good sign for Team Liquid in the series. That was Fnatic's map pick. Up next is theirs, and who knows how Bind is going to go.
Banger series.
We absolutely do. Let's toss into a break and get back with Bind.
Nice! Good job, Derka.
Nice!
Nice, Alpha!
Nice! Good job!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target,
I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
What a start to today's regular schedule program, you guys. Already in overtime between Fnatic and Liquid. I can't wait to see how the rest of the day plans out. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Cougar and Lothar. The first overtime for Fnatic. What an exciting one as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Team Liquid had a very clear idea about how they wanted to execute this map. We and the casters were saying, you know, they decided to start on the defense. Why is that? We clearly saw it at the beginning of the match in the first rounds. I think that the plan was very clear, and also the responses to those second rounds after losing those pistols.
Yeah, dude, that was crazy. 2 pistols once by Fnatic, twice being counted by the pistols. I think I got blinded by light. I think there was a really big reason for that to happen because of the small shields that Fnatic was buying on round 2 and got punished twice by like a sheriff for the opener or second kill. But in general, by the way,
dry pushing was insane. Like very smart play. Sorry.
Yeah, Delca versus Safe, by the way, because we had 2 of them at the top of the scoreboard. The duels between them, there were 12 duels. 10 of them was won by Delca.
Just Durka things. I feel like he diffs almost every other duelist in the league as well. But let's talk about that Team Liquid defense side, because they really pushed Fnatic to the brim, and they show some really nice stuff, Lothar.
Yeah, on this tracers, you can see this is the defense from Team Liquid during the first 20 seconds. You can see that the A side is essentially controlled only by Soulcast. Redgar was once there at the beginning of the round with the operator, and that's about it. When he got the shorty kill, by the way, that was the moment. But in general, you can see how they shifted their defenses and bolstered the C and B area, and that was nice because that's how Fnatic played against them in an overall on Lotus. They play very heavy default towards the C side, don't take control of A in the first tempo, and because of that, Liquid was just gambling the shift towards the other sides because they assumed that Fnatic will not show anything new.
Yeah, I think it's also crazy the fact that when we saw them against Giants, they were very scared to take that space on A because it was trembling what happened against Fnatic, and how they were shut down completely by the Odin time after time. Now they've regained that confidence, and to me the spotlight was on Soulcast during that defense and on Redgar's operator.
Yeah, let's talk about Soulcast real quick and bring his highlights forward here, because he had that A site on lock down, even though they changed their comp a little bit. But Dom of recent weeks, as we had them on post plan as well, was talking about how much work he's putting in to make sure that he is better. And Kakuka, it really shows. It just shows.
Yeah, completely. Like if we were just based on this defense and also on the attack, he made me believe that Fade is 100% necessary on this map. You know that you can run different things. I said he made me believe, and I'm telling you, he made me believe because his utility usage was so important. I think that from both Fades, we saw it, Leo as well, like the combos that they were doing were so clean, were putting so much pressure and so much distress onto the other team. What is it? Tell me.
I just wanted to say that Soulcast, even though the amount of kills were maybe that many of them, but many of them were impactful. He single-handedly won a round 2 for TL.
Oh, they did. He did indeed. But also the changes. Yumpy going on that Killjoy. Alpha is kind of the Killjoy king we have right now. So if we take a look at some of the things that he did as well, maybe not perfect. I think the flanks, he got caught off guard quite a few times. But there was also, for example, destroying Alpha's setup on the attack as well, Kakuka, that he did over and over again.
Yeah, Alpha destroying Yumpy's setup.
I think both did it to each other.
Yeah. But I think it's very important because Alpha always plays like this anti-Killjoy, Killjoy. He always saves a little bit of utility, even when he's playing on the defense, to just destroy, to play after, to actually adapt to the other Killjoy thinking of you. I think this was a very interesting duel because, again, we have talked a lot about how Team Liquid have been playing without that Killjoy, how Nats is, a little bit one-dimensional, but Yumpy going on it again, I think it opens the window to what this team can achieve looking towards Tokyo.
In general, I enjoyed this match. There was a lot of small, nifty micro situations, like with the nanoswarms that were used to destroy the other Sentinel's utility. I also really liked what we have seen in this replay. There was this Astra smoke on CT that was pushed towards the right side of CT on C side instead of being in front of it. It kind of caught Team Liquid off guard, but then they were able to adapt and they were actually aggressively peeking through it. So Boaster paid the price a few times.
Sleek is going to be so upset that he missed this map. I know he's not watching right now, but yeah, it was a really interesting map to watch. And as we went into overtime, if we take a look at round 25, is when the adaptation came in. As you said, Fnatic, they played as if they didn't want to show anything new, but in overtime, Lothar, they did show something new, and it was great.
Yeah, it was the 5-man push.
Yes,
it's
first time ever.
On B, it's literally they never attack this way on the Lotus, and it's always just a more defaulty setup. But on overtime, Boaster called it to be aggressive on that B and allow Durka to not only have that freedom of choice, but you can see that's literally got the perfect timing because of the satchel he used. Not enough comms, I'm guessing, from the Liquid to make sure that they understand that one player is already on site after that first initial kill. So the aggressive push here was a great call from Boaster.
Yeah, and I think it came in the perfect timing because when we jump into overtime and they're, almost there to lose the map, it's the time to do something different, something that you haven't done during the regular part of this matchup. And it's good to know that there are still these things in Fnatic, those different layers of things that they have ready.
This is the scary thing about this team, right? You know they go A and B over and over again. And Liquid was so well prepped, sorry, A and C. Liquid was so well prepped for the fact that Fnatic just love going A and C so often and leaving B empty unless they go through Hobbit. But then in overtime, Lothar, they're like, do you know what? You figured us out? No, you haven't. We're going to go B and surprise you, and it works.
But that's the thing. It feels that Fnatic got tested, and they feel they got tested, so they needed to swap up the strategy. They couldn't rely on what they showed before.
Yeah, but also Liquid very nearly won that map, and as we head into the second map, things are going to get better for them because they chose this, and this is one of the picks that didn't surprise us at all. We know that Liquid want to go here, and after the performance Fnatic had against FUT, I'm already looking at Ascent, Cougar. I think Liquid might take this one.
I mean, and especially about the situation that we just linked in Lotus, like they definitely came in prepared. It's still questions towards, you know, that composition that Rega going on the Omen. We understand that he is very comfortable on that pick, but it's also the fact that the smokes are really going to play against him if he keeps doing these things over and over.
Well, we've seen both teams play Bind already, so let's take a look as we go towards the Telestrator and see what else we can expect. Of course, I'm just happy, you guys. We're getting the Prime Liquid and Prime Fnatic today. Is exciting.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome to watch, and I'm very happy that we're gonna go into Bind because it's one of my favorite maps. So first,
I missed it.
Yeah, I missed it too, right? It's such a great map to see like the rotations, how they work, and so on. But first, we're gonna bring in is from the Fnatic versus FUT game. I wanted to showcase how FUT was aggressive towards the backside of A. So I'm just gonna play all of the rounds from attack that ended up on A from FUT
is
and
attacking.
FUT is attacking, and wanted to show you how much they push the backside. So pay attention how they take the space towards the backside of A through this side before the plants happen. And we're gonna make a comparison with the movement from Liquid in a moment, because that's the reason why Fnatic had troubles.
Yeah, exactly. And part of it is because of the KO, something that we do not see that often here in Bind, but they were actually, you know, creating a lot of pressure. It forces you out, it takes you out of your position, and it kind of sells you a little bit into the position that you're standing, and you have to make a quick decision.
And now we're gonna play Team Liquid, how they play on attack on Bind, and you can see there's a lot of movement actually towards showers, but then that showers is not the initial initiation on the side, and it still goes through short. But look how the plant is gonna happen. When the plant is gonna happen on A side, they are still not pushing into backside. So I'm assuming there's the plant, there's gonna happen way more plants now in a moment, and only Sky is like taking the space there, but it's still like less proactive.
Yeah, even with that, it also depends a lot on the Viper wall that you're using towards here. If you want to cover that CT angle, not cover it, but actually, you know, get the effect on the players to, you know, have them vulnerable as they go out. Not only that, obviously, since they're not playing Brim, they cannot do those two insta smokes. There's a little bit of delay, and you know, changes things a little bit. They're able to do it, but they don't really commit to it. Maybe with what they saw the other day, they want to commit more to it.
I'm very happy that you mentioned the Viper wall, because FUT was using the angled wall that was allowing them to get a little bit of space on CT, something that Fnatic doesn't do, and they do the straight wall towards the box. But one more thing I wanted to show you, right? Yeah, this spot that you can see right here, we're gonna swap to a replay from around. I'm gonna play this. So this is a spot that Nat takes a lot of times. It's on short, he's standing in his own orb, then it runs out and he's just standing in this particular angle. But the thing is, he's done it almost every single time when they play on Bind. So do you think it's gonna get counted?
I think totally. At least we're going to see Fnatic pre-firing it. I think that is also a situation where we saw in Hookah back in the day, everybody was playing there with the judge, and it's something that you need to be aware of, that there's a chance that that is going to happen. If you see this orb, I think that Nats is going to use it to his advantage, being like, yeah, they're going to think that I'm going to be here, and probably trigger the audio cue.
All right.
Well, I'm very, very excited for this map. I mean, we talk about the fact that these teams have played against each other a bunch of times. This is one of those maps that both Fnatic and Liquid went to over and over and over again. In fact, in the past, before this year, when they used to play against each other, they always played Bind. There was very, very few times that Bind didn't come up, so I'm very excited to see how this new Fnatic and new Liquid are going to do against each other. We are heading into Agent Select now. Honestly, I love Redgar so much, and I love his Omen on other maps, but I really don't like it here.
The problem is it doesn't deliver the tempo value that Brimstone has.
And
the initiation from the ultimate.
Yeah, totally.
is so fantastic, and it also gives you more post-plant positioning. And the only thing, the advantage from Omen here is, oh, let me one way on garden when we're attacking, so we have a little bit better understanding on that situation there, essentially.
I think that he likes to play a little bit like distressing the enemy in the sense that he does change his position a lot. Like he's going to be using those TPs sometimes in moments that he doesn't even need to, or it wouldn't even benefit him, but it's the way that Regular plays. I need him to see him out of that comfort zone, because I do think that the execute power and yada yada, like it's too obvious to know what he's going to do with that ultimate if he uses it. I don't know, I want to see layers into this Team Liquid.
And on this map, I really want to just make sure the Lothar Chronicle stops dying first so many times.
He died
like
5
he
times.
did on Lotus.
5 times on Lotus.
He can't be doing that again here. But Liquid is their map pick. Tom and Mitch, let's see if they can push us to a map 3.
After an impressive performance starting at map 1-2, I certainly think that they have the chance here. We got to give them the credit, and I'm not sure exactly what they're going to be pulling out for us here today. As I said, you know, in this series in particular, up against Fnatic, anything goes.
Yeah, for sure. I think that this is, again, going to be another incredibly close map. I don't think by any stretch, because this is their map pick, that they're now going to come in and just dominate. I don't think that's going to be the case whatsoever. I also think the worrying thing is, Fnatic lost it last time. Now, you might think going, oh, okay, that means you have, like, an advantage. But that also means Mini has come out, he's got the bat, and he's gone, right, lads,
don't do that
again, and things get broken. That's how Mini talks for anybody. Very East End.
Good impression.
But, basically what I'm trying to say is, they will have likely fixed a lot of the errors that came versus FUT. And FUT are also very good at pulling around out of their arse. That's what I'll say. So I do think that this is going to be a tough one for Liquid coming in, but I also think we're going to have a very exciting map once again.
Well, look, 14-12. We pushed all the way to overtime last time. We'll see what Liquid can do here. They want to push it to Ascent, bring us all the way to the close of this series, give themselves a chance at skipping any more lower bracket runs. We'll begin this by looking at a very, two kind of strange walls, sectioning off the site, TP through by 2 as they look to take control over Bath on the defensive side. They've lost the site, they've lost the plant, but they've got a foothold here to fight back from. Good blind, but Sulcas won't be able to follow up with a kill.
Yeah, this is almost like a reversed round at this stage. It looks like they're about to encroach on the site, and instead, you've got Yumpy trying to watch the cross flash. It actually doesn't catch Durka at all, but he's going to shut him down anyway. The pistol god has met his demise, and now for the remainder, all coming through from the same angle on this retake, they are being decimated. Only one man standing, and Solcas is there to close. A flawless pistol coming out of the likes of Liquid.
Yeah, I really like that round. You know, Fnatic obviously have their wall to make it very difficult to get through Bathroom, to get on the site, but they throw out their own wall, blocking off every bit of control from the back of the site, from Lambs, push through, get the plant, while these players are skirmishing for Bath. I think a lot of the time, you'll see that kind of a push mean a lot more resistance, but because Fnatic decided to push up on A in the other avenue and get some control, they couldn't really punish them. Had to play for the retake, and there was just too much space there. I mean, a chaotic post-plant for Team Liquid, but one that they clearly got a lot of faith in.
Yeah, I think especially if you're able to clear so many angles that you just know where the remainder are coming from. Again, quick move initially through the TP, just trying to get that little bit of extra space, maybe garner the orb as well for Boaster. We know how impactful that ult can be. Something mentioned by the desk already. And well, actually, never mind. It's going to be the classics just destroying Solcas.
Someone have a sneaky Guardian there or something? Like, what's the way? How did they win that fight? Not bad to start it off. Nats gonna do some chip damage on the way across, grab 1 kill, but he needs to get out of here with the spike. And even then, he needs to meet back up on his way through Hookah, and he won't go that way. Good idea. There was a nade ready for him. Instead, it's long. Sight, though, has some players here. Oh, that was a stylish kill for Safe. Left down to 50 HP. Probably wants his teammates to take these fights. No, it's Safe. He'll go down. The trade not there either. Good chance for Leo.
What?
Doubled up already. You know, this is getting scary. Around the Team Liquid should have a lot more control over. It's down to a 2v2. And they don't know where these final players are coming from. One of them is known, and there's the other. Okay, now they can put them in a box.
They've got the information. Rega still only having a ghost, but it's Nats just farming up these final kills. It definitely got a little bit dicey in the middle, but hey, I don't think they're going to be too mad about Nats picking up the majority of the orbs. Viper's Pit just 1 away. I wouldn't mind them going for like a faster play into this A site. If they can get an after plant with a Viper's Pit in a bonus round, that's not bad at all.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, look, a kill, even a plant out in Nats, and that side is going to be a lot more difficult to push on into.
He's invested into the high shields. I almost feel like that is somewhat the plan. It's basically you don't want him to get spammed out by having low shields. Everybody else is happy to go for lower investment. Solka's going to go for a Bucky, which again makes me think they're going to go towards this A site, because otherwise I don't know where the viability of that gun comes from.
They're not going to have a lot of time to make this push. Look at that utility. Both your wall and your orb are up, so it is go time. Half of what you usually get.
Oh
That's ambitious, up and over, but the walls give them vision. From that angle, most certainly. Spray's coming through, but as they go for the reload, you think you want to get that push in, but timing it a little off. Oh, a seize came through, but Durkin still got two. He's seized up, and it doesn't matter. No one was looking his direction. Yumpy's the last alive with 4 to take down, and oh, there's a nade on the way. You're tanking a lot of that damage. All of that damage.
Not tanking at all. Gonna go down in the end, and a great start back from Fnatic. As I said, there were a lot of things you could be worried about in this round. The sort of direct nature of this push, the fact that if they get into an afterplant, a Viper's Pit could have come out, and Nats did actually get a kill to put that online, so it was just more so the plan. I like the idea of just having... the thing is, their horn actually makes them look up, which is then quite funny with Safe just flying over through the air. It's like, oh, he's there.
My crosshair's already set there. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know about Safe diving in, but everything else makes sense. You know, even going straight through the lamps if you've got a player there. But it's one of those things. You throw it out, you see if it works. 2-1 right now. Fnatic bought up fully. Ulti's not really online, but that Viper's Pit is still here for Team Liquid and could be a big difference maker later on. The one man with a Phantom is Nats, and no surprise as to why he's gone for that. Thing is, this map, I mean, I guess you can go Bath and get an angle to plant inside the pit, but you're going to get spammed to death. It's tough to get the control to actually put that pit into play.
Control that sometimes can be a little bit more difficult is going to be into Hookah, but they've managed to take that relatively for free. Obviously, Fnatic are going to be very wary of the potential shenanigans of Nats. As I said, it was brought up by the desk that he's likely going to use that Poison Orb to try and bypass a lot of control. It's something that we've seen him do now for a very long time, since before the map was removed and put back in again. For now, though, a very slow and tempered attack side by Team Liquid. Now Alpha's going to get a little bit of information here. Actually could have decided to shoot out. I thought he would have maybe waited a little bit longer, but with the amount of time left, it may not be a bad thing. And they've gone splitting through the TP. It's somewhat even, but just bear in mind the time.
Said they have to plant. There were problems on the site, and there still are. Chronicles here. He won't be able to deny, though. Now he's paranoid. There's a player up close. Out with the classic, and it works. Redgar's punished. Solka's alone, and Leo emerges from that smoke victorious. Fnatic not letting go here. Pedal to the metal as they push up to 2. Yeah. And I gotta say, you know, we start this out over on B long. Durkin managed to grab an orb. He got a kill in the TP, and he died. I think he's got a showstopper.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. I also like just the setup that's there in general. It's getting so late on the time that Fnatic just decide, okay, if we battle versus them in towards the showers, like there's not really enough time for them to do anything off the back of this, and it also makes any safe plant from anywhere else impossible. So they just basically react instantly. I was surprised, as I said, when Alpha uses his cam, because I'm like, okay, he could have just waited and saw all the information, but it was purely based off the fact his team were going to aggress.
Well, let's watch Durkin at the start of this round. He sat up on long, and you know, knowing this guy, flash goes down, nobody's there. He's going through the TP and looking to kill them again, punish them. And this time they've got pistols, lighter weapons. It's not somewhere you need to use a showstopper. It's not somewhere you need to feel pressured to put that utility down, but they've got to play ready for retaking bathroom control. It's why they've got this wall down from Viper. Redgar's managed to make his way in and, yeah, starting to surround some of these players. They don't go for the TP in the end, leaving Bath wide open. And now this has turned into a round where maybe you want to use that showstopper if the opportunity presents itself. There's some chances.
Did they hear Redgar? Did they hear him? That's the thing.
Oh, Spike as well.
Yeah, I was thinking he's in such an aggressive position that it was almost just waiting to see if anybody pushed off of it. But yeah, having the only rifle took a big risk to try and get something done in the round, and in the end it ends up being the death of them. 3-2. Fnatic keep 4 players alive. Economy starting to boom, and as you mentioned, they had ults in the last round. Well, Mitch, they've still got them now.
Yeah. Oh, yes, they do. Team Liquid, have come in. Guess what? They've got a Viper's Pit. But
As they did last round and the round before.
Yep, they've had it a while. And like I said, it's just tough to get into a position where you can put it down. I think going Bath is probably the main way. Outside of that, you need to have a successful site push. And what they're looking for now is something to help them have a successful site push, not to secure post plans. For Fnatic, yeah, they've got everything. I mean, no orbital strike at least is an upside, but plenty that they can execute off of. Viper's Pit. I'm not even sure where we're going to see that used. You know, right now, Chronicle's sat up inside of Hookah, but I think it's more being saved for a rainy day.
Yeah, with safe one off the showstopper, at least in the early stages of the round, it looked like Fnatic were winning to almost battle for that orb control. You see aggression from Durka, same pressure being put in over onto the B main spot as well. Flash deep is going to give them info that there's still a player there, and not going to call for any rotations as of yet. But again, Liquid are very happy to sort of play these slow rounds. I love the fact that a lot of Alpha's util is basically just the same as what Sky is doing. It's an early warning system to get them rotations if they need them.
Now they're going to find out they need them. They've also spotted one man, but a rocket comes through. Damage on the Solkis, no kill. That player goes swinging through the teleporter. Here comes some support, though. Durka follows him. Steaming through, and okay, Yumpy's going to get caught. Now they know he's close, doesn't matter. Able to win the fight, flash into Hookah. Where are they going with this one though? The Seekers pop out, 3 players here. They've got the info, but they've got the site, he's gone in! Absolute lunatic of Redgar. I thought we were gonna see a TP there. They saw 3 people on B, only 1A, but they didn't want to mess with the Cypher util, I guess.
It's also just the time. Like, that's the problem with a lot of these rounds, that you're getting into that sort of late realm of aggression, and that's been the problem for them, is they don't know what's on the other side. Like, yeah, sure, they've spotted the players, but they don't know where Alpha's playing, they don't know how deep he is, so it's basically like, okay, do we just risk the complete unknown, or do we try and take the site that's here? And unfortunately, both times that has resulted in basically a massive risk from Redgar. Just go, okay, I'm going to TP into the site.
And a lot of the time, you'd feel free to take that teleporter, though, and go back to bathroom and go through. But you have to think about how Fnatic are handling their early rounds. Those Viper walls that have been consistently going down either through the TP on B, that then comes out and blocks off your vision, or from the A site, blocking off a little bit of Bath, blocking off mid from site, and then, again, sectioning off bathroom. The key thing is, at any point, you as an attacker do not have clear vision into bathroom. It's blocked off by that wall. That's Fnatic consistently pushing it. They're getting control, or maybe they are. You don't know.
Or they leave a cam there.
They leave a cam.
They've switched it up pretty much every single round.
Any number of things they could be doing. So that's then, with 20 seconds on the clock, not somewhere you want to just go, okay, let's just run in blind. They've had all the control all round. Let's see what happens. What happens there is you lose most of the time.
Yeah.
Here it would have worked out, but hell, that's easy for us to say. We got X-ray.
It's also, it would have worked out if you kill Alpha.
Kill Alpha.
And yeah, I think many people have learned that if is not worth it. Nonetheless, 4-2. Fnatic have really started to climb, and if there wasn't already a spanner in the works, we're going to see Durka pull in the operator, something that hasn't been seen so far. A very aggressive position, a deep cam to help him out. And I wonder here if Liquid are maybe going to pick up the pace a little bit. These slow rounds seem to be playing into the hands of their opponent. Nats is lucky to be alive, but so is Durka.
Already got rid of a wire and a cam. I mean, a decent start for Team Liquid, a vacuum of information for Fnatic to play with, and Durka has to go for a heal as well. So this is really upsetting their mid-round on this defensive side. Maybe not upsetting, but it's certainly forcing their hand a little bit. They're stacking up on B, a rotate coming through from Boaster, and just look at the util that they have. You know, orbital strike, post plant come in, drop a Viper's Pit. That defuse is going to be very dangerous. So they have a ton to work with and don't need to feel pressured if they do lose control over A site. Playing post plant is fine.
Oh, he actually misses again. That's not something that's going to happen too often. And Redgar finding that opener is huge. Now they're going to use the showstopper in towards this B site, just hoping to find anything here. It's a completely blind Chronicle, left confused in the site, and Safe has just taken over. You said they needed an entry man. Well, he's done far more than that.
Yeah, something to get you in the site, and the showstopper doesn't even play any effect there. It's just Safe firing off, and those players quickly trying to get back in towards the site, but I don't think they actually knew where Safe was. That player was blind, and he got killed. Maybe it was from Hookah. Maybe you never know. It wasn't, though, because they found out the hard way. Alpha, 1 versus 3. maybe the word save floats around normally, but not in this man's head, and that's why. Had a good chance, but Nat sideswipes him to put the round in Liquid's hands.
Credits are off the charts as well. It's more so worth taking some of that weaponry off of your opponents rather than, okay, let me save my rifle so that my teammates will have 9,000 credits. And it's irrelevant to them. Ultimate orbs as well. It's like, okay, maybe that makes a slight difference. And yeah, it's not far away. That's the thing. That is a rare sight. There were 2 opportunities for Durka to open up this round. He could have got Nats. He could have got Redgar at the end of the round, but didn't manage either. And that's where the openers come through. Whether that's something, again, that's going to consistently happen, I'm not so sure.
Well, credits have been thrown at this round. Getting an operator out on Durka again, as we said. The ultis are most certainly online on both sides. A ton to play with, but it's the Viper's Pit that's used by Fnatic immediately. And it's not a post-plan setup, it's inside of Bath. Trying to lock down that control with just 1 man. Obviously, then you'll notice as well the Viper wall put over towards the B site. So this is like, he doesn't need to use his utility on A at all. Mid is locked down by Cypher. And then if you need it, he has a smoke that's going to deal a bit of decay over on B. It's a strong round from the squad.
Well, that's the consistent thing that's sort of enjoyable about watching Fnatic is that, as I said, there really haven't been 2 setups that have been the same. It's difficult to read. Now, this is the sort of classic for Nats. I think he has managed to bypass all of the utility. Now, this is something that Alpha should be aware of, and especially with the flash going through the smoke, you almost have to feel that they'll have this idea again, though. As I said, I didn't think it would work out again, trying to face off against Durka, and now they are going to go pushing off of Nats' position. It seems like Boaster might expect it to be here. Timing is going to be absolutely everything. Nats wins that initial duel, but now he's been spotted! The Fade utility from Soulcast is perfect!
They know that this man's up close, but they can't deal with Chronicle. Snakebite firing through as well, making it difficult. That plant under threat from a spam even. They're able to make it out. Team Liquid, though, have lost numbers. The advantage now sitting instead towards Fnatic. 2 players spotted there. They know there's 1 bat. That's all the info to play with. For Fnatic, they need to group up and push this one together. Durka already going to be tapping and forcing these players out. Blast Pack not going to push him off the defuse, and that's it! It's under their nose! They haven't even pushed them off. I think they might have thought the Blast Pack would make it so that player couldn't be there anymore, but it had gone way too far.
Yeah. And again, it's a round that looked very much possible. I think the tag that came out from Soulcast, it was just a sublime haunt that just gave Nats all of that information. Thank you again for the replays. And wow, easy couple of kills, but I do think maybe he overextends a little bit. Like he goes pushing to try and find the place. There's another world where that works out wonderfully.
Hey, CNED.
Hello, CNED. How's he doing? I don't even think he's playing in this game.
No, he's chilling. Must have come in early. Have a little chat.
Wait, those interviews aren't live.
Well, 5-3. Fnatic looking good. Team Liquid on their last legs economically. Bulldogs coming through here.
That's a big start.
I've got Durka for sure.
That was wallbang through the TP as well. It's again him trying to sort of take a risky peek. We've seen the same haunt go through, this time destroyed. Chronicle stuck in the corner, no chance here. And Nats, he's on a tear. The same over the last round, looking for that fight that could just close the round, but instead, this time he falls back, and I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, grouping up together. Snakebite and an orb still to play with. That orb could make its way onto the spike. It has.
There.
Okay. On the site, these players are going to have to deal with post-plant Viper utility. Snakebite's already up and over. It's buying them a little bit of time. It actually came in early, to be fair, so it might actually open them up. They've tapped it. These players need to come through and swing. Now they've seen that's not being diffused. Another bait, but Yumpy wins the duel, and that's it done. Time already too far gone. Leo, his best chance is just to get out of here, make it costly. He'll do that. Some damage, but Team Liquid more than happy to take that round win, even if they lose everyone.
Yeah, it's an incredibly costly round. In fact, they're going to see Fnatic actually calling a timeout off the back of this one. And I'm going to guess that the topic at hand might be this man here. Like, that's 2 rounds in a row now that he's played around not only his own smoke, but the opponent's smoke as well, and managed to find such a high-impact double kill. I like the fact that this time as well, you see him almost cool down a little bit. Like, okay, I've got us the advantage. I can now play in that post-plant, and we can take things home. And that is the fear of Nats. If you let this man get out of control, like go that little bit more aggressive, take that space, that's where he could truly be the difference maker, and we're seeing it once again. Of course, the rounds that they've now won a couple of times is off him being that little bit more aggressive, and obviously the same for Safe when he was able to take control of that B site. So it's not something that I think Fnatic will be too worried about. These are things that I think they can very easily fix, but with Nats 13 and 5 and another Viper's Pit online, they're going to take a moment.
As they should. It's an important time for these players, and I think the way the last map went for Team Liquid, being neck and neck the whole way through, isn't going to feel comfortable. They have 3 ultis to work with, but 1 on Nats, the Viper's Pit. Now, we've been waiting to see for quite a bit. It hasn't had any place in a lot of these rounds. So he's throwing that wall much more passive. Obviously, it's going to be up at the start of the round. Sometimes you'll see it thrown afterwards, just so it actually blocks off spawn as well. So if you want to push backside, it's a little bit easier to get that done. Interesting. He doesn't want to cover that angle.
One ways out. Also, that same deep cam placed by Alpha, something that has basically made sort of gaining that bathrooms control a little bit tougher. Again, though, Liquid start things off nice and slow. The thing is, this is something we've spotted a lot of the time, even going back to the Mech Gambit days of just giving that little bit of extra time for Nats to maybe find a gap. This time, though, it seems like the full team are starting to set up onto the other side. Redguard might just be trying to sell some sort of elusive fake. And again, the main goal here, get into that after plant, use that Viper's Pit, and have that control.
A lot of teams started to spam those walls. You see Nats is on the server, but Team Liquid have been able to get this control for free now. Crossing over, getting lamps, no ulti to counter them, and finally we see that pick come through. Again, it's not going to be played on the spike. Instead, it's played to catch these players coming back through. That leaves the spike players open. They've already lost one. Tiger going through as well, trying to locate this Viper, who's playing far outside of her pit for now. Good kill on Durka, flank control completely locked down.
Not ready yet.
And I mean, fighting through this, well, they've let it fall. They've played outside of it.
That's the thing, they really don't need it. Their post plan actually doesn't have any sort of plan based around this little piece. A big kill for Leo, but I think again the time is just too far gone. They've been able to delay off the back of the Viper's Pit. They've been able to get that after plant in a solid position, and Fnatic have just realized there ain't no way we're going to have the time to clear out all the remaining players back towards mid when we spent our utility clearing a pit that didn't actually play that much of a part in the round.
Well, whether it was the Yumpy or the Spike, Leo was going down there. 5 rounds for both teams. A close game, finally getting to see the use of that Viper's Pit as well. And like you said, you know, it wasn't used on the Spike. It wasn't used even to that much effect.
Other than
what
the fact
it did
that it was
is it
the
kept them
time.
out.
That was it. It was the time that they spent basically
yeah,
trying to get through it and wasting all of their utility, like using the dog,
Grim
all of that
Molly in
stuff.
and everything. Like they burned up so much to try and section these players off, and I think that's another reason why we saw Nats just leave the pit. You know, all this util was coming at him, and he just played further back, thinking, hey, let's play the 4v3. We've got the time. We've got a player late outside of Bath as well. Like everything was going their way. They come into round 11, and I think, you know, showstopper on Durka, but showstopper on Safe. This could be a hell of a round.
It's worth noting as well that we saw this map versus Na'Vi and Liquid manage 9 rounds on their defensive side. So in a pretty good spot right now. A lot of teams do struggle with this attack. I will say Fnatic in the past, not really been one of them. They were always the masters of the post plant, but it definitely seems with their agent choices, there's a lot of investment into this defensive side. The Cypher being one of the main focuses there, but for now at least, Liquid have things even. Even still though, we know that even in the late, especially in the late game, that's where Fnatic come alive. For now again, patient play from Liquid. This time they are going to get late control towards the bathrooms, an orb ready if they need it, but they might just want to sneak past as it would give the game away.
Showstoppers traded, both active. One man's on the floor, Durka dodges, but Safe's got the weapon out first. Nade on its way, pressure under Chronicle, he's gone. And Boaster, they know he's here. They've heard him, they've seen him. and they're ready to take him down, but Boaster, he gets one before he falls. It puts his teammates in a winnable position. 10 seconds left, and the spike has to be planted. Leo toying with them. He stepped up close, stopped the plant with just his footsteps. Now he needs to do it with his weapon, but Yumpy's got the shorty again. Starting to make it a weapon of his own. That's 6 for Team Liquid.
Yeah, as I said, he's still got a way to go before he matches up with Paper X or something, but he's definitely making his mark. And on the other side of things, well, it seemed like there were opportunities, but Liquid just in these close positions in the 2v2 make that adaptation even with just seconds left to take this battle forward, to fight versus the Fnatic players, gloves off, not even needing that spike plant, and wow, with 25 HP, he jumps around the corner with a shorty and closes out the round. Liquid are definitely here to play today, and while one of the weaker buys we've seen from Fnatic in the early aggression, it gets them info, but not much more.
Yeah, I mean, one player sitting outside of Hookah, very, very passive as well. It certainly doesn't sell any intention. We're going to see a flash down be long, I'd imagine. Emerging through that smoke, but it's now faded, so they'll be rounding the corner, if anything. No, Dirka's just going in, looking for the fights. Now he's got support up close, Boaster and himself shifting back and forwards. I wasn't sure if they were taking the fight. Maybe they weren't sure either. That's a lot of information. I believe that they spotted Leo backside.
I think somebody shot at it as well, so I think that might have been the information they needed. Quick push through Durka. He's not wanting to give up this control. It's movement like hell from Safe to get around the corner, but Durka quicker this time on the trigger. Leo waiting in the corner. They've spotted the fallback, but they haven't been able to clear him. Even hits the dink on the final bullet, doing a little bit of extra damage, but not much at all.
There it is. Plant denied for a moment. It lets these players get into position, and key is Durka. This man is sneaking up behind them, and they have no iota of what's about to happen. That plant tapped again to see if more utility will make its way in. Nothing. It's another tap, and now there won't be a chance to plant it. Durka has shut them down. 10 seconds left. Redgar with a double, but Durka's still here, and he's got an nade. It's making its way to backside. That might land right beside Nats. He'll give his life to get the plant, but he'll get it done, buying them that extra couple of seconds. But Boaster has to win this fight, and he will! Fnatic neck and neck at halftime thanks to that play.
A huge round from Durka. Like, he starts things off with an aggressive peek down long, fighting tooth and nail versus them, goes all the way around to come back behind them once again. Makes a triple kill, and then Redgar somehow brought life back into that one. An aggressive peek towards the spawn finds 2 kills, and I'll be honest, I would have bet on him in that 1 versus 1. He's definitely been having the better of the game so far, but when they need him in most, Boaster has come up big. But as said, like, looking into this, a lot of teams struggle when it comes down to this attacker half. It could be troublesome for many, or problematic, that was the word I was going to look for. And for Liquid, they thrive on this defense, so I'm a little bit worried for Fnatic here.
I think that's fair to say. At the same time, coming into today, Fnatic over on Lotus, they put up a good fight, moved to their attack side here. There's a lot of issues that teams meet when making actual pushes on this side, on this map rather. And I think you see that with Nats, having that Viper's Pit for so long, not getting to use it, that's a rarity, especially when you're on low by round. So we said going into round 3, we're like, oh yeah, this is a pretty good opportunity because they've got Spectres and it'd be great to play inside the pit with that, but it's just not that easy. And I think for Fnatic, they're the kind of team that will come out with a ton of ideas that maybe we haven't even seen before, but they will struggle to beat Team Liquid's pistol. I mean, it's just starting this one out, you could see that this was a squad that have put a lot of time into this map. And I think that won't be any different on the defensive side. I'd be surprised to see them weaken up.
That's the fun thing about this one, is based on the small amount of data, obviously we haven't seen a lot of bind or new bind yet for most of the teams, but versus FUT, 13-9 loss for Fnatic, 8 rounds on the attack. So it definitely is both teams now, at least on the small amount of data we have going into what will be their favored side. And then that's something that I think breathes true when you look at the history of the teams as well. Fnatic were always amazing when it comes to this attacking side, the entry power of Durka and then the post plant. That was always what they were, the best in the world. No one could beat them in their post plant. So it's going to be fun to see. Maybe we'll get attack side operator from Boaster as well, you know. He's
Oh, you reckon, do you?
yeah. Do you not remember? Do you not remember one of the greatest plays we've ever seen? The Boaster attack side op
You
combined.
reckon he's going to pull it out of here?
Maybe when they need it most. Maybe they won't need it at all. That's the
what
thing.
they're saving strats.
Yeah, that is their most safe strat. They used it once and it worked. Well, once that I remembered. Maybe all the other times it didn't work.
You know, I'm starting to feel there's a strong possibility of that one, but
that's a bit like you. Like, I'm being blind to his failures with the operator, like you are blind to the failures of the Odin. So
there are
there
no
you go.
failures, so I don't even know
I'm pretty
how to
sure you
process
named one
that.
earlier.
No idea what you're talking about.
Get a Viper's
6-6, round 13. As the barriers go up in the second half, we are neck and neck starting out the game again.
Right, so they got to kill Durka. Because the pistols that have been won by Fnatic, he got a 3K, a 4K, the one he died, they didn't win. So
Or
kill
you let
Durka, win round.
Let them win the pistol and then win the follow-up. That's the way
also
to go.
true, that works as well.
The Team Liquid strategy. Well, Fnatic have certainly got a lot of space. Plant coming down, and that's a feature of this map from what we've seen so far. The plant coming in before a fight, and it's the duel for the attacker's side that works out in Safe's favor. Might put some pressure on these long players. But it's the util, right, that they normally have, but this time it's only a molly. They've used their snake bites.
Yeah, the thing is they've left Durka behind. Now you kind of expect there to be this post plant. He hasn't been caught by the C's either, so he's just sat waiting. They have all run past him. This is not a man you can afford to let go unchecked. And he's watching, seeing that there's nobody on this spike at the moment. Chronicle is just killing everyone off. Durka is still just sat within him, but he actually takes so much damage from that Molotov. Even still, though, it's left onto Redgar, and Boaster will kill off him and his teammate. The IGL stepping up for Fnatic.
That's the pistol for Fnatic. A familiar story if you've been watching this game so far, certainly on Lotus. We all know what followed up there. I love the ideas here. The fact that Durka gets the information really just put Liquid on the back foot. You can see that they were expecting at any moment these guys are going to come swinging around the corner because they're thinking, he's defusing once the molly's gone. But they didn't need to worry about that. They had Durka locking it down. That led to them overextending, pushing in to a firing squad, and well, they had no chance from that point forward. Fnatic, they've gone for Boaster's Marshall, so maybe you are onto something with the scoped weapons a little later on. And that's not how you want that one to go. Right away, Durka's down to pistols. Why did they buy rifles?
No, it's absurd how much they're able to do. But again, I think these ghosts coming through might genuinely just be like, okay, if they're going to go light shields, we'll just keep buying the ghost, going for those sort of like headshot, chest shot, and that it's enough to get it over the line. It is the one sort of detriment that we have with this sort of lower buy of the shields, is that you are more vulnerable to weaker weapons.
Well, just look at Nats and Yumpy, like you can see their HP is being drained completely. That's a free kill from Alfier on that range. Cage up, no fear of being pushed, and the spike is on its way. So, we're getting some information. All right, they certainly did get the information on where he was. Another for Boaster, and he is, you know, it's invaluable having these. No, why did you plan? Bad teammate. Well, maybe you can get this final kill.
You just call Leo a bad teammate.
Yeah, Leo's famously a terrible teammate. Bad, he doesn't support anyone.
The VLR forums are currently going to be making just end Mitchman thread.
Look, we've long said Leo was one of the best in the world. I think we can get away with it.
It's all right though. No one rational reads those anyway.
Well, shame that my boy Derek's already dead there on Fnatic. Everybody else in a sweet spot. And you know, I don't blame Boaster for going out looking for some more. One away, even if he dies, give him a Marshall. Yeah, you're welcome to it. He doesn't want them to die to the spike. He wants them to die to him, or at least give him the orb for free.
Yeah, he had to sacrifice himself because he wasn't allowed to get that orb, but ultimately the remaining players of Liquid will go down to the spike, and not much lost in the end for Fnatic. Definitely a lot more stable than what we saw on the last map.
Yeah, a much better follow-up to that pistol round win. For Team Liquid, that means they've got to do it here with the rifles in their hand. When they did it last time, their opponents didn't have very much to fight back with, but they're going to be meeting a lot of resistance. And this Fnatic squad coming into the Logitech G power-up round. It really is powered up for both. That could be a turning point. Such a powerful ultimate.
Yeah, it's basically free clear of lamps. You can clear the backside of B. Both spots that can be very difficult to sort of get players out of the tube if you want to. It's a map with such tight corners. Obviously, we're going to see the same Fnatic snake bite that we've seen for many a time. It has been stolen by everyone. Close clear in towards B long. Again, a tentative, patient start. As at the hunt for information from Liquid, they're going to send through that Prowler. Obviously, they don't have the Cypher on the other side. That was something that was quite impactful for Fnatic. It's just how much information they're able to keep. Not just get initially, but keep with all of the Cypher util that they have. It was something that Liquid had to actively look to destroy. It's something that Liquid don't have as an option themselves. They need to either take space or consistently use all the utility of their initiators.
There's only 40 seconds left to make a decision, and Fnatic are still spread in a default. Nobody able to trade on those sort of fights late on in the round. Smoke down, rifle back out, but he's a little late getting through the wall. Durka was waiting. Solkis now stuck behind the boxes. He has support coming through in the form of Safe, but he's caught nade in hand. Solkis has to go huge for them to have a chance. The spike is on its way. It's being planted as we speak. 20 seconds on the clock, and it won't be denied. Now they've got to fight their way back into it. He's wise to wait for his teammates here. I think it was the better call. You kill the planter, they're going to trade you and just plant right after. Look at Durka. Secondary weapons being pulled out, and that's why. Up close and personal. Nade through to cover. Chronicle there to support. That's what you love to see.
Low. They're so low. Like, there's a world where both of those players die and Liquid have a way back into this round. But
you know what that world is? It's if they both take those fights alone. But they don't. They fight together instead.
Yeah. And now you look at Solkas, the man who started this round off, looking to try and maybe pad the stats a little bit. Had a quieter attack side half, just a single kill for him, but we know that a lot of the time he is sort of the backbone of Liquid, that supportive utility being thrown through. Like, the amount of times his Haunt had impact was pretty much off the charts to some degree. But he'll make this one a little bit more costly. Something at least, but Fnatic, a clean round back in.
Oh, yes. That follow-up is a great sign for this squad. Remember what you were saying earlier was about their attack side not being as strong, and for them to already get off to a 3-0 start.
But no, the Fnatic's is probably stronger. It's the other way around. So both teams are going into their stronger half right now.
Got you, got you. There was the Team Liquid defensive stat, and I was swapping that over to be Fnatic bad. But either way, you know, a 3-0 lead on this half so far puts Team Liquid down to just pistols. They've got a bit of utility to play with, but these are the very buys that we've seen have success in the past. Bolstered down by a rifle on Solkas, and using a very similar wall to what we saw from Fnatic. The pressure now on. Oh, he's caught on the way out. It's almost cost him his life.
He's lucky to be alive. Very, very lucky to be alive. And even still, that's forcing them into impossible positions. Both of them may be unlucky not to get a kill there, and they're trying as they might with these pistols. Safe is forced to retreat completely, and I'll be honest, with 23 HP, it's almost just the amount of time that's going to be wasted off this clock. Like,
yeah,
a long rotation back and nothing to play with.
Yeah, in these moments, it is almost certainly going to amount to nothing, especially with just a Sheriff. But the reality is he's got to play it like he's going to win it. You start that by making your way towards the B site quite quickly. He's not saving. He needs to die. Maybe it's to the spike. But as a Raze at this stage of the game, I think that orb is more valuable in his pocket than it is in any of theirs. So it's okay for him to go forward and die to one of these players, especially Alfie.
He's not done that on purpose.
That's a misclick. That I think the big smile on Durka's face and the fact that
oh, Safe must just be saying like, what is this guy doing?
Durka's typing in chat. He's letting them know. He's letting them know. I don't know if he's going to tell them that was a misclick or if he's going to be like, yeah, I got you. That was just for you.
This is how confident I am.
I knew where you were.
It's so...
That caught me so off guard. I was like,
dumb.
have I just had like an aneurysm? I didn't just hear that voice line.
No.
There's no way he's just done that. But look, it happens. We've heard from coaches accidentally calling pauses, and now players accidentally popping ultis. Wow, that's something. 10-6. And Fnatic, yeah, they are looking fantastic.
The funny thing is, if that was NAVI, we would have heard on Twitter later how that was actually on purpose.
That was entirely intentional.
Just like when they 3 times in a row accidentally picked Yara on Fracture, you know?
All right. All right. Well, 4 rounds between them. Team Liquid need to step it up here and now. It's the operator coming in on Redgar, and the operator on Alphier for the attack side as well. They attempt to scope out this situation. And it's going to be the B site that they lean towards. Long control for Alphier as he looks to punish And it's a good time as well. I don't think they've got any info that there's players on long. You know, they've obviously been throwing out their Sky utility. There's some free information. The Tiger's making its way in.
Yeah, they know there's at least a couple of players going in the direction of this side siege position. Up close, not been checked, not been spotted. A chance for him to go huge. Yup, he just killed everyone. Never mind. And now he's completely blind.
No.
He's been robbed of kills and robbed of a teammate. And well, now the rotation coming through. Fnatic have done well to weather the storm that's coming, and it's not going any better. It's left all onto Solcas again.
I'll find you.
3 kills to his name. He needs to double it. And he's not even going to expect this player in the corner. Leo will get a triple. Fnatic now running away with this on their attacker side. And I don't know if there's any gas left in the tank for Liquid.
Well, that's what they're going to be looking to assess. Liquid have called a tactical pause, and after this round, they don't really have many chances. So it's like it's now or never. Investment is going to be weak. Fnatic are in a very good spot. They might have even had a showstopper here, but they do at least have the
maybe.
Seekers.
What happened to that?
It's reset. Glitch. Unlucky.
The glitch. Disappeared.
Disappeared. But look, we got Seekers on each side. But for Team Liquid, they've got to make up this ground right now. And the problem that they're going to face is that Fnatic have got an infinite money glitch. I mean, these guys are just, they've got credits after credits. For Team Liquid, it has to be a flawless game plan. And this pause, I don't know how they're going to do it. They need to come up with one.
Yeah, that is the problem. They're having to, obviously they have the double initiator. They're having to try and get the information, look for the fights, and go pushing forward. And unfortunately for them, every single time they're running into a player. I feel like Cal Paolo is now more dripped out than anybody else on set. It's actually ridiculous. You got the cap, the glasses. Looks amazing.
Oh, yeah.
11-6.
Styling it up.
What have Liquid come up with? Initial look seems like they're setting up to potentially make a play towards B, a little bit more aggressive. In fact, quite aggressive across the map. Deep push in with a Haunt on towards A. Maybe trying to bait out that there's some control elsewhere. Alfia as well into an operator. So I think Fnatic might have been expecting something to come through here. Now we're going to get spotted out with that Tiger, but look, it's safe going walkabouts, trying to take this round into his own hands. And he is in the perfect spot to cause them issues. Is this going to be checked by Durka? No, it's not, but he's playing it patient, hoping maybe to get a little bit more than just 1 kill, and it'll be 2. Damage onto Durka as well, not a bad start at all.
Excellent trigger discipline displayed by Safe. The damage onto Durka is huge. Leo's dead, so there's no healing that back up. Bulldog not able to win the fight, though. That's a little awkward for Redgar. Caught off guard by the timing of the swing. Despite a fantastic opening to this round, they're coming back to pretty close to neck and neck. Team Liquid cannot afford to lose this one. They put their credits on the line. Good kill onto Durka. Finally, but it's traded. Remember, he was only a sliver of HP. This is a huge trade back for Fnatic.
30 seconds
and the
left.
information let them know where the last 2 players were. It's probably one of the most impactful maps for neural thefts. You almost have to leave players behind now. Vulnerable for a second, but no real move off of this. Solcas just looking to try and hit something on the cross. He's going to spot both players. So a lot of information. It means that quickly Nats can reclaim ground that they otherwise would have had to clear. Snakebite out deep, leaves both players trapped towards this right side, and they look to fight this together, look to push through as this firing squad awaits them on the other side, and it's only going to be the one. Boaster again stepping up, leading by example, and now doubling the scoreline of their opponents. 12-6, 6 in a row from Fnatic, and guess what, Mitch? That's exactly how many Liquid need.
Match that performance on your defensive side. It's so heartbreaking when you see how this round begins. The advantages given to Team Liquid claimed by Safe. And they slip away so quickly. For Team Liquid, though, there is an upside. They were really close to ultis in last round. Now they've got them, 4 of them. But the problem is that you have 6 rounds to use them.
And their weaponry's kind of poop while they're at it as well.
It's going to be tempting to fire it all in here, leave nothing on the table, but then what do you have for the other 5? Do you think Fnatic won't have that one ult round of their own? They're starting to build them up. 3 away from Orbital Strike, 3 away from Showstopper, 2 away from Pit. It doesn't sound that big of a deal, but if you use all your ultis now, they're going to have 4 of them. 2 rounds from now, I'd say at most. This is a big... Oh, okay, here we go. Nat's already. He's going to try it, but Durka's on him! See ya! Double barrel gets the kill, and Durka, okay. He's not able to follow up with more, but he's left Solkis on 5 HP. Safe is blocked out by a molly for a second. It slows his progress, and when he emerges, he'll get the kill. Okay, they're back in this round on Team Liquid. Back in with a chance. Great nade as well. Chronicle. He's not actually going to receive any damage. Must have went through the door. It did. It got caught in the doorway. They might even think that he's not here now because of that.
Oh, wow, they definitely know now. First and second kill come through for Chronicle. So many clutch players on this Fnatic side.
5 HP.
And just for a moment, you thought that Liquid would get around on their defensive side, but it is not today. Fnatic on the attack side of Bind are unstoppable. And just like that, they make their path through to the grand final. We didn't expect anything less coming in today. That first map maybe threw a bit of a spanner in the works, but there is a reason that this team has gone through and undefeated at that.
And you know what? A familiar scoreline, 13-6 for Team Liquid as they lose the series 2-0. Flashbacks to champions as well, with them being removed from this bracket, the upper bracket. They still have a chance, though. It's not the same impact as champs where Fnatic sent them home. Instead, they still have their flights booked. It's just a question of what seeding they'll be getting. This impact, we don't actually know what this series means for Fnatic. They've won it, they've made it to the grand final, but not knowing the format of Tokyo means this might have locked them into champs, or they might be 1 win away, or they might be no wins away. They might have to do it in Tokyo.
Thing is, the other thing as well is, I don't think it can, even if they win, I don't think it's possible to lock them through because all the EMEA teams could win and then it gets to a playoffs bracket. So it just gives them a much higher chance of that happening. So, but even still, we're going to go through into the post-game prime match highlights, or one of those. I think I've said that in completely
all the
wrong
words.
order.
You said all the right words. It doesn't matter the order. Yoda got away with it. He was paid millions. Don't worry about it. But yeah, the Prime Gaming post-match highlights here on your screen.
That's the one.
Is that
that's
it?
the one.
Is that the right order?
Yeah, I should write those down.
You really should. You really should. We'll get on that after. I'll buy you a pen. But look, we're in a good spot for both of these teams. I think Liquid put their best foot forward here today. They showed us that on a map that they had lost previously to this squad, that they've been evolving throughout the season, that they've kind of figured it out. 14-12, it's solid. They've done their fans proud here today and certainly set the foundations for a strong lower bracket run. NAVI or FUT that they'll be coming up against. It's some tough opponents either way.
Yeah, no, I think the second game today is also going to be a very exciting match, but they have to face off against the big bad boss, whoever it ends up being, when making their way through into that grand final. But as we said, we expected nothing less from Fnatic. I think a very exciting prospect for Liquid, showing how strong they are across the map pool. That was one of their weakest maps they showed in the first map of this series, managing to go toe-to-toe with the very best of the best on Lotus. And honestly, I think it's an absolute banger of a game in the end, even if it ended up quite dominant.
Absolutely. Well, Tom, you know what? We've had a lot of big guests down on the stage. It's
he's huge.
Time for a mini guest.
No, he's huge.
That's a bit rich coming from you, Mitch, but that is right. I'm joined by a Mini right now from Fnatic. First of all, Mini, congratulations. Another grand final for you guys. I feel like at this point, you're kind of used to it. Of course, you're still the defending champions, technically, in EMEA from last year. But this grand final means you'll also skip groups at Tokyo. So how big of an advantage is that?
I played it down a little bit to the boys. It doesn't really matter that much, but I think in reality it's really good because it means we get more prep time, and the space between us getting to Tokyo and playing is so short this time, so we really need that prep time.
Yeah, and speaking of prep time, I want to throw you back to Lotus. I felt like Liquid's defense side was really solid. There was a couple of things that they did felt like maybe it was even an anti-strat against you guys. Do you feel like it's because you guys can't show anything new before Tokyo, and how hard it is to even make up something new in the first place?
Not really. I think it was just that they actually played a good Lotus comp for once and kind of played some good Lotus today. But just a lot of mistakes by us. I'm not really happy with how we played today at all.
Even on Bind?
No, our defense was horrible.
I mean, 6 rounds is better than 1.
I mean, that's true.
Why did you why did you choose to start on defense given what happened against FUT?
I asked Boaster, and he just said he wanted to start defense. And then the joke is that, like, we're just practicing. So
Getting the reps in?
yeah, pretty much. Like, we picked for a Ascent attack set too, just to practice that too.
What is it that you weren't actually happy about? Because Boaster kind of said a couple of things about the Cypher setups. Is there anything else that you feel like you're not happy with?
It's just over-peaking. Like, the boys are so mechanically good, they never get punished. So in their brain, they're just like, their reward system is just completely out of whack. So like, me and Boaster constantly have to just grind down at that, like, dopamine. So.
I feel like compared to last year, at least, Durka, you've managed to rein him back a lot, right? So how do you kind of implement that with the other players? How do you actually rein them back?
It's just a lot of VOD review and kind of like being on the same page. Because like, it's not like we want to whine at them. Like, our goal is to win. So like, part of that is just like, we're helping each other, you know? So at start, I think some players take it badly. But then once we have that kind of open kind of discussion about it, like, they get it that like, every single scrim I'm going to be on them about it.
I feel like expectations is a little bit different as well. When you were in this position like last year, when you actually managed to win the grand finals, I think a lot of people maybe still didn't expect you to win, and now it feels like everyone, a lot of people expecting you to get in the grand final, but they think that you're going to win this one and maybe even Tokyo as well. So how do you guys as a team, given that you still haven't lost yet, manage that expectation?
I mean, it's a trap that other people have set up for us in the past. Sorry, it's really difficult because there's like an echo.
It's okay.
It's a trap that other people have set up for us in the past. Like, we never set that trap up for ourselves. Like, oh, they're just going to win it all. It's like, we never think like that. And like, we've gone to events where people think we're going to win it all, and it's just like, that's not how it works. Like, we take it game by game. Like, professional, like, politically correct answer. Like, we just literally take it game by game.
Thank you, Minnie, for that. And last question, you get 2 bans tomorrow. You don't usually, I feel like you're never really in that spot where you get that reward. It's usually the other team. So anything new we're going to see? You're going to surprise us with something? You get 2 bans tomorrow.
2 bans?
Yeah.
I guess we ban Pearl.
And?
I don't know, who cares? Who cares?
All right, we'll find out tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Wait, it's not tomorrow.
Oh, day after tomorrow.
Yeah,
we'll find
I
out
get a break.
Yeah, you get 1 day
sleep.
break. You get 1 day break. Then you got to come back again. Thank you very much, Minnie. We're going to let him have a break now, actually. And you guys as well. And when you come back, we're going to break everything down that you just saw.
Nice! Good job! Nice! Nice!
Mate, you're in his head at least, I think.
Huh? Yeah. Hey! Jake!
Red Bull gives you wings.
I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
It's another grand finals for Fnatic. They'll get a chance to defend their title from last year. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm joined by Cougar and Lothar. Honestly, the first half, it was such a back and forth, but I personally didn't expect the second half to be so one-sided.
I mean, maybe Fnatic did expect it to be that one-sided. Maybe they really need to want to get those reps on the defense. I'm not surprised to a certain extent.
I feel like the main reason why it felt so one-sided in the second half is the bonus round. Converting that round with the 5 rifles that they actually had was an easier task than it could have been otherwise, and because of that they also boosted up the ult economy that allowed them to snowball round 4 and 5. And that was so important, so clutch. But also, remember, Dirka one time just pressed that X unexpected.
We're going to see it later. We're going to see it later. But it's so Fnatic that even when they went 13-6, Mini was not happy. He just didn't like the way they played on the defense.
Listen, when we were watching Lotus, and we get the coach cam and he was taking notes. I told you, if I was on any team, like the one coach that I'd be the most scared to disappoint would be Mini.
Yeah.
Like if he's like taking notes, being like, oh, we can do this better, we can do this better. Oh, here in this round, this, I would be so scared to be on that other side. But hey, they have secured that they're going to skip that group phase. Mini's happy about that, so at least
he said he doesn't really doesn't matter that much. I think it matters insanely a lot.
He's happy.
I also think it was really interesting the way that he said the way to stop their players from overpeaking is to cut the dopamine level in their brains, to bring it down, to make them not feel the reward they get when they get a kill, which is insane if you think about it, given Fnatic are still probably the best team in our region.
So you give them the stick instead of the carrot, right?
I get it. I get that reference. I get it.
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, it works, right? We had been seeing Derka in 2021 when he was so prone to overpeaking, overheating, and then we see how he plays right now. In general, it feels like the players in Fnatic have intent in almost every single move they make, and that's something that is absent in other teams. That's why teams like Fnatic, teams like FUT lately are such a joy to watch, because you can see like they're working in unison and are trying to achieve one goal.
Yeah, and speaking of that as well, let's take a look at some Boaster highlights, because I feel like as an IGL, it's difficult sometimes to show your worth statistically, but he does still, even after today, Lothar has the highest clutch rate out of any player in our league.
He was nuts this game. I'm not gonna like, look, pistol round on Bind. I know we're watching Lotus right now, but in general, he had the clutch on pistol round with a 3K. He had an insane clutches on Lotus as well. Yeah. And in general, he got impact kills. I don't really care if someone drops 30, 25, 20, if half of those kills are not really that important.
Yeah.
But what is important is those impact kills that either secure the round or open the round.
Yeah, I think it's very important, because sometimes that number gets inflated. We see it a lot with duelists. Just pressing W when you're in that eco round and just getting those numbers for yourself. But I completely agree. I think that he fills this role perfectly, and having the impact kills grant his team so many rounds that is one of the reasons that they're here.
I just wanted to add also that he diffed completely Redgar when it comes to the IGL role. I mean, I'm joking. It was a 6-0 in duels. On
like half of his kills.
Yeah, and the other half were
12
clutches.
frags and 6 were on Redgar.
Oh, poor Redgar. I mean, I feel like Redgar's always got this thing against Boaster where from the past trauma, never being able to go to Iceland because of him. And that, he still gets to go to Tokyo, but I think he still doesn't get to beat Boaster just yet. You mentioned the little misclick thing. Let's see it, because this was so funny. This was, you could, like, the way the Safe was laughing about it when Derka misclicked his ult, and then just dies as well, right after. You can't make this up. You actually can't make this up.
I love the fact that it was Tom and Mitch casting it. Of course, we see Derka here AFK laughing like a psychopath, thinking about the reprimand that he's going to get from Mini, being like, well, this happened, and he gets the kill onto Save.
The fact that he gets that kill anyway is the thing, but you can see Lothar, he's laughing, but Boaster's like, you just lost me my execute idea for the next round.
Yeah, it is actually pretty important. I mean,
thinking of Mini's face.
You can laugh it off right now. I mean, you should in general, right? But when you like revisit your entire round, entire match, and you feel like that could have been match deciding because it's an 8-orber, it's the initiation tool that is so crucial. But also we have seen Mako, the MVP of Pacific, also misclick his ultimate on KO on Bind in post-round, very similar fashion.
So that is why you play controller.
Yeah.
You need to double click to activate your ultimate. It doesn't matter if it's an Omen, an Astra, Viper as well, because you need to, so that's if you have fat fingers, just play controller.
Yoru.
Great advice. Okay, great advice what you said. You lost me there. But another thing I wanted to talk about is when it comes to Redgar, you and I have been molding about this for 8 weeks now, I feel like. The TP with the spike, I think a couple times they were just genuine mistakes, but this one, on Bind, when he did it into Heaven, it was it was almost heartbreaking to see him TP there and then drop the spike.
We screamed a lot, and I think it has to do also with not acknowledging the round that you're in. It has to do a lot with nerves. I asked him personally those times that it happened on Fracture, why it had happened, and he said that he was just in a way just thinking about himself and thinking that they were following him, but to TP to tower, to Heaven, having the spike on you, knowing that everybody's going to go through a hurdle to bring it back, it just shows that you're disconnected and not actually paying attention to all of the things that are so important, like not acknowledging the moment that you were in the round and what your role is at that moment.
Yeah, and also like on Fracture, I can to some degree understand, because when he goes into tower, it's still into the direction of the side. But here on the bind, so when he takes the spike, it still like goes forward towards the side. But here on bind, when he TPs to tower on the A side, he is already behind this side. So that spike doesn't need to go there. But in general, I feel like that Omen pick on this map was very detrimental to how they executed. But in general, I still like the way they attacked, because it punished the way that Fnatic was playing defense.
I mean, let's talk about that a little bit more if we take a look at the heat map, because I think that shows Lothar exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, on this small mini-map here, we're gonna see how Liquid was attacking the backside of this A side. This is 30 seconds into the round when plans were not happening actually yet. So you can see how they're already in the backside, they're already pushing from lamps. It was consistently done and pressuring Fnatic. This is how Fnatic lost to FUT on bind, and this was like they performed way better, but it still was very successful for Liquid.
You can see the TP of
Yeah,
Redguard.
Oh, no.
I specifically chose 30 seconds because at 20 seconds you couldn't see that.
Oh.
Yeah, also very funny. I mean, of course, it's going to be safe. He's going to be saturating Redguard. Maybe he's going to follow him with the cheeky TP. The smokes, though, when it comes to Redguard, when you want to do those fast executes, you can just do it with Omen. They're never going to be clean enough just because of how fast you have to do it. But it's just, it comes with the pick, so it is what it is.
Well, fortunately, that was an elimination game, so we will see Team Liquid again. Fnatic are in the grand finals, but Liquid are now in the lower bracket, and it's time to find out who's going to be facing them tomorrow as we duke this out between NAVI and FUT. We didn't get to talk to you yesterday because the game was so late, but I wanted to say congratulations making it to another Masters. It's your first Masters event in a while, so how did it feel when you finally won and qualified?
It's good to back to be in the international stage, so I'm of course happy, and I want to visit to Tokyo, and yeah, that's it.
When you won though yesterday, I saw your tweet. It was something like, I don't know why everyone hates me. For the record, we love you. You know, you're one of our favorite people here in EMEA. So why did you tweet that?
I saw some like Turkish people and some like the international people were talking something about me. You know, like how I'm playing bad, and I don't know, like, because. I think I was playing good and doing my job, but I don't know. I just want to tweet it and say it loud because really I don't know why. So I just tweeted. But thanks for who support me.
I don't know why either. I think it's because you're CNED, so if you're not dropping like 40 kills, maybe expectations there. But speaking of what you're doing, in the past in EMEA, I think people used to say CNED is a Jet 1 trick. You picked up Chamber a little bit, but this year you're playing a lot of new agents. We speak to your IGL a lot about what he thinks, but how are you feeling about Omen, about Yoru, things like that?
When we started to talk about this like flexibility and trying new agents, I was okay because I always want to actually play new agents. But in the past, I think my Jet was kind of too strong. I don't want to be like, I mean, it's not too strong, but too strong than the other agents, I will say. So I was playing only Jet and I was doing some good stuff. That's why I didn't play any agent in the past. But now we have some strategy around that agent, what I play, and also my teammates helping me, so I'm okay to play new agents. You can see me in different agents maybe.
Is there an agent that you want to play you haven't played yet?
No, like I want to try every agent, of course, if it's possible, but it's not possible. So I like if my coaches or my like agent comes like with a new idea, I'm always okay to try it.
I want to see you on the Neon scene. I don't want to see it. And last question, you're playing against FUT. The last time you went to an international tournament, it was really just you as the one Turkish player. This time you're going, you've got all of FUT, you got Alpha Year as well. So how great does that feel, you know, being from Turkey?
I think Turkish scene is growing up a lot, and it's good to see like FUT is making Tokyo, and I wish like BBL also make it, but unlucky I would say. So yeah, it's good to see new faces in the international stage. I hope they can do a good experience in this international games, and like that's it.
Next time, BBL, maybe next time. Thank you so much, Sina, for joining me, and good luck in your game. I mean that, BBL. Maybe next time, maybe next time. But the way that he mentioned FUT there as well, that it was really nice to see them make it. They were celebrating a lot, obviously, as you can imagine, yesterday. And for us, too, it's a really big deal to finally send another full Turkish team for the first time in like 2 years.
Yeah, and I feel like everybody has the perception now that FUT actually deserves a spot, that they have fought so hard, and they've made it.
Yeah, and look at this tweet, though. We turned on Bulldog mode.
So
what do you reckon that
shot
means?
3 bullets at the same time?
But what do you think that means? I also like the good luck to all the players of the opposing team, you know. What do you think that means, Bulldog mode?
Just went woof, 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 woof.
That's
like,
Yumpy mode.
Yeah,
that's Yumpy mode. We also have a tweet from Mini as well, who basically talked about how he felt happy for, in particular, Mr. Farland, who obviously he trialed for them a little while back when they needed a substitute to go to Iceland. So I think Cougar, there was a world that maybe Mr. Farland could have been on
why
Fnatic.
is it always Mini, the
He
one
knows,
and best
he knows.
scouter in the entire region? He finds out every single talent. I don't know who is helping him, if it's just him, but he's definitely got the eye. And if you've got a trial with Fnatic, if Mini has put his eye on you, you're onto something.
And also here in specific for you, Lothar, they have used the talent in a more structured way. That I felt like he took the words out of your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I love watching FUT nowadays. Like, in general, in the past, I was very critical towards the Turkish teams. They were a complete mess when it comes to, like, approaching the game, and it was all based on just shooting people, and that's it. But here you can literally see, and on many maps you'll see how they play crossfires, how they play double positions. They always have their backs, and it's like they play in this kind of body mode when there's someone next to each other. So they have those really strong protocols, and I'm loving to see that Mini is acknowledging that publicly for the rest of the audience to actually see that as well.
Yeah, I think speaking facts there, Lothar and Mini.
Yes.
Common Lothar Mini Ws. But it wasn't perfect, of course. We've seen them play a few times already here. Playoffs is a round I wanted to kind of bring back. I know, Lothar, you broke this down as well. It's just like such minute things I feel like maybe the FUT players need to get on the same page of. I think this was against Vitality on Haven, where the Killjoy lockdown went down, and he detained 3 people, Lothar, but they just didn't push.
That was a very chaotic round that when I was talking about it yesterday, before this even happened, there was like a miscommunication between the Gecko and the Breach. But like, as you say, when those detained are happening, they're not pushing because they don't have the smoke on Heaven. So now they're not certain how much time is left, and it's like this kind of uncertainty that creeps in their minds, and they're don't want to push the last moment that it was deciding in this round.
Yeah, and also they're not using the utility, not acknowledging your position, and counting on where the players can be and how much advantage you gotta have in the moment. It's a little bit hard to calculate.
I also think it's maybe experienced it, because that was such a high pressure situation. If they had won that game, which they did, they would literally qualify for Tokyo. So in that sense, maybe it got to them, the pressure, you think?
I don't think so. I think that they with everything that went down yesterday and all the time that they had to wait and how it looked like the match was cursed, I think that they did a terrible job, like a great job.
Yeah.
I do disagree when it comes to that. I feel like the pressure was actually getting to them, because in the body movement that they had on cameras, it was very visible how like hyped up they are. It was visceral, you know, like how they were reacting. So I feel like this kind of moment could have actually dictated a little bit when it comes to the gameplay.
I mean, 11A as well. If they had won that, Lothar, it might have been a different story on that map. But they're still here. Cougar, on the other side, though, for NAVI, we saw Liquid Thrifty out of their minds. I feel like that's the same thing when it comes to NAVI. So if you want to go and break that down, because they are very, very good in those eco situations.
Yeah, I think that yesterday against Giants, we saw it a lot coming from both of the sides, but I wanted to take a look at a round, because sometimes, you know, it is the nerves, it is everything that is going on at the same time, but one of the duels that are going to happen in the server today is also the guys versus Doombros. And I wanted to take a look at a round that it is a thrifty, okay, so I'm going to tell you that NAVI is winning it, but is right outside of a timeout coming from Doombros. We know that the guys' timeouts are really good, so let's take a look at this one. I want you to, at home, just take a look at the mini-map, okay? They acknowledge the fact that Giants does not have a killjoy, so they know that someone has to be paying attention onto mid. I'm going to play the round and just walk you through what is going to happen here. As you see, CNED and Zipan are going to create a little bit of pressure here onto A. The response is immediate, and Angel is just going to be looking at here at mid if it, you know, triggers any kind of aggressiveness coming from the side of Giants. And they just keep putting this pressure, which forces the, I'm not going to say it here, but just Fiti to just go back in and just try and get that duel out of CNED. In this time, Angel starts literally walking. He, by the way, this round, didn't even buy the second smoke. Like, why? He wanted the Guardian, he got it, so he's just gonna go for that. The moment that we see the entirety, well, three players from Giants just grouping up here on A, Angel is having the time and onto everything. Shao is going to be following him, and now he knows that Giant needs to be looking at mid. Giants starts to be, Giants starts to be a little bit more proactive towards A with that one way, and the moment that he hears that Cloud is using this drone to clear main, he knows it's his trigger to advance, to move. They need to pay attention to that. Cloud is obviously in a safe position using that drone, and the moment that the arrow goes out, he goes and gets the kill onto Hoodie, who was looking at main. From then on, they just keep escalating utility on two sides, granting them a free entrance and 2 almost free kills just with that Guardian. So it is a thrifty. Sometimes these things happen, but it's very well planned to the millimeter, if I have to say. So I'm really excited for the duel that we're going to have.
Yeah, I mean, it always happens for Na'Vi as well. But if we take a look at the map pool here, Lothar, FUT, they've gone a lot better.
Well, definitely, there was like a big gap in performance in the middle of the season. I feel like the beginning of the season for FUT was very effective, then they were like a little bit dropping off, but now they're definitely picking up again. Don't look at Bind, it was just one map, and they were very effective against Fnatic, so that's one thing. But in general, they are pretty good on the win rate performance over here.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the other side as well, for Na'Vi's map pool, of course, is a little bit better, but Bea, there's definitely weaknesses here. It's not perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at the sides, actually, they're pretty evened out, because I think that in very rare occasions, we have seen those wins for Na'Vi actually be decisive. You know, like a team getting a 13-1, a 13-3. No, Na'Vi has been testing off so much stuff that it's hard to predict. It's hard to say, okay, they have good results on Pearl. Is it their best map? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, fortunately in the future, we're going to see some changes to Pearl, by the way. Cannot wait for that.
Yeah, we're going to explain it if we, I mean, Pansy and Hyper were casting, so we're definitely going to get an opportunity to explain it. But also, CNED in that interview, he spoke a little bit more about how people were kind of sending him hate because he wasn't dropping all that many kills. If we take a look at the head-to-head between him and Kiwi, I think Kiwi's had a weaker performance as well, but they're both still doing their roles. I mean, CNED is getting hate for this.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something, CNED. I'm gonna tell you what my mom tells me. Do not take criticism from someone you wouldn't ask for advice. So if someone tells you something stupid on Twitter, on Reddit, anywhere, just don't listen to it. Who are they?
Yeah, this is kind of silly. But Kiwi, though, I'm still kind of waiting for him to reach the regular season level performance, though. I think he really needs to if they want to win today and tomorrow.
Yeah, but as you can see here in the head-to-head, last time they actually met on Bell, that was seen that just essentially bunkering him into like the hole, and then he could never crawl out of it. And I feel like that's something that is a problem when it comes to like the Turkish teams. They are a little bit momentum based, but FUT fortunately has the structure to fall back on. So I don't feel like Kiwi needs to perform, because there's this let's say machine behind him that is able to play off even of the situation when he gets killed first.
I want to see him perform though. That's the thing.
I think he's going to do great, but on the side of FUT, you also have Adaka. I mean, we can have the same conversation for NAVI. I think that CNET has been really good at the operator. He was very good at shutting down Giants yesterday, and the Giants were just trying to avoid him, but CNET was everywhere and just getting those kills. They get those numbers up.
I mean, the question is, FUT, do you guys believe that they can pull this off? They've already surprised everyone by qualifying. This will be a big upset if they can win today.
I don't think it's going to be an upset. From my perspective, I actually feel that FUT...
It's reaffirming.
Yeah, I just like how FUT play. I think it's less messy than NAVI right now, and I feel like NAVI should be actually less favored to win this matchup.
Also, it's a NAVI that is not so down to experiment anymore. I feel like this is the final form of NAVI that we're going to get.
Don't speak too soon. Don't speak too soon. But it's time to bring the players out on stage. Of course, the winner will be facing Team Liquid tomorrow, and the loser will be eliminated. Here is FUT and NAVI.
FUT Esports.
Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that stop. Yeah, I'm never there. Trying to get to the top of my game. I don't want to hear no talk from lanes. I don't want to do it if there's not no game. Them man are looking for them man don't train. Hey, I can't accept one loss. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that stop. Yeah, I'm never there.
NAVI.
Well, the last time these two teams faced each other, we very much had a situation of both teams having a permaban, no Fraction, no Haven. Instead, they went to Lotus, Split, and Pearl. Do you guys expect the same maps to come up again?
Yeah, more so. I think that it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think that they were going to go.
I think Pearl and Lotus surely the first two maps.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's gonna be a very similar map, not even exactly the same, because I always look forward to like an
We love Lotus. We're constantly seeing Lotus, I think, in every single best of three or almost all of them.
Yeah, do you want to see it again, Lothar?
Well, is it weird for me to say that I would rather see Pearl than Lotus again? Like, we don't see Pearl a lot in the EMEA.
And I'm fine with that. Yeah. I'm not complaining.
I think Linz and I are on the same boat here.
Well, we're going to have a look at the Mavitos now and see what they ban. I feel like NAVI, surely they're going to ban Haven still. Oh, they've banned the Pearl here.
I assume that this is FUT, right?
Yeah. FUT banned the Pearl.
So they've left the Fracture open.
Fair play to FUT. And of course, the Haven
surprise over here.
is out. So FUT will have the first pick. I mean, it's got to be Lotus, surely.
There's no way. Yeah.
Okay.
But question is, what do NAVI pick here? I like the Ascent maybe.
We're gonna break this down in a moment when it comes to Lotus.
Oh yes!
God.
This is going to be the first one, isn't it?
I love it. It's been a while since we've seen Fracture. Teams don't usually choose it.
I mean, it's a situation of pick your poison. You know that you are banning the Pearl. You know that Fracture is open. And it's a candy that apparently NAVI wants to try.
Yeah, and Split is going to... Sorry, Ascent is going to be last. You guys both said that you fancy FUT over NAVI here. Do you still feel that way after seeing the maps?
I think we're going to get that decider. Lothar, I'm so happy because now you're here. We're going to see the Fracture. Do you think we're going to see the Euro?
It will be so funny.
It's going to be literally the same as always. Whenever I'm off broadcast, it's a Euro. Whenever I'm on broadcast, it's going to be we're swapping up.
I also think that because we're going to Lotus first as well, you're also not going to get a breach. I think they're going to change the breach just for you. But let's talk about that Lotus a little bit more if you guys want to go break it down. Because like you said,
it's going to be fun.
Let's talk about the breach.
We see it a lot. We see it a lot in EMEA. So what are we going to get here?
This is going to be a graphic that represents NAVI's compositions on Lotus. It's gonna be
spoiler, there are a lot.
Funny. Look at this. 5 different compositions that they played so far on Lotus. And it's not only different compositions, also separate roles. I mean, the most egregious is this, right?
Yes, exactly. And it's something that we saw 2 times, and luckily they decided to not show it again. But if you see, like, if you take a look at the general compositions, they're just trying to mix and match. It's like when you bought this really pair of pants and you just try it with different t-shirts, and then you keep one t-shirt. That's literally what they're doing. Sometimes the Sova, sometimes the Killjoy. Now the Killjoy with Fade instead of Sky. Now it's going to be back to the Breach. Well, sorry, the Breach is like the first time that they try in this iteration, but it's not now going to be without the Killjoy that we have been using 4 times. Now we're going back to the Sova. It's just crazy.
It's sometimes you can like see the plan behind the composition, but in general there's always something missing, right? But what I would like to really see is that ability to take space on the A main, which is possible with the last composition they used with the Sova and the Breach. But at the same time, the Sova is very limited when it comes to the actual impact when you consider like she could be a Fate instead of that, right?
Yeah, I think that also not having the Killjoy, not having that extra support, it also complicates things. We know that Angel is going to be your Angel things around the map, but I'm happy to see that probably CNET is going to be very comfortable on that pick.
Well, let's see here in Agent Soleil, because NAVI played 7 times on Lotus, 6 different comps. FUT, on the other hand, only 2 comps. And may I remind you guys, FUT have only lost Lotus against NAVI and Fnatic. No one else so far since the inception of this map. But let's see. Well, you're not going to get the Breach, so I'm really sorry. It's no Breach. Oh,
okay.
They've gone back to the
Come on, be happy. Give me a smile.
Wait.
There's some synergy over here as well with the Fade
They reverted
and the Omen.
This is the comp they played against FUT, right?
FUT,
Already.
And they were like, okay, against FUT. It follows the lines of what NAVI has been presenting to us. The sense of we change the compositions, adapting to our opponent. You know that this already worked against FUT. You want to repeat it. Okay, I'm not mad because I think that they got a very good defensive half against them, and I think that FUT has a very easy to read attack. They have been doing the same pistol on B 4 times in a row now with literally 0 success onto B. Let's see if they can adapt and overcome all the things that they know on Lotus.
I just hope that CNET will represent a different type of Yor than he showed us in the past, because it was just like a different jet.
Of
with
course.
flashes.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll
Lothar got his Yoru. This is going to be a great day, and it's about to get better, because your casters for this match is Pansy and Hypok.
Oh, that was very sweet of you.
That's so wholesome.
I feel loved and cared for.
It is a good day.
Yeah, it certainly is. And if you are a fan of good Valorant, you're probably going to be in for a treat today, because we get to see 2 specialists here. Starting out on Lotus, sat comfortably for FUT during that regular season. Almost their cornerstone of that capability. But then Fracture with NAVI, 100% throughout regular season. But that's a little to come. Yeah, we'll come back to that. But map 1, Mike, talk to me about what your expectations are with Lotus, because it looks like NAVI are back to their weird ways.
Yeah, and I was curious of what was going to happen when this qualification, I don't want to say inevitably came through, but did come through for NAVI, right? We're going to see them go back to maybe exploring some options across the map pool in terms of compositions, going back to, I don't want to call it experimenting, you can't really be shocked with some of the decisions.
No, it's now happened so many times.
Yeah, it's happened so many times now, but one thing I do want to hit is that thing that I closed on yesterday on the cast, talking about CNET's ability to pick up. There was a big question about him.
There was.
So if NAVI continue to try and diversify across the map pool in terms of the duelist picks, I'm happy to see it. Yeah. Again, I haven't been blown away by some of the Yoru plays we've seen from NAVI, but
the concept is good, though.
This is the time to make best use of live games, right?
And what a chance to bring it out against someone like FUT, who is extremely diligent on this map. They are certainly no slouches. Probably one of their best maps that they've challenged some of the better teams out there with. So if you're going to try and run something to test out its validity, how conceptually good it can be, this is a fantastic one for them. So let's see what NAVI can do about this, because it is going to be NAVI on the defending side and FUT, of course, on the attack. Kiwi already looking to take that space, and CNET hits the evacuation button.
Yeah, down to 10 HP as well. So the plant will come through here.
Spike planted.
B site. Flank coming through nice and early as well, but the turret will spot that out.
But I like there's bodies behind it. It's not just one player exploring. They've got at least a little bit of synergy with both of them there. Still a little bit of kit as well for the Fade. Just heard that invested from Zipan. Should at least facilitate that push up a little bit deeper, but this is the crunch that can get a little bit tricky. Moj already taking a bit of chip damage. But there's no real big step towards the site yet. They do need to get some commitment behind this.
Yeah, there is the time. It's ticking away right now. Mr. Fulham will find the first. Zipan and actually Moj and Atta all find kills.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, so far so good. FUT in control here. No threats made by NAVI. That was decisive. 5 alive, plant in. That retake never got going.
And Bayer touched this on the desk. This shouldn't have come as a surprise. So whether or not this was the intention from the get-go from NAVI to kind of address this, allow the plant to come through, whether or not the damage onto CNED is kind of a curveball along the way that really changes the plan. But FUT able to actually stabilize within this B-side plant pretty comfortably, I've got to say.
Yeah, beautifully handled. I mean, the story of FUT as well, bigger picture, has been something to marvel at. From potential shown in Brazil to this.
So impressed with them.
It's
there have been so many individual performances coming through. Atta, for me, being the highlight, but
yeah,
everybody stepping up to the plate this season for FUT.
Because I feel for me, initially, it was like the Kiwi show. Initially, right? Because he was the easy one to identify. But you're right, it was that collective elevation. Every single player was there. Because as much as, yes, one player can be the standout, it takes a team to support it, which is what we saw. How many times we said, oh, if the Neon doesn't get support, not going to find that sort of value. Every single time that team's been there. So great to see FUT in this form. Wait and see if NAVI can do some chip damage here. Again, you've got a really big buy coming out from FUT. Nothing really missed. Bulldogs, yes, but those 2 Phantoms as well joined. Add a captain and Moj with that. Sugetsu dealt with. This is gorgeous from FUT. Yeah, sight's theirs.
Zipan going to try and get ahead of the smoke, but Cracks there to greet him. Plant will come through. Shout.
Spike planted.
Sheriff in hand. Doesn't want to go just yet. No way for Angel to maybe find an angle, but FUT basically resetting off of default here of a very comfortable hold once again in round 2.
I'm still so mad I never bought that share.
One enemy remaining.
It hurts my feelings every single time. Yep, I love it. I really do.
It's not an Ion though. Ion Sheriff is the best.
I don't know, that looked pretty juicy. Oh look, got a little custom animation, like it's all there. So yeah, Fallen goes down, but not the end of the world, but it was a big buy, so if they did any more damage, yes, that could have been quite a big takeaway. It wasn't to be, so we do see
this was 2 Phantoms and 3 Bulldogs,
yes.
I'm pretty sure, so
yes,
it's a very difficult round for NAVI to even find damage with, to be honest.
It was played out very well, but it just feels like nothing's really stopped their goal so far. That initial take towards B on the first pistol, this follow-up towards C, it's been very all-encompassing. NAVI need to kind of get a little grip on the game. I mean, so far, only Angel has gotten a kill, and we saw it. It was that Sheriff kill, so need to do a little bit of damage, feel a little bit warmer in this matchup. Again, it feels like testing, experimenting to a degree, trying to face the best and learn what you can from it. And NAVI, big challenge here. It's not one. Angel goes down first and foremostly. At a captain, fantastic. First draw of blood there, and they can sit a little deeper. They've still got 120 on the board.
Now just have to rely on Sugetsu in terms of utility. It's committed already towards A side to split through this rubble control. We're still happy to show presence behind, actually. It's going to keep a couple of members of NAVI interested in a bit of a gap towards C here. Still one member of NAVI present, though. Curious of actually how much Zipan wants to commit to this. It's an upgrade, actually, from the...
It's big for Fallen.
From the Sheriff, for Mr. Fallen, yeah.
Unretrievable, unpoliceable, really, excuse me, for Zipan there. He had to just kind of accept it. Seas goes in, doesn't do too much in that.
Well, it slows down to 2 and 3, but...
I guess he gave a little bit of room for Xiao to maybe try and catch a pick on the cross, but by this point, Spike's back into hand. Zipan looking for someone to maybe show above, but he's not going to get much play into that. Does he get a good reveal? Not really, didn't get much information at all, and Cena's been caught on the back lines. So FUT, once again, just showing sheer dominance. Beautiful work here. A hefty bonus round, sure, but doing exactly as prescribed. And Zipan still finding no play from CT.
No. Yeah, basically, since the beginning of this execution. Sugetsu will come through, we'll find one, but not going to amount to much more. Zipan will follow through, but 2 rifles retained. Moj actually on the lockdown already. With how this has gone, I mean, yeah, the ult cycle will favour NAVI massively. Sorry, FUT massively.
Yeah.
NAVI, unfortunately, haven't got too many kills to work towards just yet.
Oh, wow.
It'd be tough here if there's any investment to really work upon for NAVI. A couple of Sheriffs coming into round 2 as well. Notice some gaps in utility for CNED. We'll get 2 Guardians in here. Light Shield actually and Sheriffs to complement this purchase.
I'm just looking to see what NAVI trying to attempt to do to dissuade these site takes, because there has been very little denial of it. And already, yeah, I don't think you're going to get much more this round. Maybe Angel hits a couple of big boy shots, but barely getting out with his life at this point.
Doesn't want to continue to pressure here. I've seen it, but I think he's going to want to wait for FUT to go elsewhere to try and get that Guardian back, potentially.
Poison's off. This will be a test of patience for a moment. And the ult cycle is just building so favorably for FUT. Already having Moj with that lockdown is wonderful, sure.
Well,
but
potentially the lockdown in the pit for the next buy round from NAVI.
Huge.
So on those cut and dry executes available towards any side. Is FUT going to catch this rotation towards A? Zipan in position once again to maybe figure this out, but it's a very deep position towards Heaven.
He can't really challenge too much. Maybe catch one on the cross towards site at best. Oh, the smoke's already there. Yeah, he has no opportunity to really punish much. Commits towards the site itself, so trying to sit a little, I guess,
Spike planted.
further. That's a shot. Hold on. Here we go. A little bit of fire in the belly. Seen it. Well, there it is. Lockdown going to come out this round. Don't know if they even really needed it here, but we're going to find out if there's enough threat to be warranting committing the lockdown. Turret's gone down. Tree's been overrun. And the lockdown has been dealt with. But back to task. They still need to deal with this spike. First tap on it. Draws out some of that utility. And a captain buying precious seconds here. But now there's the next tap. This one needs a little bit of commitment behind it. There it is. Effective trade to FUT. Fantastic work until then. And Zipan trying to play the time, but he's running low on it. And the spam from out of captain is just perfect.
And the draw out of the lockdown, which is a big win for NAVI. I think FUT just conscious that that could spiral out of control. Do still have the pit, and even so, 2 away from the null command. Just a fall in 1 off. Kiwi actually 2 away from his as well. Still plenty of tools available on the brink at least. Yeah, it definitely takes away from the option of having a free site to set that pit up.
When do we see the timeout, do you think, from NAVI? I still don't think it's yet.
I think probably after this buy round, if it doesn't go in their favour. Cena actually on the operator here.
Whoa, Zipan's gone down so quickly.
Yeah, just spammed it. Where's the death marker? Yeah, on the corner.
Yeah. The protocol list from FUT is just so well established. We hadn't seen this early take really out towards this side just yet. We'd seen that constant challenge on the other side of the map. Maybe noting that there could be the chance of the operator coming out, something simply that they've just kept to the forefront of their mind, or they just wanted to hit this site themselves. Again, we have not seen enough stopping power from NAVI yet. Nothing's really stopped FUT having what they want. A little pause for thought here.
The smoke's interesting as well, because it's over towards Mound, but CNED's actually ahead of it, so he has the information behind it. I think that's an attempt from FUT to really draw a rotation, or at least plant the seed that they're stacking up towards Mound, and rotated away from this first blood on Zipan. Cracked his knife, will give that away though. Well, no Angel on site. The split's going to come through towards B here.
Overwhelmed. Shout can do nothing about it, and there's still that split coming in. And with that utility now removed from the play, more freedom to be had. Moj can hold this. CNED can't swing wide. They have no control on this B site. This take is so well crafted. FUT are actually such a treat to watch on this. NAVI need to somehow get scrappy in this. Try and dissuade these gorgeous takes, but nothing has worked so far. Yes, they've taken down Kiwi, but look at the scenario they're in. There's a plant, and there is that pit in play. So once again, what are you going to do with that operator? What are you going to try and do to make any progress now?
Nothing, especially with Mr. Fallen finding a flank here.
Done.
Find Angel looking to retreat and hold on to that rifle, but...
So what's the answer to this, right? Because they've been getting what they want. They've had site takes, they've been getting that ability to then split through middle, they've been winning out towards C long. A lot of the kind of, I guess, tick boxes are going in their favor. How do you stop that from happening? What would be your first port of call?
For me, NAVI need to kind of prioritize one extremity. You can see CNED looking to get aggressive, control some of that early space. I think he even outlasts his TP, so he's committed to a very deep position to actually retain that information as well. So Getsu 4, and actually, I'm not sure what the... Yeah, I mean, 2 at 3,200. I was going to say, yeah, after that buy round, we do see the timeout. Yeah, because I feel like there needs to be some sort of... Okay, yeah.
Oh, wow, I thought it was like a jump spot or something, but no, that was...
Split out.
Yeah.
But even here, where CNED's got that deep information, the setup doesn't really cover towards the contingency. Xiao's committed to holding on to that door split coming through. And again, if you know it's not C and you're almost anticipating FUT are going to be towards A or have the option of splitting B, I'm not sure why Xiao's in that sort of position, to be honest with you. But yeah, from NAVI, I think the answer's got to be some kind of proactivity to take away the freedom that FUT have. Obviously, this is an example where they get a first blood and it creates an opening that NAVI have to be conscious of. Maybe in that situation, if there is still 5 standing, they do adjust accordingly. Yeah, I feel like CNED's able to really call the shots there.
He took so much of what FUT would have wanted, obviously.
And it amounts to nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'd love to have almost seen that round if they didn't get that pick. To see how it would have played out potentially differently.
I mean, also the other thing is, well, if you've got somebody with an operator, a B-site retake isn't favourable.
It's not really going to happen, is
no.
it? Oh, yeah, that adds
especially
almost,
at a disadvantage in terms of the head count.
Did they hear CNED's operator last round?
No, not.
I feel with the save you're going to be quite conscious.
Not early on. They did obviously when they were saving onto it, because I think Mr. Fallen swings into CT and CNED fires off a shot.
Right. They're leaning on these B takes again. It's the right call. And the door was opened, given a chance. This is much better. Proactive on the extremity, reaps the rewards. Cracks goes down. Res should be there. I don't think much can deny that. No. Oh, and a second bite of the cherry. That time Zipan got punished. And Angel trying to drift up a little aggressively. They're going to get overwhelmed here. Cena did a little bit of damage, but it is nowhere near enough to stop this. And the perfect protocols once again from FUT, reading into this buy so well. Completely navigating around that operator as to what he would want to do. There was a little bit of an opportunity with that door swung open, but even then, only able to do a little bit. Cena tries to his best to keep them away from this operator, but they are hunting it down.
Yeah. See, even here, actually, Kiwi catch him.
Yeah.
Or he's going to spot the edge of CNED's player model, I believe.
Yeah, Mosh has been called in.
No, I was going to say he was looking towards the right side there. Kiwi, I mean, was looking towards the right side of Rubble, so I'm not even sure if he did spot the right side of his player model. At least in that round, it looks like a better setup from NAVI. The Kiwi's just so difficult to pin down on the front line, though. The timing here of the slide into sight just allows FUT to follow up perfectly. Even here, actually, the paranoia was on point. You can spot that coming through. NAVI need to get a grip on this, though. 6-0 scoreline for FUT. Going to try and get a little bit aggressive here on A, but it's tempered.
Yeah, there's bodies behind this for NAVI. They've tried to put a lot of presence over towards at least a challenge on A, and they found out there's nothing behind that utility. At least they've made a good educated guess at this point, and then it puts that pendulum swing towards the other side of the map, towards C. Kiwi has been exceptional at this. Does he get any more benefit? Yes, of course he does. And the follow-up is
playing insane, by the way.
This is genuinely perfect VALORANT we're seeing coming out of FUT. Fantastic reads on the buys, fantastic site takes. NAVI are locked out, and NAVI are good at this game, make no mistake.
Look how decisive FUT are, though. As soon as they feel a little bit of pressure on A side, there's no shift walk back through spawn.
No.
It's, guys, let's hit C.
There we go.
Kiwi slides in, we follow up, and the site's on a platter for them. I mean, there's not much that NAVI can do here. It's a 2v5. They have to stop on the front door.
And then
Shao setups towards B as well, sorry.
No, you're fine. There's just been no stopping power wherever they go. That was the first attempt to at least kind of deny that initial intent coming out from FUT by taking that fight towards it. At a captain went into his body on the line. They've got so many numbers behind this. Sugetsu's left on 7 HP. He can make nothing of it. And look who's waiting, who's prowling. It's Kiwi. Yeah, FUT are outclassing NAVI in every single aspect in this game so far. We've not seen that individual impact from Sugetsu. He's not had the chance to. NAVI have every ultimate online right now. Where do you even bring that to? What can you do with it? Because you are being battered.
I mean, yeah, FUT are outclassing, but NAVI aren't really even having a chance in these rounds.
Nope.
Not as if it's coming down to a couple of engagements. It's FUT just absolutely rolling their way onto site. Ultimates come through in a round where maybe if they get a pick, they can reduce the numbers of FUT slightly. Might see that investment come through. But it's another one where it's going to be difficult to really get aggressive on either side of the map.
But I love this progress. Now this one, it has been dealt with, right? Zipan actually got that shot towards Cracks, but even in their defaults, they still try and make a little bit of progress somewhere. Playing slightly deeper towards A, they get a good foothold towards the site, even with 4 alive. They slip back into having Mosh towards B, and they leave the 3 to try and take the side itself. Tricky, but I think that paranoia is good. And Kiwi's ahead of that. He's got a little bit more freedom than maybe they'd expect, but that's going to help things out. They get that reaffirmation of information. Kiwi looking to find some impact. That's 3 players on the side here. Do they read this, or do they keep going forward? They do, but they fall foul to it. Sugetsu, body in the right place. Finally having that impact they need. There's Moj now in a 1v3. There are recoverable weapons. But it looks like Na'Vi haven't quite gone for that yet. Angel fancies a bit of it though, wants that rifle to hand. So he's now got himself in a way better position here.
Anyone without, what's to say, but Xiao's come forward. CNED actually commits to the TP here. Does get back behind, but Angel's going to clear things up regardless. Na'Vi actually dig their heels in here, happy to commit to that engagement ahead of the spike being planted. It takes 2 ultimates as well. Obviously, Angel's TP coming through to reposition, but the first blood really is no secondary swing onto Krax's angle here. Sugetsu finding some juicy taps. At least on the board now. What can they recover for the rest of the half here? We're into round 9. But close to some of these key ultimates once again, though. I've got to say, it's financially looking pretty comfortable for them as well.
Kiwi. First round for him to get an operator out as well. I wonder if he gets the punish this time, because Na'Vi won't have that same freedom to be able to try and find that first pick here, right?
How much do FUT slow it down with an operator?
Still making quite decent progress.
Yeah.
120, they're up deep. They're not waiting back at all. And they're not going to find that same success off a peak by the stairs. Spam going to come in, finds really nothing, and Kiwi is playing deep on this. He's gotten a little further ahead than maybe they'd like, but they're calling for backup. You're going to have 4 players on the other side here.
They're baiting out Sugetsu's utility so well. He has no snake bites ahead of this hit, and Krax has found CNED.
They've slipped so deep, I think, actually they've been able to isolate that Viper over towards Tree. Na'Vi, great damage from the back of Xiao. Lockdown just to give them at least a little bit of a moment of respite. Temper this aggression. Moj, huge pick though. That's opened up a chance towards this B plant. That's massive work from them.
Actually going to try and increase the gap as well, yeah. Mr. Fallen's got his TP as well. He's lurking still towards Rubble. Might try and get behind this rotation, but he's a little off pace, I've got to say it. He's not been given an audio cue. He has no information to act upon.
They can at least kind of funnel them just towards CT with that Killjoy utility posted, and now this very late flank coming in from Fallen. Yeah, this isn't bad. At least they know that no one's gone past this way, so they can solely focus towards CT. Allows Kiwi that confidence to hold that angle. Now gets to dip away. Sugetsu, there's a slow creeping death coming behind him as well. Mr. Fallen does get found. Sugetsu's mad, by the way. 4 HP, does get out of here, but it's a round nonetheless for FUT. And the way they're manipulating this game, the way they're manipulating the map, the rotation routes, is beautiful to witness. The scoreline is certainly rotten if you're an RV fan, but it's very pretty.
The mid-rounding is on point for FUT.
Yes.
Every time they're presented with a problem, there's a decision immediately.
Yeah.
And they're able to collapse onto another site so quickly. It's really on the back of Kiwi's pacing, right? His ability to really step up. Or pick up the pace, I should say.
God, this from Moj was like the same.
Yeah, perfect timing on this lurk as well. And there were so many questions with no single round where they've really figured out what the backside of some of these site hits are, you know, what the back line looks like, where Moj is, what his setup is like. There are question marks all over the map for Na'Vi.
We're going to see that once again. More dedicated start from Na'Vi, taking all the space up, trying to take towards that broken wall. And they're just going to post up Angel towards it. Now, with all this said and done, they've had to respond quickly off the back. Na'Vi now having to post 3 players on towards the other side of the map. They're putting a lot of faith in Angel. There's no double dip. This is their sole singular focus. CNED waiting on site. Has support here. Sugetsu by his side. Xiao, not too far away.
Run.
But the lockdown. Just contingency plan on contingency plan here for FUT. They're going to cause the evacuation of the site. Nothing can really take this away.
CNED staying until as late as possible with TP away. Isn't rewarded with a kill. Does have his ultimate here for the retake. Krax and the Atta captain one away as well. And Atta's actually going to get the pit off the plant.
There's that ult though. How much do they get for this? Spots 2 on the site. Big information. They got to get going though, and CNED! Wild attempt, and it's worked. But there's the response in kind. Kiwi going to pop the ult just to get a little bit more dangerous in case that was even possible. Moj going to sit a little bit deeper as they've lost that back line, really. A little bit of worry there, but the paranoia and smoke looking to be committed. Moj going to find Angel, tap on the spike, draws the attention, can't quite find the kill. And it forces the swing from Moj, and it's all on Kiwi! Come off it! Surely he doesn't find Xiao. Surely. Oh my god, he's considering it. He's thinking about it. Xiao now creeping closer, he's got him dead. Well handled in the end, but making something out of nothing. Wait, no way, the timing.
I think he's just got it, maybe. Oh my God!
Wow. Finest of margins there.
I think Kiwi only repositions there because he's like, well, yeah, there's too much time's gone.
Yeah.
Unless he's on top of me here, I've won the round. A ridiculous turnaround though from Kiwi.
Talk about over delivery. Bloody hell. Yeah, one more less than a second, basically. Look at that. Oh.
0.07.
You don't see those. You don't see those very often.
I honestly think Kiwi's thinking he's won the round.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he could have just tucked in a little bit longer, forced him to be literally committed on the fight. Yeah. Wow. It's the second round for NAVI. Again, Cena's taking all of this space. No one there to open the door for him this time, though, so he won't have that same impact. Crack's going to pop the ult as well, so that should allow for the side take to be much more comfortable.
It's the same hit once again. Last time they had the ult go on, but Sugetsu finds two.
How? How's he managed that? Sugetsu just dips back in, finds what he wants. Is this the end goal? Keep in mind, the spike is with Fallen. Tap on towards it, seems to even draw a fight out, so gets creeping closer. Fight comes in towards the door, and Cracks answers back. A is vulnerable, and they are running.
They bait it out perfectly with the spike tap, but Xiao is here nice and early. This Kiwi, he's wise to it. He finds it.
Spike planted.
NAVI are getting outplayed.
Yeah?
Every single scenario, they are being outplayed here. A real rare treat. We said this is going to be the scene of two specialists fighting. FUT on this map have really reigned supreme. It takes a real special team to be able to take it away from them. We've seen it, but NAVI not looking like they're in that ilk. They can't compete at that level here.
Standing.
And CNED, well, that's a lot to achieve. And a good attempt, but not good enough. Yeah, FUT are playing just beautiful Valorant.
I mean, it's like every time we see FUT, they impress you even more.
Yes.
And they come out and put this performance on versus NAVI. Okay, that's...
All right.
Yeah. I mean, he had a little peak the first time, but then Cracks just completely flips this back in their favor.
Yeah.
The bait is perfect from the spike tap. I think NAVI are probably reading this as, yeah, we got two picks. They're going to play a little deeper back towards main, towards the orb potentially. Somebody's baiting out for the peak from outside the door potentially. The Cracks just absolutely deletes two players.
TP. Wait.
I was thinking about
I'm getting flashbacks to Redgar.
Sugetsu TP.
Please don't do it again. But they're having to pull off a side take against 3 players here. This is a lot. And Kiwi walks in, strides in, and takes down 2. What a monster of a player. Sugetsu is just... Oh, he's not having a good day here. Not a good day at the office at all. And Zipan and Angel have no say in this site. Wow.
Pit will be dropped. Zipan and Angel, the last two standing here. Well, no, the Modge is still here by the investment of the Nano Swarm, but sort of just waiting things out. We'll only spot one. It's just Zipan suppressed by that. That's it, found 2. He's found a third.
Zipan is on for it, but 12 HP ain't much to play with. That turret's dangerous enough. The crowd may call for it, but it may not be right.
He needs the ace.
Oh! Devastating. What an attempt made. But attempt all it will be. Moj keeps this scoreline formidable for FUT. This is truly an outclass here, Mike.
I mean, Kiwi is absolutely bonkers right now.
I was going to talk about his entry power alone, but you look at it. Morning, noon, and night, this man is winning every fight he gets. Look at this. Look at what he does here. There's 3 players on the site, right? Perfect. No, the paranoid didn't even land. With the adjustment on towards CNED. Just, you're not meant to have this level of impact. You're really not.
One enemy remaining.
It's against NAVI.
Yeah.
It's not like they're slow on protocols. It's not like they're sloppy at all.
And they're usually so. One of Navi's strengths is actually hard anchoring sites, preventing spikes from even being planted in FUT. I mean, I made a comment at the start of the half. It looks as if they have total freedom to decide whatever they want, whenever they want. Even in rounds here where Navi are finding first blood or finding 2, that's Sugetsu round on towards B.
Then the mid-routing kicks in and it's perfect. I am just enamored by watching this. Now,
well, just quickly, I was talking about what we see from NAVI once qualification comes through, obviously once they book their ticket.
Yep.
The same could be said for FUT.
Sure.
And actually, they're just riding this wave in terms of the confidence, in terms of the performances they're putting up, and I guess themselves feeling validated now to come out and put these sort of performances on.
The thing is, though, once we go to, because we kind of have to talk about international stage now, right? This goes bigger picture. You gotta hope that FUT can find that form that they're putting up here on Lotus.
Maintain this form.
Yes.
Yes.
You think any team's going to try and fight them on Lotus now? That's getting taken away from them. You batter NAVI like this, you suffer very few, very specific losses here. You are not going to have that when you get to Japan. That is out of your map pool. If someone leaves it open, they've made a mistake. So again, for FUT, that's why I'm quite interested to see the Fracture Ascend come in, see how robust they look. Can they get this level of play across a map pool that's willing to suffer a favorite map veto?
Yeah, sure. And I guess as well, it answers a big question about the other side. 'Cause obviously, Fracture is a question mark.
Yes.
But obviously for NAVI, comp dependent, we know roughly what we're going to see.
Yep.
But even just come back to this. We're talking as if the map's over, it basically is, but we'll wait and see.
Sure. Hey, look, I'm always down to clown, right? You never know what's going to happen, but it is just such a treat to see a Turkish team operating at this level, because it has always been that. When's it going to happen? When do we get those stars aligning? When do they get that, you know, the Turkish aim joined by, you know, a team of capability? We're seeing it. It's actually happened. It's such a treat to have been on this journey with them to this point. Now this is only map 1, right? NAVI, yeah, going through the list of things. This again, it does feel like we're back in somewhat testing territory here, trying themselves against the best. There's no better practice to be had. And NAVI going to be softened up as they try and get towards tree. And actually, one's going to fall. Zipan's gone down. Angel delivers towards our captain, but it's scrappy. They've got themselves an advantage here. One player to the good, and the plant soon to follow.
Mr. Fallen coming through here on the flank. Should be noticed by Angel. Yeah, definitely now. Yeah, no clue that this is here. Angel, the freest kill you'll see all day. Cracks now in a 1v3. Shao tagged up, but I think NAVI are going to give this away. Shouldn't give him an opportunity to play back in here, to be honest.
Nope. Nope, there's a firing squad around that corner. NAVI, take the first step. Okay. It's going to need to be near on flawless, though. Which, hey, any other team, I'd almost instantly write it out of my mind, but yeah, there's potential for NAVI to do some serious damage. Can they correct the scoreline to make, you know, the VLR experts think it was a close game? That's what I'm waiting to see. As it stands.
There's a chance here, actually, for Modge and Kiwi in this round. I didn't even notice, actually, Modge's position behind Kiwi. There's a chance here to actually bail Atta out on this tree hold. Unfortunately, it doesn't come through, because I think Kiwi then lands a really important stun. Nonetheless, doesn't come through. Shorty here for Mr. Fallen, a scope in the hands of Kiwi. 3 rifles for NAVI to work with.
Oh,
well,
dearie me.
CNED has had probably the 2 roughest days of Valorant I think we've seen in a long time.
And it's hard to see someone so sweet just being bullied.
And somebody so talented.
Oh,
killed in some of the ways that he does.
Yeah. That's a little unfortunate, but here we are. But with that bigger threat removed from Kiwi's hands, the main one is going to be that shorty, but trying to find value with it here, not going to be easy. And it's pause. It's NAVI waiting. See if there's an overextend. Again, they don't have the capability really for much of it. Do they recover the weapon? It might be filtered back through.
And the shorty's filtered, for sure.
And they go, no, I think B looks better.
Yeah.
Why go into what looks like a stack?
30 seconds left.
Yeah, plant should be coming through now. If they can keep 4 standing, they'll be happy enough with this. As long as you don't lose that Bulldog, the 2 Vandals, everything else is, you know, irrelevant. Oh dear. Well, there we go. And that's recoverable. Vandal, bear in mind. Sugetsu is posted on this.
Semi-committed.
You can't back away. Luckily, they're low HP. Very hard to trade effectively when it's this man up against you. The aim. You put him in a corner and you just give him targets. Ooh.
Beautifully done by Sugetsu. Crispy once again.
Yep.
Obviously not much in that purchase. So I guess call it a win for FUT, honestly, in terms of damage done. We've been here. Oh, okay.
I want to aim, like,
Yeah, it'd be quite nice.
it would be pleasant, wouldn't it?
10-4 now. FUT back on the purchase.
Here's the big fight, right?
Yep.
Do we get a game? Let's find out.
So NAVI very comfortable behind us, actually, with Shao just bringing the Sheriff into this. For NAVI potentially to get some progress towards a key ultimate here. Probably looking towards Shao to get to in terms of the attack. Maybe even seen it in Zipan as well, depending on
Toxins going up.
where they set their sights. Actually, very early collapse towards us with the alarm bot behind. Feels as if this is
time to jump.
Intended to follow through with.
For that pop, there it is, commitment towards the site. CNED's there. Ada Captain seems aware of the chance. The flash going to force him to turn, but not a favorable fight for CNED. Trying to control this, needs a little bit of utility to maybe facilitate something like that. A 1-1 trade, not bad for the overwhelm in the end. Zipan good spacing, but Krax gets curious. Does the damage on the back lines too. Spike yet to go down, there's still pressure on this site, still a 3v3.
Still got some utility to work with as well. Knife will go through, does still have the fragment, he's going to clear out center site with it.
Paranoia just to make sure. Oh, and they're just falling like flies. Angel 19 HP and a 1v1 to be had. Omen v Omen. Smokes TP's all there. Oh, the timing's just right. Angel slides back on through, catching Fallen on the push-up. And maybe we've got a game on our hands. It is costly. It's brought them down to 1 player, but they're up to 5.
We know with obviously that round 2 purchase that NAVI were going to be very healthy in terms of the funds coming out of this. And even so, actually, I think still sitting. Even after rifle purchases come through at 1,600. So still got another round or 2 left in the finances here for NAVI. How long can they keep this running? 3 unanswered so far. And yeah, they're very healthy behind this purchase, actually.
Kiwi is in the right place, but is it the right time? Sheriff of the dream, not going to happen. Angel completes that TP and does well. NAVI, well considered of the crossfire that might be holding towards the site. They actually fall away from this.
You've got to be careful here. Yeah, I was going to say Mr. Fallen trying to get an angle, but the turret will prevent him from catching this rotation, or at least a kill ahead of the rotation. Chow, beautiful shot to open things up here. NAVI, 5 strong, 2 left for FUT. Still looking to...
Taking the tour.
Yeah, or maybe go and retrieve the orb outside A if it's still there.
I mean, you've got Zugetsu's one away,
Yeah,
CNEDs, Zipans. Loads to be looked at. Chow's a little far off, but... Is it there? Wow. Maybe they already got it, who knows. At this point though, site should be theirs. They can just get it off the plant potentially.
I mean, this sets them up for an A site hit next if they get Zipan's ultimate and CNED can just retrieve an orb at the start
30
next.
seconds
Yeah,
left.
which is very, with the plant coming in,
Spike
that's
planted.
Zipan's on.
I mean, with Atta playing there as well, it's one of the anchors for FUT that can really slow down the site hit. So I'm curious actually if the awareness is there from FUT, because we've seen that sort of execute from NAVI a few times.
Oh,
eventually.
lovely.
Flawless.
That's 2 of those ults coming through as well. Zipan with the plant and then CNED catching one of the last 2 there. That's it. So you've got a massive amount of kit to come into this with.
I think initially as well, I mean, the key thing here is actually if Krax is able to get some information off his knife early. Like I said, yeah, that was a nice shot. It looked like it from Mr. Fallen's POV. It was even nicer from Chow's. Yeah, we saw. We saw.
We got you. Don't worry about it. It's all good. The other ult, speaking of, is Kiwis. All there's really to play with for them in this. Falling one off isn't going to change much. Cracks. Maybe something, but let's see. NAVI going to take their time here. Want to get the lay of the land.
I feel like as well, I mean, the ults will come in potentially the wrong way, unless Kiwi... Has Kiwi popped out?
I didn't hear it
Yeah, I
at the
didn't hear
start,
it.
so...
Yeah, it is popped.
Oh, okay.
I say, because FUT are broke after this.
Who's next?
Well, there's one of the ults. That's going to be seen Ed investing here. Sees nothing close by. Might spot one. Yeah, that's going to be fallen. Hello, Paranoia is real nice.
I was considering coming out there.
He's seen two. Yeah, this is big info. But while all this is happening, there's no intention behind it. There's no commitment. TB taken. It's on Kiwi to hold this back now. Spots out one. That's huge. Couldn't do much more. A little too far away to make that impact work. So Zipan's on the trade. In towards the side quickly. Cena just about getting ahead of that. Another all invested. They are investing everything behind this one. Fallen needs to get away out of there.
And everything they had, to be honest
30
with you.
seconds left.
Plants
Spike
there, though.
planted.
4v4 though. No Paranoia, just one flash for Cracks here. A snake bite available still for Atta. So not much utility to work with. Have to find some kills early here if you're FUT.
Not getting much. Now Cena back to watching that cross. Leaving just one really on the site. Does have the support from Zipan. They're getting closer though. Angel's starting to feel that pressure. Just the breath on the back of his neck as Cracks is right there. Zened's gone down. Now they're getting worried. FUT are actually really working this one out, denying the first. Swing on it. Angel's only going to find so much and down to the 1v1 here. Need to get on towards that defuse. Fallen tested. Line up. Oh my word. Great damage, but still. Round going Navi's way.
It costs a lot. I think Sugetsu potentially has the pit. One that, yeah, it does have the pit available. Again, financially looking very flush for Navi. They've already done the hard work in this round, or in this half, sorry.
Yeah. Is this the timeout now, do you think, for FUT?
FUT definitely should be, yeah.
Because we were complimenting how well FUT were playing on their attacking side, how things were looking for them. Got to obviously flip that script a little bit here, because Navi has come out,
for Navi
been
now.
flawless. And then they've had to do it under a 10-2 sort of pressure point. That's very impressive work from them. But it hasn't felt like the same. It hasn't felt like we saw in that first half. It feels a little different, but just as effective.
I think in terms of the pacing as well, the one thing being that there has been a string of rounds unanswered. FUT haven't had the confidence in terms of being able to throw away a rifle, risk giving away a first blood or anything like that, which suits them here on this map, particularly on the defense. Again, we always question, we question the value of the knee on the defense, but Kiwi's already found on the attack, right? Yeah. So I don't know if there's any way that they want to kind of employ him here on the defense to prevent Navi from, I don't even want to say setting up for some of these side hits, because Navi are actually playing very reactively as well.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, as I said, it doesn't feel like that first half at all. It feels very different.
I mean, it's, the big contrast being here in the first half, FUT's fundamentals in terms of trading, in terms of, you know, actually grouping up and I wouldn't even say kind of utility reliant executes. They were very, very gunfight.
Yeah, it was fight
oriented.
Heavy. Yeah.
Here, he's not really seeing the same. There's virtually no value from Atta Captain over towards Tree. Ooh. And there is an operator here.
Show me something. Show me what you got, Kiwi.
It's purchased down to 50 credits.
He doesn't want to give it away here,
no.
though. Yeah, he's like, that turret would give away the game. And Shao might be questioning that a little bit. And this is... But does he oh, Shao! You nasty man. Kiwi's gone. The operator is recoverable. I don't know if they fully saw what he had in hand. Potentially. And now the pressure's on the site, though. This is scary. They're going to go for that lean through towards B. It plays in. Mosh! Oh, they almost lined up. Not to be, though. Now they know what the plan was. They've heard that rattle on through. They continue towards the side forward, trying to get a little cheeky with it, trying to find an angle to play with. He does have a rifle, so it's not without a little bit of validity, but NAVI just smothering the sight scene. It's not pretty. That was a really rough spray, but it's got the job done. So the captain maybe trying to back away.
Ultimate is ready.
Get that operator and keep it for a rainy day.
Spike planted.
I mean, an opportunity here as well, with the pit being in play for the next round. I'm just concerned a little bit about the purchase down to 50 credits. NAVI getting comfortable in terms of the finances. Going to want to try and hunt this down. Shao will find it. Two crucial openers for Shao in this half as well. Another one here where it removes the threat, the unknown threat, by the way. It wasn't noted at all. Kiwi, I did see him flick onto the Bucky there, actually.
The angle. What did he...
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Must be nice to be Shao. Stunning. But it gets the job done, so it doesn't matter. As long as you get the round.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is the Bucky buy for Kiwi. You saw it. You were right. 8-10 now.
Which again kind of neuters him, right? It's not as if he can really get active here in the early round. He's got to tuck into a corner on site and hope that NAVI feed into this.
Does he get the chance to bring it in? Can be held off to the first attempt. Flash goes in towards Tree. That's how the captain turned. Swing on the side. Mosh is there. CNET goes down. Kiwi still holding his breath, waiting patiently. Time to swing and foothold. They gamble with this many players on the side, and it works perfectly. This time, NAVI finally halted at that front door, not having that same point of access, and it will be 11 for FUT.
Flawless as well. Able to at least get one round in hand behind them. Some key ultimates available here. The pit and the lockdown available for FUT. It's only really Modge that sets up Kiwi, to be honest with you, denies those first two players from hard clearing towards site. Yeah, the hard work's already done for NAVI. Like I said, they built themselves a cushion. They've already come back to bring it within touching distance. I mean, 3 rounds after we're looking at 6 unanswered on this half. Isn't much else, or much more, I should say, for NAVI to find.
So they're kind of implying a similar look, right? This is looking like the same site take. So they're going through that same protocol list. Do they get a punish on the rest of the map, though? They still haven't drawn that 4th player here, but there are still 3 from FUT on this site. Xiao's going to be spotted. That's Crack's getting the full information off the back of that. But it looks like I think NAVI have figured out there's just that additional body there. We don't like this. We don't like what we walked into last round.
It's good that it's preemptive from Mr. Fallen to slow things down with a smoke as well. Just on the back of tagging Xiao with the knife. You say, should buy some time for the rotation, but it's not coming through just yet. Should be a ton of info off that TP though.
And it's a long rotation even for Cracks, who was the closest man by. Basically puts him at the same time as Kiwi coming over. So the site is looking vulnerable. The double pump. You absolute little fakey boys. NAVI trying to pull a wall over FUT's eyes. And
Modge is still in range of his utility though here.
That is good. That is one small benefit here. Gives a little bit of support to Captain, who's tucked in that corner. And now we see that same site take. NAVI just trying to draw them away. Zipan this time wins out. Mosh actually got Zipan on that. The commitment was there. Lockdown going to come back in. What do they do about this? 20 seconds, they counter lockdown. But Mosh is getting active, and he's caught off CNET. He wants to close in on the site here, trying to make the best of the bad situation. And FUT find the punish. Only one more standing. What can Xiao do?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Wait.
Modge is detained. Does he hard clear him? He does.
Yeah, he
just
does.
Mr. Fallen left.
1v1. Fallen's finding the space! Xiao didn't expect him to slip that close. Thought he had a second or two to play with, and he didn't. Fallen taking them to 12. Beautiful, what a round as
The
well.
timing on the lockdown overlapping is actually insane. Xiao picks up 2 on the backside, but FUT, I think, find 3 on the retreat. Beautifully played by FUT.
I love this round, just from start to end. So much info, yes, but then the double pump back towards the first side they look towards, they drew that player away.
Absolutely melted, by the way.
Yes.
Even here, if, I mean, was it only 2? No, Xiao actually responds with 2. I thought it was a 3 for 2 in favor of FUT. Yeah, Ats is having a rough time, really, of getting much done from this 3 position.
Yeah.
I mean, a couple of times we've seen CNET kind of split his ability to hold on to that choke point by TPing onto site, or even just applying a little bit of pressure with, you know, the clone going through the alarm bot and then burning up that first nano swarm. It takes away some of the stall that is set up by FUT to enable Atta to hard anchor that position. Even so, the close out here, potentially. I mean, NAVI should have 2 purchases left, I think. Not sure where the ultimates will lie now for either side. We'll find out shortly. Actually, just, yeah, pits on both sides.
Yeah, CNED 1 away. Angel 1 away. But no one really that close by for FUT. So it's what they've got, right? So at a captain's pit, Sugetsu's got his.
Kiwi back on the up.
Yeah, last time got manhandled with this. They might be aware of a chance of it coming out, but surely you don't go back to trying to fight towards Xiao. Yeah, totally different look here. So going to try and lock down middle, lock down B basically with that pit very early on. So there's got to be an instant switch up, right? They know that, well, at a captain's no longer by tree. What are we walking into?
I mean, is the expectation here from Na'Vi that potentially now there's a second or third player committed towards this A-side hold to account for that change? It's actually a very passive hold from Modge, but I believe committed towards a position on site. He's not up in heaven. Now he is. I think on the back of the sound cues here, but Na'Vi reconsidering things.
What do they fancy doing? V just feels like a death trap.
This is a good setup though. Kiwi's holding here with the op, and actually Atta has the wall here to immediately throw up behind to potentially slow down anybody else from Na'Vi wanting to swing on it.
Let's see if he gets that first pick.
He got seen it before the ult popped!
Oh, no way! That's devastating!
Just before it full casts. That is ridiculous.
I thought he had that.
Show me that in slow-mo.
Yeah, please, because you heard the audio cue. It looked like it was already there, but no. Wow.
Lothar is going to be in tears watching that.
That is that nightmare for Modge, though. Does he get a little bit of play in this? Very unorthodox positioning. Trying to make this work as they do funnel from trees. Going to be able to catch across. Look at the time, 7 seconds. They need to make a move. They need to make it now. Denied. That's the round pretty much wrapped at this point as long as they can stay alive. This has been marvelous to witness from FUT.
They finally close out. Na'Vi made a good run of things in the second half there. Well, I hate to say it, some of these though, the last one being an example just where Zenit, unfortunately, the victim of one of those BS deaths that we've seen a couple of here. And
he's cursed.
Yeah,
I tell you.
The nail in the coffin. It was such a small window for Na'Vi to find. I think this is it. Yeah, that was the replay. That is.
Oh man.
Yeah, that is rough. Not often you see. I don't think we've ever actually seen, especially with a collat as well.
Yeah.
Again, the circumstances are just unheard of when you look at some of these situations. It's kind of heartbreaking.
Well, it became a much closer affair than I had expected. After that first half at 10-2, I thought we were going to be out of here in the blink of an eye. Wasn't the case. Still a fight in Na'Vi. So we've seen the Lotus Specialist. Up next will be Na'Vi on Fracture. So that's going to be a treat to watch. Do not go anywhere.
Nice! Ya kalau teman aku cek. Oh. Nice! 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 Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome back to the show. You guys know that I'm in love with fundamentals of FUT, so we're gonna show that efficiency that comes with basic gameplay that they represent here on Lotus, and it's gonna be beautiful. So this is gonna be an execute on round 7 coming in from FUT, and even though they don't have the slide anymore from Neon, they're still able to make space with good spacing and good utility usage. So we're gonna play this round, and I'm gonna break it down what happens foot by foot, I guess. So when you attack the C side, there are 2 spots on the side that you want to clear first. First one is behind the pillar, and then the second one will be on waterfall, so on the angle here where Killjoy is standing. Now, Neon is the only character in game that can affect those 2 spaces at once. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna play the round and pay attention to how this dagger first makes sure that CNET is being spotted. Either he's shooting at it and he reveals his position, right? So which assures the opponents to use utility in that position, or he gets tagged and then he cannot use any of his flashes or TPs out. So he needs to shoot it. That makes opponents aware, and now you're gonna see the stun that lands in 2 positions. Gonna go back a little bit. You can see right here that it lands also on waterfall. So it's gonna bounce like this. It's going behind the pillar from long, bounces towards waterfall, and affects those 2 spaces at the same time. And after that, you're gonna see that the team executes this side. There's gonna be a nano swarm and a KO defragment and snakebite going in at the same time. But what is even more important right here is the spacing between the players. Even though they are not next to each other, Kiwi peeks from an angle which is being supported by Cracks. So when right here, when CNET is fighting with Kiwi, Cracks is right behind him, even though the, let's say, spacing doesn't favor it, but the angles are favoring both of those players. So even though Kiwi wins it, you can see that Cracks is literally right behind him. This is really good planning from FUT. And now we're gonna go to round 3, where they punish a mistake from NAVI. NAVI is playing their first full buy round, while FUT is playing a bonus. Fallen is with a Sheriff. Angel oversteps his boundaries on the mount, gets punished because he's baited into peeking after that Viper Orb is active. So he leaves a Vandal. We're gonna speed it up right here, but this is why a team understands win conditions on rounds. When they know that they punish a player with a full buy round, they're gonna retrieve that weapon and just fall onto the side while having advantageous numbers, and because they are able to just trade every single kill, it's securing the round. It's very basic. And now, final thing, I know Hypok was talking about it. I was upset, Hypok. I was really upset about this round, because this is like such a fundamental error when it comes to planning. NAVI has an ultimate on Yoru and a full kit. That means they can essentially make space on everywhere on the map, wherever they wish, and they do it in a way that is like really critical. It's a critical error. Angel peeks before the ult from Yoru gets anything done, so no space is being cleared by him. But not only that, CNET activates the ult and doesn't wait the 1 second that it requires to be not like invulnerable, essentially. Because in the past, we have seen the Yoru, when he activates the ult, he gets the invulnerability within 1 frame. Right here, he just gets deleted because he's not getting that bonus, and that's it.
It's so poetic that the one time that we do get a Yoru, we get that Yoru Bayer, specifically for Lothar.
I'm honestly scared about being sitting behind him. And no. But I think that something that we have asked from CNET is actually seeing more depth to that Yoru. We want to see those plays. I think that is something that we will most likely get on Fracture. But on this map, I feel like he wasn't achieving what he was looking for. I think that he's still on that period where he's just testing out. I think that Lotus is honestly not the map for CNET.
I mean, let's take a look at what CNET was doing here. There was a little bit of TPs that you also didn't like. Lothar, outside of that mistake that he made with Angel.
Well, those TP on default on site are fine. They're essentially just like jet dashes into default.
Are they Lothar approved?
Yeah, this is okay, because it creates the space, it creates the confusion if it's a fake or not, because that's what the job of Yoru is. But there were TPs that were happening on towards the rotating doors beforehand, like inside in front of the tree area, which is always a fake, because there's no point in TPing there. And if you leave this the TP in that area and the doors are being opened, then they destroy the TP. So that's a problem.
I think it has to do with the adaptation that FUT was having on the Viper walls, we can see that they were moving it around depending on what they wanted, how they wanted to condition NAVI. So maybe he wanted to create the illusion when they were using that Viper wall to feel like there's going to be at least a couple of players there on tree.
I mean, this is the risk you take when you play something like Yoru, right? The mistake, the fraction of mistake that you make could determine whether you win that round or not. But I remember you saying that Cougar, for Kiwi, doesn't really matter if he perform or not, but I feel like him being able to show up helped them so much.
And especially in the head-to-head against Zenit, I think that the numbers speak for themselves. I think it was something like 7-1 in the head-to-heads just between the two of them, and he was in. There were so many patterns that I was able to recognize from FUT, and there are so many occasions when teams know exactly how the other team wants to play the round and still cannot do anything about it. And it's something that I think, Lothar, you showcased perfectly in the Telestrator. Some setups, some executes are just so brilliant that there is very little that you can do to adapt on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, when your opponent has an exact plan on how to enter a site, we've seen that both teams were failing, as you're saying, Kakuka. And it's also poetic that both teams were able to convert the bonus round to then snowball the ultimates over their opponents and just never letting go.
In fact, we're seeing NAVI a little bit overcooking the rounds because they, wanted to get more auras, wanted to, maybe prevent that early rotation coming in from FUT, and actually sometimes overcomplicating things, but it was granting them rounds. So it was something that they were repeating. And actually, the round that they went straight to A, that's when they started losing.
Well, if we move on to the next map, NAVI, they are one map down, but they are not out, and they get to play Fracture here. But the danger is, this year, we have not seen FUT play Fracture at all. They have played it as a team before in Tier 2, in some other tournaments. Overall, it's been a little bit of interesting how they've been playing Fracture. But NAVI, certainly, we have seen them. So talk me through what you guys picked up on NAVI's Fracture.
We actually wanted to take a look at Yoru, and actually those TPs, I think, is something... Thank you, Lothar. I think it's something that, we have seen in Lotus, we have seen the evolvement, and I think that we need to see that also here on Fracture. The one that it's going to be repeated the most, this is, by the way, in 3 different matches, is going to be this one, that is going to grant Zenit the ability to not have to go through this crossfire and actually just pick from this angle. But as you can see almost everywhere in the map. I'm looking forward to those Fade ultimates. We know that it is a great combo when it happens, but they actually have the protocols to either use it towards B, but also towards A. The difference, a Zenit coming from this side, and a Zenit coming from this side of the map.
What's funny is that the first TP that you mentioned here going into this corner, this is like 90% a fake in the 3 times that he played. But there's one interesting TP that I would like to point out is here from Arcade towards the Jenny. The Viper wall that is typically being put here allows this TP to be hidden behind it because it cuts it off. So it leaves a small gap behind behind the wall and in front of the Jenny. So you can either fake TP there, create pressure because your opponents need to either spam it or check it, or actually TP behind that Viper wall, and maybe it's going to be a safe spot.
Yeah, but what we expect from this Fracture is, as Zenit has gotten more reps, I think that we can make some excuses for Lotus because he's still, getting used to it. For Fracture, it's to be a different color. If he wants to keep succeeding in this Euro, if he wants to take it to an international stage, it has to be ready. It still has to be a surprise.
Well, the interesting thing is, outside of this map, when they whip out the Yoru, it's kind of like, oh, it's a surprise, it's a pocket pick. But for Fracture in VCT EMEA this season, the Yoru has been a constant. For FUT, however, I'm really excited because in the past they played double duelist here. Krax has played, Raze here, Krax has played freaking Phoenix here as well. At on the brim.
It was also an meta.
Yeah, and they have a lot of stuff that they've done in the past in this map, so I don't know what we're going to see from them. And also, surely they don't change the Yoru for NAVI on this side. They play the Yoru every time.
You say that, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, there's a fade. That looks good. Okay.
Okay, we go back to the Euro, but again, I feel like Zenit is just doesn't have enough reps on it, So I'm a little bit worried for Zenit. I hope he's gonna pick up.
Oh,
okay, I like it.
This comp. Okay, so they've previously ran some sort of versions of this in the past, but what do you guys think about that Brimstone coming out?
I love it. the combo here is that not only have Neon, which has the higher pace of the round, but Brimstone allows the Steam Beacon to actually boost the rest of the team to go more hand in hand. So the spacing can be even better right now with this Brimstone pick here.
I think it's also very important when you have the KO to just follow up on everything.
Well, I hope to God that Low thought this Yoru is going to be better than the last Pansy and Hypok. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to take him on the desk, guys.
Well, I mean, it has to improve, right? There has to be a level of improvement here with it. But again, I feel as though it's not the be-all and end-all to this.
I'll stop you there, because I think that detracts away from what a fantastic map one that FUT actually put on.
Yeah.
But the one thing I will say is, Fracture, I think we've seen some more examples of how we want to see Yoru, I guess, applied in a team environment, and some of the set pieces around it have definitely looked much better. Obviously, the kind of vanilla paranoia up to tower, and obviously you've seen it either TPing in or using the ultimate to get in behind that player. But one thing I do want to focus on is actually, Lothar makes a great point. This composition actually with the Brimstone allows FUT to reinforce Kiwi on that front line. Actually enables them to build upon their strengths and actually reinforce, I don't even want to say improve the support system, but just throw more bodies towards it, because it looked fantastic in map 1.
Okay, well, let's see if it looks as good here in map 2. Coming into Fracture, though, this has been a safety haven for NAVI. Fracture sitting as a 100% win rate throughout the regular season. But certainly no slouches, though, across the board. We'll have to see how they look here. That's the big question. Obviously, seeing Kiwi on that Neon always looks well suited. But a tough opponent to bring it against.
I'm sure, actually, if that... Did that tag Xiao? No, he just sent a smoke out, so it didn't. CNED here, ready to greet this. Not any damage here, potentially going to flash in. No, there's no swing to come off the back of that from Zipan, I think. Okay, well, the door drops and Xiao actually finds a kill.
Yeah, I'm surprised they got away with that. They were just kind of drifting up, but now they're going to try and pounce off the back of it. Xiao still handling them well. Mr. Fallen's gone down. CNED back on the site, overwhelmed in the end. Xiao couldn't live there too much longer. But CNED's in trouble. Yeah, Moj got down there pretty much unscathed.
Was a jump scare on CNED, but that's Captain Kiwi tagged up 29 and 20 HP. So Moj has to be the key component here. Sugetsu has to deal with this trip, so they're going to know about the flank nice and early.
Smoke's down.
I just don't know where they find that pressure point. I guess Ada Captain is low, but this angle takes a deep clear. Oh, that's... he knows there's a flank coming as well, so he's very aware that he is vulnerable as hell, trying to display his life.
Captain.
Yeah, Angel, can you deal with him? Yes, okay. Ada Captain's gone down. It's taken a big chunk of time, though. And now this really nasty reposition from Moj. Should be able to punish the cross-up. Angel gets caught. He should do. Ooh, it's not clean. And Sugetsu's still alive, but time. He doesn't have much of it. You got to get a move on, Moj. You got to get there fast. Sugetsu's got it towards halfway, Moj. They're out of time here, Sugetsu. Not going to have it this time around.
There, even if Sugetsu swings out there, I think he has a chance to stick the defuse, but high pressure scenario. But able to scrape their way through the pistol. Said Moj took a lot of time on that reposition, but luckily able to close the gap. As seen it just in a position where Moj able to just drop down and surprise him. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about crediting the fundamentals and the spacing. This is a really weird engagement once this door opens there. Nobody else from FUT seeming to want to swing on for that trade. There's a real pause in between a response to that first kill that came through from NAVI.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, felt a little disconnected. Now, camera dealt with, you're going to see an instant response from Moj getting out of there. He does have that Vandal, so you don't really want to be caught with that on your own. Isolated. Burst towards the site, though. They've got somewhat what they need. That second cross going to come in now. Does get caught. CNED, good damage towards Cracks. TP's on in. More? No, Spike is down now. Four still alive. And NAVI do some damage. Fallen going to find Sugetsu, taking away a couple of these potential targets. Slow creeping death up the rope. Fallen's found Angel. And a 3v3 now. Can they make it towards the side, though? But still have their work cut out here. Xiao! That's a shot. Takes down Moj. Here we go. Game on now. This is huge. Kiwi still got that Vandal, though, and that could be a problem. But Xiao's going to get this to halfway. Done a great job in that. Oh, that shot needs to be kind of sharper from CNED. To readjust, but see the utility coming into effect. Costly, yes. Pressured, yes. But around on the board for FUT.
They do actually retain the rifles as well.
Yeah.
There's a Bulldog on top of this somewhere, but Obviously the Vandals being the priority.
Right there.
It's just going to be Sheriffs to complement this purchase. 2 beautiful kills from Cena actually. Makes this doable, brings it to a 3v3 at one point, but the plant feels a little dicey as well when that one player's isolated towards Arcade, and it's awkward to hold on to that from Tower as well. You see even the warband coming through with the Spectre. See how NAVI look to approach some of these buy rounds now. A deep wire on the back of this wall going up towards Arcade. Lots of bodies on the other side.
Yeah, he's got to have seen that,
I
right?
think so, yeah. I mean, he was talking on the player cam there. Well, no, now for sure.
Camera taken. You know it's split. You know it's pressure from both sides. Sugetsu facing towards tower. That's been removed. So where does he look now? Angel tucked in a corner here. Flash is going to come in, so he's going to lose a little bit of vision here, but Zip had to catch a cross. Swing comes in off the back of the contact. NAVI holding this down perfectly. And Moj gets found for free. Big hold there from NAVI.
The point at which even that cage goes up just to slow down. Because FUT smoke off tower here. They want to split through and try and pressure towards... Oh, beautiful. Wow.
I was wondering how it happened. That's lovely.
Yeah, because Angel wasn't the one swinging off that trip. And a key head-to-head here, really, is Angel's ability to slow down Kiwi, right? Doesn't have the updraft, so some of these default tripwires are going to cause massive problems for FUT. Especially if they're a lot deeper, right? If they have to expose themselves
really
ahead.
commit to
exactly.
it, yeah.
Especially if we see what we saw on map 1, which is Kiwi sliding into the choke points, not sliding onto site, sliding through them.
That's an interesting setup for NAVI. No aggressive stance at all, but you can see on the other side, right? You can see it on towards B. They're getting proactive through underpass. I quite like that. They had the deep cam there anyway to kind of facilitate this, but it puts a lot of pressure on the other side for NAVI that they have to hold at least a little of this site, but they can't challenge. That's been quite telling as well for FUT if no one's been trying to maybe apply a little bit of pressure. We've had that free walk up through Dish that was deadly last time as well towards CNED's life. But the map feels smaller now, but they're being held back by some of that utility from Moj. Here comes that push. Kiwi starting start, couldn't get the follow-up, good trades. Angel though makes, oh my word, Angel! Where's that come from? Bloody beautiful. Now the 2v1 not comfortable at all on the other side.
He's going to try and slip through, yeah. I mean, he's got the Rolling Thunder here. Doesn't have confirmation on the second player's whereabouts just yet.
Are they going to read this? When do they even consider it? The timing's just right. Fallen. Oh!
You can see, yeah.
He thought he had it
as well.
Great attempt, though. Love that little reposition through CT. That was really nice.
Definitely a nice try for Mr. Fallen.
But Angel, heroics there from him. That round felt lost without him.
Ridiculous.
Look at this. Ooh, rolling back the years.
Phantom moment.
Nice try. Really nice try. Tied up all even, though. 2 apiece here.
Smolter's building for FUT here, but likewise for NAVI. CNED. Still already on that. Well, the ability here to at least find some information. Probably won't see it here. And actually going to get one away from the Nightfall as well.
Stealing sight.
Paranoia is just perfect. Offsets the timing. Smoke comes back in. Yeah, there's no easy pick to be had. This is lovely.
Right there.
He's got to be careful, actually, of even just spamming into this, but scrap that. He's found a kill.
How dare you doubt him? Because he's been having such an easy time.
I was going to say, just because of what we've seen.
Oh, hold in. This
the
is
backstab as well.
Yeah, the timing on this. Moj's timing is so hard to work against. Shao, fortunately for NAVI, finds a great bit of timing. Even able to readjust for Kiwi.
Just on the drive-by.
Beautiful, Angel. Spin red. That's a round from Kiwi.
This guy is insane once again today. Saw a lot of it in map 1 already showing here on Fracture, making this Neon work.
There's few people who look as good as him with it,
yeah,
to this day. Because I mean, this, you know, the Neon on this map got red to pieces after you saw Optic back in the day running it into the ground with beautiful amounts of success, right? But to still see someone running Neon as diligently as he does, it's always a treat to watch.
Yeah, there's another example where there's a huge gap identified here in terms of Moj finding value once again seemingly for free with the setup to backstab this A site hold of NAVI.
There's a little adjustment of utility now as well. I like that. You kind of have to start respecting it. You're forced to keep it in mind here.
But the one thing is, it's pulling a trip away from a choke point that you're going to expect Kiwi on. I mean, he's just here on this round, funnily enough. Yeah. Probably identifying that, there's not been any utility previously, if you can find anything.
This is all about timing now. I think Angel's given up playing towards it. They've got a good take towards it. Oh, Kiwi slowed down on his roll, and Xiao succeeds, mauling them on the way in here. Can he do any more? Yeah, I think he knows it's time to try and dip out of that one. Too much pressure coming his way. Cracks wanted him dead. Not going to happen, though. Now they have to try and flood the site. Oh, old pop from CNED.
Try and find some information here. Yeah, he's found a lot. He's going to actually go for this. Yeah, he's going to flash out. Does catch it. The C's does hold, though.
That's so well done. Very well timed. Allows a little bit of play, but a bit too close on the pillar to be finding any more value. Crack's going to punish it. Forced to relinquish any sort of pressure towards the side here off the back of the ult as well. But the wrap comes in from Xiao, just spotting the shoulder of our captain. Can they find the other player as well? Moj has been considered up here a couple of times now. But playing together without a captain, they want to fight, and they win it. Perfect work in unison. Now trying to pressure towards CT. They're going to slip slightly further ahead. The swing just ahead of him. Oh, she doesn't have any more bullets to play with in the air. Bloody hell, I thought he ran out of bullets on that one.
I thought Xiao got both there. Xiao able to TP across. Sugetsu commits to running through as a bait into the molly. But the null theft timing perfectly reveals Xiao.
I want to see that ending again because it felt so chaotic there. I think even I got lost in the source of it.
Well, I think that it's literally relying on the reaction time to the null theft ping. Beautiful reposition
this was
here.
It, wasn't it?
Oh, they just catch the edge of the TP, yeah.
Oh, it was that a captain who ran out of bullets.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Xiao's TP, I think probably held back a bit. He can't get max range TP. Remix. Hope everyone, well, this thing, I hope everyone else has heard it so that we just don't
we sound weird. Mad.
It's been an odd week.
We had a CNED week. Just
Charles
unfavorable.
Neddington.
Excuse me?
Neddington.
Charles Neddington.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
What's his name?
Charles Neddington.
Yeah, CNED's abbreviated, sure.
Okay.
You seem really surprised by this information.
Yeah, it's taking me aback.
Okay.
You've just lied to me so often, I can't take you at your word anymore.
Well, that's not true.
Well. 2-4. Xiao. Little rifle there to play. What do you make of that?
Yeah, down to, again, double controller. Don't necessarily have to, I mean, the big piece of utility for him really becomes the paranoia. Again, light buy-wise, well, light shield buy-wise, sorry. Might be able to scrape together, or maybe you're not for a Vandal in the next, sorry, a Guardian in the next. But one thing I've definitely got my eye on now is seeing Angel switch things up. So not going to be applicable here because he doesn't have any trips available, but the sort of execute we're expecting to see with that stimmy.
Oh,
but Kiwi gives on away, to be honest, digging a little too deep.
And I don't know if he had a rifle, but that
yeah,
could,
he did.
Yeah, okay, that is recoverable for Angel potentially if he just wants to try and press that corner. That could work. But anything more from Xiao? Oh, the ult as well, didn't even think about that one. But the timing's just right. Playing just ahead of it, popping, getting all the information and doing nothing with it here. And now finding that cross feels impossible. Very difficult. Cena tries it, nothing to be found off it. Crack's waiting patiently. Even at the swing from tower if they feel it necessity.
Found one.
Hold on. But how do you get the other players out of these positions? Got a rifle to play with, you get it to half. Someone needs to check on this. And yeah, gonna be done. But
Fault
don't
line.
allow any more problems.
Let's say fault line actually connecting on both there. 3 left standing. No ultimates on the cards just yet for FUT, but decent progress to the orbital strike once again. Xiao does actually get a Vandal back in hand, so Pit to work with as well for Sugetsu. And yeah, it's kind of a tightrope situation, whether or not NAVI wants to aggress and deny FUT's ability to stack up ahead of some of these site hits, or just look to absorb them, to be honest with you, because that doesn't feel like it's working too well. I mean, Kiwi a little overzealous in the previous, but FUT was able to recover in that anti-eco.
Oh dear. Well, this read is going to be horrific, isn't it? Angel, all alone, trying to handle it. How much can he do? They have the same point of access. Can he at least hold back Kiwi? That's the big question here. You're going to see that considered beginning. The flash through it. He's going to be noted. They're going to be taking damage here. They've at least held off the pace. They've held them back a little, but not by a lot. Kiwi's still alive and still trying to find Xiao towards the side. Zipak catching the cross, and Navi holding this. Until then, Kiwi over-delivering. Needs an ace. CNED and Sugetsu, can they hold this cross? Can they make him work for it? He does have the spike. He doesn't have to do this if he doesn't want to. Sugetsu barely giving him a step.
FUT just paused for so long behind this tripwire. I mean, you can see the investment utility or the utility dump to get towards site, and even so, I think Kiwi actually throws a stun against the backside of default, so the awareness is there that Angel's going to be playing these sorts of positions, but it takes them forever to get it out of this choke point.
Yeah, by this time you can see the zip hands there. Xiao finding value. Very difficult to make it much further than that. And there's that shot again. Angel probably happy with that, considering he was almost solo holding that side until the rotation came in. So that little bit of stall probably gave him his life.
Should we play towards dish this time? The Fallen will retrieve the orb, but no Rolling Thunder available.
Do they continue along that pathing or do they back? There hasn't been a real follow-up from the spike, and they've still got that A main control, but they've pulled the fourth player over towards A. This is gonna be tough again. They do end up deciding to end on B. This time it's Xiao who's gonna have to try and deal with a lot.
I mean, it's actually a nightmare for NAVI, especially if Xiao falls and doesn't commit towards a retake. Because if FUT can get in, find a clean plant, they have the orbital strike.
Oh dear. And this is now when you're worried, because you've just committed so much.
Yeah, nice.
Great work. Needs to just fall away now. He's done exactly as much as he really could. Maybe a shot through smoke is all else he could get, but there's still a little bit of cognizant that there is that flank, and Moj is here. So he's going to get the backstab. CNED seemed very paranoid about this in a double pump.
Yeah, Moj has been able to relay this information.
30 seconds
He's in a
left.
very deep position here. Does he get checked?
No, not well enough. Angel goes down to it, and now there's problems aplenty. Orbital strike, even going to claim Sugetsu's life up towards heaven. Spike needs to go down pretty soon.
10
We
seconds
can see if there's any denial on it. I don't think so. Fallen
Molly
finds Xiao.
sorts us out.
Yeah, this is massive. What a lovely pivot coming in from FUT. CNED would need someone to make a massive mistake here for him to get that chance to work in. Zipan already down low on 37. Two basically watching that cross, third to swing on it if they need. Yes, they catch one, but even beyond that, where are you meant to find value? CNED trying to creep a little closer, but he knows that time is just not on his side. It's time to walk away and keep those weapons.
Yeah, I mean, Sugetsu down at 600 credits. Angel and Xiao still have the money to buy here, so you have to scrape something together, but FUT will find their sixth here. Another example of just the mid-rounding being on point from FUT. Moj, again, threads the needle in terms of this timing.
And CNED was about 3 to 5 seconds away from catching him on it as well. It was very slow, he was still considering it, but...
There's barely 10 meters in this in terms of how deep CNED actually rotates here. Perfect placement in the orbital strike as well. No way for Sugetsu to even get out of this. Or he's forced into Sam where you're expecting FUT to at least pinch.
They're playing with the paranoia of Navi as well. Considering that Xiao was solo on that site, you have to reinforce quickly as soon as contact comes in. So them pumping the brakes and then doubling back on themselves is a really good read.
This is the thing, at the point at which they find the first blood, why is there ever a moment in this round where Navi commit 5 towards B?
Right there. Big question, isn't it? It's a very big question. I think I'm surprised we haven't seen a timeout maybe to get a grip on this, but maybe they still feel that they have a round in hand, just want to really get the lay of this, but seeing that early look towards the A split, 3-2 as it stands. This time CNED is here, posted up a little deeper, but we've seen constant pressure and problems coming in from Moj. Fallen has the ult. Sugetsu too close, and CNED finds a pick towards main. So Sugetsu does only have that stinger, but he's in the perfect place for it. Making it hard work, but Kiwi isolates CNED. They still don't know about the follow-up.
I know exactly.
Now they probably will do. Now there's problems aplenty. Kiwi's found more. FUT are just flooding through this one. Angel and Zipan need a lot. That's going to help, though. Spike going to go down where it stands. Maybe they can defend this. Kiwi going to pop the ult and try and get a little closer. Has support here, 2v3. Can these two players from NAVI hold on to it? No! Kiwi again!
Kiwi is just nuts with this ultimate, man.
So good.
Let's talk about him being slippery and difficult to pin down. Just zooming around. So many multi-kills with it today already. I mean, Monch is just having so much impact in some of these rounds as well. In terms of information, in terms of holding down the flank. In terms of enabling some of these sight hits to come through as well.
Yeah. Well, because that felt like a really nice reposition from NAVI, having kind of seen it succeed over there. They even had, who was it? Sugetsu, tucked under the drop. It looked like a nice little way to approach it, but then they found no value off this.
Just going to leave a cam here in main. Not been checked just yet.
I mean, even by this point, they're basically on the site.
Yeah.
There's no one here to stop this.
Gamble from NAVI.
You've got to make the best of a bad situation, I guess, but how are you going to do this? Unless that reveal shows you everything you need, which it won't. You're now in some real trouble. Kwan going to go down for the second time of asking. No pressure on it. Cena tries to get a little closer. Not falling foul for this, and now there's problems. But holding the back of the door. Yeah, those rifles are really coming into effect here. 4-2. Xiao and Zipan looking for a mistake, and they're not going to find one. FUT holding it down. This is excellent work from FUT. We were questioning how good they look here. They look very good.
Yes. I mean, what, 10-2 on the first half of Lotus, and looking to go as close to that as possible here. Cena will be coming back in with the operator here. So a chance potentially for him to find some value. Again, not seeing much from the Yoru on the defense, to be honest with you, in terms of finding value in rotations, even in getting aggressive with it.
Yeah,
neither box has been ticked.
It's not doing it for me, but credit again to FUT. They have just been overpowering in this half. 16-8 for Kiwi. What a performance from him already.
When he finished the first half on Lotus like 20-5 or something.
Yep, and the commitment over towards Arcade might be the downfall of them. Let's see if they can work anything out for NAVI, because FUT are on the site. Kiwi's going to take it. Get full control, spam, yes! Zipan, even going to get a second for it. Finds a second almost for free here. Mosh still going to at least answer one back, but the plant's going to come in. Angel gets a little proactive over towards Arcade, still holding that down, catching Moj. And now Craxton out of captain. How'd you hold this one? Angel's already here, overwhelmed, now done, out of captain, bests him. 3v2 now. TP taken, Xiao first brave couple of steps. The captain takes the swing, and he loses the fight.
And the flash comes through from Crax, but Atta unable to capitalize on it. A 1v3 now, though.
Oh, this is horrific. 3 players, finds one. Sugetsu doesn't allow for that reset at all. He's taking...
So good for the swing.
Yeah, no mistakes made on that. NAVI thriving in that little bit of chaos there.
Switching sides.
8-4 on the half. I'll say that feels like a bit of an upset already here.
Yeah.
NAVI usually tracking at about 63% round win rate on defense, so for over-delivering here. And it was a big question mark coming into this.
Oh, yeah.
Again, similar sort of composition, even doubling down, like I said, with the Brimstone earlier on. Oh, the freebie off the tripwire as well.
Oof. Sharp today.
You see Atta nearly set in motion there with the flash. It was almost perfect for him to play out a tower. So yeah, I guess actually we, in the second half, get to see a big question answered. And we're talking about, obviously, the validity of this Yoru pick by CNED and Navi's ability to really build around it. Seen some examples, yes.
I don't think we've seen enough of it here, though.
No, but it being a quirky comp, any team that is going to play NAVI have definitely had to have prepped for some of the pieces they have.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, I just still don't know where I mentally put FUT in this sort of head-to-head, right? Like, especially on Fracture, for example. As it stands, I'm going to have to reassess where I'm putting them, because it's going to be damn high.
Last few weeks, this team has just been phenomenal. Like I said, throughout the season, just continued to impress every single matchup. couple of hiccups, sure, but I guess in terms of expectations, probably the one that's exceeded.
Yeah, I'm trying to think
out of all the teams in EMEA this season. Again, if we kind of forget some lock-in expectations, because then you can eliminate teams like Liquid.
Yep.
But yeah, FUT for me have been the team that have over-delivered.
I think you're right. I think that's a really fair assessment. It feels nice to have another team join the kind of like Fnatic, Liquid, NAVI grouping, right?
Hey, like I said, if we get into Tokyo and they maintain this and it becomes consistent, that's when you start talking about actually whether or not they're one of those contenders to chip away at
the legacy.
A region that feels very
teams,
top-heavy, even after this season as well.
Yeah, this is where it gets kind of fun, right? Like it's that long-term benefit of, do they find it at LAN? Do they find that form internationally? Is there an answer that simply these teams haven't had? That's the beauty of this, that we actually go the distance and get to find out a little more. With both these teams locked in to Tokyo, that is one of the exciting prospects on the horizon here.
And I guess FUT also sending a message to anybody watching this is like, hey, we qualified and a lot of people thought we would. We're coming for Tokyo. This is the form we're going to bring.
It's massive. Because again, it's probably not the team you'd not necessarily expect, but it's a surprise, it's an over-delivery. Wait and see. There's 4-8, still plenty to be played for. NAVI, though, need to show diligence here, as FUT have turned up to play.
Ton of spam damage, actually. Is that more to CNED as well, actually? But Angel actually the one to find first blood here. Mr. Fallen will be dropped. I'll be able to stabilize a little bit, but it's a heavy lean towards Arcade here.
And you can see Kiwi trying to explore that, but I don't think he's going to get much play into this. He's having to depend on the others.
If they get locked out here, it's going to be difficult to break back through. The plant's not good for them.
No, you're absolutely right. Kiwi's keeping their attention drawn, isolating Angel, and finds a second fight. Oh, just ran out of bullets, but look at the success everywhere else. The drawn fight doesn't allow for a refight on this, and you're right. If they got locked out, which they did, there's problems.
I mean, the smoke's there. It's a brimstone smoke as well, so it lasts an eternity. It requires somebody to break back through that. A flash potentially from CNED. Don't even think that was available. If the timing's not there for Zipan on the cooldown, he hasn't got a reveal to throw behind him. But, I mean, the most basic being this smoke as well that covers off tower. It makes it so difficult for anybody to actually shoulder on and confirm if the tap is being stuck. Yeah, a little bizarre to see that. Well, CNED, okay.
All right. Okay, well.
Balance restored.
All is equal in the world. It's drawn first blood, though, so Fallen going down again. A little rough for them. Double swing. Makes it impossible for Sugetsu to answer. There's no way you get out of it.
He's the sort of person you want to be double swinging on
as well. You can't give him any sort of bad spacing or bad timing. He'll absolutely take down both of you somehow. But it puts a really tough predicament into the hands of Zipan, Angel, and Xiao finding any room. I mean, they've really barely left spawn here at this point. Long way to go until they get towards one of these sites, and Angel's still anchoring this down. Excuse me. Moj is still anchoring this down. So how do you get past him comfortably? You've already got Kiwi clearing his way through. So as long as they don't fall for free, it's a very hard round for NAVI to navigate.
They note with the camera being active there. Oh, this is a retake setup by Angel. Actually, we'll find Kiwi.
Spike down
What
A.
will respond? Spike drop though.
30 seconds
in a precarious spot.
The HP on Angel is rotten to work with. 13 HP is all he's got to bring in. Still does serious damage. That's much down to 5. Okay, you've got to depend on how to captain, and cracks a little more now. Yeah, just around the corner, 13 seconds, they've got to make this cross, do some serious damage, not going to happen. They made something out of it, got a little threatening, but in the end, all that early damage was really rewarded.
Yeah, done some damage for sure.
My knees are going to kill.
Yeah, with that first half scoreline, this now makes it a crucial round win. As we enter round 15. 400 credits left in the bank for NAVI behind this. And this will be FUT potentially finding 11 if they can convert a round of 2 Bulldogs, a Spectre, and 2 Sheriffs. There has to be clean here from NAVI. We need the same thing from map 1.
Yeah. Okay.
They won the pistol round in the second on Lotus, so...
It made it a close game, right? Like, it brought it back to actually being something worthwhile. Now, going to get a little nervous here. Moj not afraid to give away much here, just to spam on the wall, but he's going to hear that open. He knows there's presence behind this. Angel the one creeping closer. Moj should see a lot of this. How much can he do, though? That's a lot of presence coming his way. See, they're going to get across towards the site.
Gets ahead of the trips as well.
Very nice. That's to be then dealt with. But the spike didn't make it across. So there's still that cross to be had, and it's still potentially a problem. For the third cross to happen, it's in. That should be going down now.
Moj's position will be revealed once again by the trip.
Spike planted.
What about FUT now? Just commit towards doing some damage, because I think bigger picture-wise, it's arguably unwinnable. Unless something crazy happens off this fault line by Kiwi.
Maybe Kiwi dives in, gets a freebie on towards CNED. There's nothing free, he's dipped out. He wasn't sticking around for that nonsense. But they are back on the site here. And Diffuser's gone down. Next one, who's willing to try it out? Second time. Uh-oh, Moj holding the line at least. They're trying to dig him out of this deeper post-plant hold. Not happening though, Navi keeping 4 standing. I don't think, oh okay, Kiwi does take down another. A little bit of damage, maybe not quite enough to be fatal, but they'll be happy enough with some of what they've done here.
Yeah, to get an upgrade as well. Again, not as much damage as you look for here.
Maybe 1 more, 2 more would have been massive.
I mean, they force out another 2 shield purchases, sure, but if it's a light shield, not that big a dent. And really with this reset once again from Navi, you're hoping to God that the smoke sprays pay off for them. It's another situation where if they get a half diffuse nice and early, anything can happen in that situation.
You're absolutely right. But this gives us the chance then for a close game here. Maybe they can bring it back a little bit, because after that start, I was worried we'd just see FUT close this out. Navi now with a bit of a chance, but they have to string together these rounds. Back on the buy here for FUT, though. Weaponry to play with, full kit of util. Early information on Angel. That's about it. Xiao going to be joining in unison here as they work their way around. As much as, yes, Krax is dedicated, the rest sitting a little bit deeper. That's a dangerous swing.
Yeah.
That's a very
There's
dangerous
a ton
swing.
of bodies behind this. Actually,
that's
Atsu takes contact for him.
The shot! Oh, wow, through the wall. And the second attempt to that one. Maybe a little overzealous, maybe a little over-considered, but Krax readjusting, turns the flash off the decoy, basically. But the cross is How has Fallen found both of those players there? Don't expect the player in the tower! But Krax snaps and decimates Xiao. How did they find that cross?
This is beautifully played as well. Atta takes the first contact, enables, again, it almost puts Navi in a tunnel vision mode. They're hyper-focused towards swinging multiple people onto the same angle slowly. And Krax isolates this through, I mean, that was
he just steps
I thought it was a spam through the wall, but...
I didn't see him step in front, but
Krax is commanding so much respect here on
all
site.
eyes on him, right? Oh, clear the player in tower, get him out of the site. And it's rare you see, Navi, for example, tunnel vision get over, committed towards it. Normally they're so drilled on that. Wow. Now Navi's in a dangerous situation, Mike. That's put them right back under the gun here. 5 rounds is what they've got to play with. And we talked about keeping it clean, give themselves those best opportunities to move forward. Now they're in danger.
They're in real danger. I mean, Xiao's going to bring a Sheriff into this one.
Oh, wow.
It's 3 Vandals, a Bulldog.
Any ults?
Angels.
Just say no.
No ultimates for Navi to work with. I mean, CNED 1 away, Zipan 3 away, but,
but nothing.
Again, with this composition, there isn't really, other than Zipan's, there's no real, execute-oriented, other than maybe CNED, you throw that into there, but it's a coin toss. It's not like a Rolling Thunder.
Yeah,
it's
look
not
at
like
the other side.
Yeah. Whereas FUT have a lot of tools at their disposal.
This is one of those big swing rounds. This terrifies me now. If you're a Navi fan out there,
it's another must-win.
It has to happen here. A little bit of presence shown towards A, but no follow-up from it for Navi. They're looking towards that B side, but look at the bodies here. It's a 4-play stack from FUT.
My ult's ready. Out of charges.
Okay, ult orb did get collected, so Cena does have that ult to play with. Maybe a second glance back towards A.
Here.
Mod's just got a retake set up. It may be even looking to get a kill off that trip towards sand, well, at least that choke point coming out. So they're going to clear a lot of space here, though. Does he spot? Yeah, he actually is going to find Modge. Paranoia is perfect.
Yeah, see, he needs to close this down, though. Oh, dear. Oh. Well, now there's problems. Down to 4, they still need to make this site work.
Orbital strike available as well to deny the plant. Oh, it's invested here. Does spam come through? No. Angel gets to keep his life. Actually looking to combo it, but nothing on site here.
No. It's given them 30 seconds still to play with, but that cross is still
30 seconds left.
under scrutiny. Late flank from Cracks could come in. And Sugetsu looking elsewhere.
Yeah, of course, sleeping. A mini-map moment here, but
yeah.
Dealt with now. Modge will find it. Zipan will respond.
Okay, now they're going to try and get that spike down. Maybe feeling they've got a little bit of security, or they need something at least on their side. Angel's been waiting, and it does manage to be rewarded. Zipan's still alive on 45. Angel and Xiao, though. Keep in mind, Xiao's only got that Sheriff still double stacked up towards the door. FUT try and clear. They know what's going their way now. Zipan given a chance, and he takes it with both hands. Finding Modge and a captain. This is now down to just Fallen, who's got Angel. 11 HP, though. Surely not enough here, right? What's the plan?
Can he get wallbanged there?
Someone check. Someone check on this man. He's toying with their hearts. He's pulling at their heartstrings. 11 HP. It ain't much to deal with. They got to close the gap now, and there they are. Zipan's there. But I didn't love that plant at all.
That's a safe plant when they outlast the Rolling Thunder on the orbital strike. I think it's posted at the right time by FUT. They're probably feeling, yeah, NAVI are waiting for a peek out of a smoke potentially, or waiting for a flash to come through from Cracks. NAVI, luckily, mitigate all of that risk. And Zipan goes huge here with a 4K. So about round 15 being a must-win. This one was up against the ropes for NAVI.
Okay, well, they've done enough to damage the economy down to this point, but I'm still nervous. I'm still worried about anytime I see a rifle still around. I still see Sheriffs. I see Kiwi one away from hole.
One away, now got it. And I'm worried whenever he has it. It's been so influential for FUT today. RP though, retrieve the orb. And it's only Atta to hold down the fort towards A site. No information actually gathered on the back of this just yet. A creep through underpass, but it's behind the curve.
They're going to be in the right place. Maybe just behind, but I'm waiting to see if Kiwi commits. Site take coming in, Paranoia saying they were going to put all towards it, but the ult is there. Not this time. Angel too sharp today. Kiwi's gone down. They've lost the punch to this round. Cracks though finds a fight, but it's not going to be enough. It's just that rifle left here, and it's not going to have the timing he'd want. Already seen, already thought through by Xiao. It's job done. NAVI doing enough to stem the bleeding.
I say, Modge, it's not as if he can go much quicker there, to be honest with you, but maybe if he's in a position to find a kill, because it's a deep trip outside A main.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of space for him to work with. Come off, unfortunately. 11-7 now. Navi still with 4 to find. Kiwi now on the operator. Bit of a dynamic shift here for FUT on the defense. Do have the null command available. Navi now actually with the Nightfall and the Viper's bit, so opportunity maybe to pave the way and get that pit down in a post plant.
And the commitment from Kiwi is over towards Dish, so that's his space to command. He's going to hold that. You can see what Navi are up to.
Have the spike.
Slowly creeping towards that B tower. Xiao going to take the TP. Not a contact piece. Utility shown. And Xiao just closing that gap. Cracks is going to be noted off this. And he's going to have to fall away and respect what's just been put towards him. So they will get that arcade control, but do they take much off the back of it? The Paranoia needs commitment through this. Xiao needs to close down this gap. So much was put towards Cracks! And he's found two! The entirety of Navi's utility got put just to dealing with him, and he's still found so much value off that.
That is huge from Cracks. That's here a favorable position now for FUT. A 4v3 for them. Spike still hasn't crossed the site. And an operator here now.
What do they have to cross with? There's so little utility to try and make this comfortable. There's the wall. They better make it count.
30 seconds left.
Towards the site they creep. CNED tasked to try and get that spike down. Anyone to stop it? Not
Awkward
right now.
plant as well.
Spike planted.
Welcome to my
Okay,
world.
Viper's Pit wants to secure this. Wants to keep it out of touching distance from FUT.
He's got the fault line combo with the aftershock here for Tower. I'm not sure if it will reach though with Sugetsu playing a deep position. And Angel in a big swing position here.
They're looking to try and clear him though. Pushing down deeper, two of them. One more committed than the other, and Angel might have a shot at this. He's napping. Zened to get to with it all to do. The angle wasn't bad for it. Fallen finds Sugetsu, and that is gonna be 12. I thought NAVI may have recovered that round over heroics from Cracks, but no, FUT stabilized in the end.
Cracks, man. You just cannot break him out of Tower without finding a kill or two.
And you look at how much was put to just clearing that position.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Nightfall goes in, the reveal comes in, the paranoia comes in. There's so much thrown his way. Talk about another round where he commands so much respect from Na'Vi. Yeah, and Angel's like, yeah, he hard cleared me. Beautiful retake, composure throughout by FUT.
Xiao with the operator. Giving it a go. Don't know how he's going to fare against Kiwi here, but we're going to see. He's going to do really well. Fair enough, a headshot just to really make sure he's put to his grave. That's a big first pick.
My ult's ready.
Still got this set up between Atta and Cracks though.
Gamma taken out.
No way, did you expect him that close? Zipan is lucky.
Zipan's smiling, he's like, well, yeah, you missed the fault line, mate. Nice little setup though. Immediately though, look at Mr. Fallen, he's repositioned across to be the third member for FUT here. The wrap through underpass still
good read.
Coming through on the backside of Arcade. I mean, the other thing now is that, yeah, I was going to say, does he have a pop flash now for Atta's contact?
Here comes that pressure towards the side, can spot one on it. Tina gonna play up. There it is, beautiful. Oh, he got away! There's no shot he got away. And a captain trying to get that rifle, get the upgrade and get back to business. This is beautiful to witness. Na'Vi held that little piece off the back of his ult, finds nothing, and they are sprinting towards A.
Yes, this is huge actually, to get this control on site now with an operator, Lauren.
And Sugetsu even going to find Cracks here. That's the value. Xiao delivering smoke now in place. The cross is going to be there. 8 seconds. They need to get this down. Anything to stop it? No. Angel is going to commit. Get that done. Hold on, and a captain!
He's got 2!
How's he found 2 here? And now down to the 2v2.
He's got his ultimate.
Oh, but the spray in the orbital strike is there. And it's all in Sugetsu's hands. He's got to watch that cross. Finds one. He needs another, though. He wants to buy time. He wants to do everything he can.
5 HP.
Oh, he's down to
He's one.
Flash comes in.
Oh my God!
1 HP. Mr. Fallen. Perfect work. FUT are the real deal, Mike. I'm convinced of it. You take Na'Vi like that on this map, you deserve all the credit in the world.
What a performance.
Wow.
Absolutely ridiculous. And to close out with a 1 HP clutch from Mr. Fallen.
You don't see that.
Outrageous stuff.
Okay.
Didn't see that one coming.
Not in 2. Not in 2. I thought this could go the distance. I thought we'd get to see, you know, as said, at the very start of the day, the 2 specialists, right? Lotus was FUT's home turf. They looked amazing on it. We had a great game on it. Cool. Map 2, right. Fight back time for Na'Vi. The diligence this side is showing is out of this world.
Yeah, and the ability to mitigate some of these tiny reactive set pieces around the Yoru, right? And it's another situation where I'm saying it's heartbreaking for CNED because there's so many times where it's like, on paper, it looks great, and then you see CNED shot in the back. When the paranoia is posted, he can't find the kill on the back of it. And unfortunately, that's when you start questioning the value that you're getting from these sort of picks. And previously, I was saying it's a huge positive to see CNED stretch his legs a little bit, but, you know, expand his brand a little bit from being, you know, the one-trick jet. But here it's like FUT have the perfect response to...
They're ready.
To just control things like that. Every single member of FUT on that hit towards, believe it was Mr. Fallen that catches the paranoia. Everybody swings. Everybody's happy to, like, it's like, cool, we either all die or nobody dies. And that mentality has really shone through in this series.
I'm just looking forward to what this team can do.
Yeah.
FUT are absolutely incredible. Talk about a Cinderella story from their run, when we really saw them, even in the previous years, really, just them coming together as this collective. This season has been out of this world, and it's not just something cheesy. It's not just off the back of maybe a meta difference that's really worked.
Playing very robust VALORANT, honestly.
It's lovely
the big
to see.
concern, I think, historically has always been, whether Turkish teams when is this Turkish super team going to catch up in terms of the fundamentals and not just having a flashy jet to carry games and things like that. This is a full house. The deck is stacked for FUT in terms of the ability and what we've seen even in just the last couple of weeks here in EMEA.
Yeah, and it's just that matter of how far does this team go now. They've taken down NAVI, right? Like, that's already
Say
such...
that again, FUT have taken down
NAVI. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, it's always been that there's been 2 top-heavy teams really in EMEA, or maybe even 3. You want to throw one in there as a little additional. Having a new team join that sort of caliber is truly something to witness. That is incredibly special and hard to do. NAVI are one of the most robust sides you ever meet. They've pushed every single other team. They can push Fnatic on a good day. They can push Liquid every day of the week. But to see them handled by FUT and being so well prepared is just such good credit to them.
Yeah, and it's actually really exciting to see FUT actually go forward now and play Liquid once again, because again, forget the last result. I think as well it's going to potentially be a very different FUT that they play. And that's a scary prospect for Liquid.
Yeah, who knows?
The best of 5 as well.
That's a whole different arena too. We get to see the test of depth, which is honestly such a treat. I cannot wait for it. And if I'm not mistaken, we do have an interview waiting down on stage. Let's head to that now.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. I am joined by Gaius, the coach of FUT, and Yaman's going to be here helping us with some translation. First of all, you've been hiding that fracture this whole time? Why? If that's how you play.
Fracture'ı neden saklıyordunuz? Açıkçası saklamıyorduk çünkü bizim şu an Fracture'ın tam oynama zamanıydı. Çünkü kaybedecek bir şeyimiz kalmamışlardı. Tokyo'ya gitmiştik. Yapabileceğimizin en iyisini veya en kötüsünü şu an gösterip Masters'ı ona göre çalışmaktı bütün amacımız. O yüzden de şu an oynamanın tam zamanıydı ve güzel de oldu.
To be honest, we didn't hide it. It was the time that exactly that we need to play Fracture, because we guaranteed to go to Tokyo, so we have nothing to lose or win to just because we were going to Tokyo, so we just said, okay, this is the time, and we played Fracture.
Smart decision, guys. Very, very smart. Now, I think in the beginning of the season, everybody felt like you're just good at Lotus, nothing else. Now I think they're definitely wrong. How did you manage to make all the other maps as good as your Lotus?
Sezonun başında herkes sizin Lotus'unuzun iyi olduğunu düşünüyordu. Ama turnuvanın ilerlemesiyle beraber her haritada daha iyi olduğunuzu gördüler. Bunu nasıl başardınız?
Bence takım olarak bunu başardık. Çünkü yapılan hatalar olsun, iletişim olsun, her zaman bir eksiklik hissettik. Bence şu anda hissediyoruz. Ama zamanla bunun gelişeceğine inandığımız için sürekli üzerine koyarak devam ediyoruz. Bence bunun için çok çalışıyoruz ve burada olmamızın en büyük sebebi, yeteneklerimiz mutlaka var ama en çok burada olmamızın sebebi çalışmamız.
First, we managed to do this as a team. The first key point is that we keep working, and we don't say it's enough because we're always missing something, communication or any other tech stuff, but we're always getting better, and we will just prove it and we will get better.
I think you definitely proved it already. Now, you've qualified for Tokyo. I think some people expected it, some people didn't. But did you expect that after qualifying for Tokyo, you would 2-0 NAVI?
Bazı insanlar Tokyo'ya kalamayacağınızı biliyorlardı, kalıp ya da kalamayacağınızı. Ama Tokyo'yu garantiledikten sonra NAVI'ye karşı 2-0 galibiyet alabileceğinizi sen düşünüyor muydun?
Ligde oynadığımız NAVI maçında kendi hatalarımızdan dolayı maçı kaybetmiştik. NAVI'nin o kadar iyi oyunun olmadığını biliyorduk. Keza Liquid de aynı şekilde. Fnatic'i farklı bir yere koyuyorum. Bence bütün herkesten daha güçlüler. Ama Liquid ve NAVI'nin her zaman yenilebileceğini biliyorduk. Ve bence NAVI maçında da bizim kendi hatalarımız yüzünden kaybettik. Ama bugün az hata yaparak güzel bir galibiyet aldık.
During this season, the first game we played against NAVI, that we lost because of our own personal mistakes, team mistakes. And this is also same for Liquid. I can't say this to Fnatic. I see Fnatic one level above from every team. But now we didn't do a mistake today, and when we don't do a mistake, we don't lose easily.
Of course, you mentioned the beginning of the season. Back then, you were running a 6-man roster. So Mouge was still playing some maps instead of Atta captain. I do want to ask you, what was the reason to stop doing that? And in my opinion, maybe the best decision you made to keep Atta.
Bence bu takımı çok mental olarak geriye düşürüyordu. Çünkü kimin iyi olup kimin kötü olduğu ile ilgili bir karar değildi bu. Kim oynarsa ve diğeri ne kadar daha kötü oynarsa mental olarak her zaman geriye düşüyordu bir insan. Bence en doğru karar buydu. Bence herkes de aynı fikirde. Mental olarak geriye düşmemek için bu kararı aldık.
This was a decision about who is playing good or bad. This was a decision for team about that we decided to because of the mentally to keeping calm and then within the same level. Because when someone was not playing and the other one's on the bench, so as a team we decided to play like this, and this was nothing about the quality of the play or something.
Yeah, it was a good decision in the end. Yeah. Now, you've been here every day. You're back tomorrow. I think if you win tomorrow, you would have played every single day of playoffs. How are you guys doing? Are you tired? And also, how do you keep going?
Her gün maç yapıyorsunuz playoff başladığından beri. Yarın da bu devam edecek. Bu noktada ne düşünüyorsun? Gayet iyi gidiyorsunuz. Aynı zamanda bu konudaki düşünceler neler?
Açıkçası Vitality ile Tokyo'ya çıkma maçından önce ciddi anlamda hem mental olarak hem de çalışma anlamında çok hard bir şekilde çalışıyorduk. Ama bugünkü NAVI maçına gelince açıkçası çok mental olarak geriye düştük mü, çok bir şey yaptık mı? Bence yapmadık. Bence şu an senenin başındaki meyveleri şu an topluyoruz. Umarım yarın Liquid maçında da iyi olur.
First, we were playing before Vitality game. We were trying hard mentally and tactically. But now today's game, I cannot say that we were under pressure or we were not on stress. We just play well, and tomorrow it will be also the same.
You can definitely see
and
that.
Hard work is paying now.
Oh yeah, 100%. And last question, I feel like you as a coach, you've had high, lows, stress, happy moments. What would you say is the one thing about your boys that you're most proud of? Something that they've done that you kind of feel like, that's my team.
Çok fazla yükseldiğin ve düştüğün anlar oluyor, duygusal olduğun anlar oluyor. Kendi çocukların hakkında, yani oyunculardan bahsediyor. Neler söylemek istersin onlar hakkında?
Ben hepsine teşekkür ediyorum. Ayrı ayrı birer hepsine teşekkür ediyorum. Çünkü yeri geldi ben sinirlendim, yeri geldi onlar sinirlendi. Ama sonuçta bir paydada birleştik. Olabildiğince her zaman ileri gidebilmekti. O yüzden hepsine teşekkür ediyorum.
First, I would like to thank all of them as a team and individually. There were some moments that I was angry, they were angry to me, but there was one key point, and it was to go further and further all the time and not to stop working.
Yeah, I mean, you have it. You have what it takes to go all the way here. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me. Thank you, Yaman, for translating. Guys, it's going to be back tomorrow, by the way. He's not leaving. I think he sleeps here now. But we're going to close the show off here, and we're going to come back tomorrow with a lower bracket finals. Make sure you come and join us, because FUT is going to be playing against Team Liquid. We'll see you then.
One enemy. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.